Rabbit, this is a Yosef, Lefumra. So know that even Lefumra is nothing, zero. They use this as a big zero. It's not a Yosef, it's a continuation of Mrs. Rabbit. So if I threw a ball from right over here into over here, then I am not over things for a at all. On my mind, Zui, Mrs. Rabbit. Now when he came to Mrs. Rabbit, explained what it was, and he said the same word, Zui. It's not Rabbi Omer. Now, this we had to say this. We had to say later one. The concept of Yugdom. The middle of the highway. There's a well. And the well we said is towards Bacham and Borges Penny. How do I draw water from my wells into my animals? Or is it going when the people are coming? What I do, I take over this I make these pretend walls. They're real. They're L-shaped walls, Ama by Ama. And pretend. And then they look. Now, it says, if people start walking through that, then the other people go out of the way. If you notice over here, if you use the opposite of people, before you use Mekel, he says it's considered Rabbin. It's considered the Chacham Amen. The Chacham all this four real walls, is good. In the other case, the Chacham all these two walls, just a fake fire. That's not good. Fine. So comes to exclude this day, there has to be a Mrs. Rabbin Gemura, and the Yudim, these L-shaped things, then it's not a Mrs. Rabbin Gemura. I'm saying that the last thing I'm in this day, while we talk about the Midbar, Easy Mrs. Rabbin Strategy, but the Doilo, the person who's philosophy, Midbar. Our Bible doesn't mention anything about a Midbar. Omer, Abayo, Loika. I'm just mentioning still true, but Midbar, not as much as most of the time, that when Klai was in the midbar, then it was this is a Rabbin. If Klai was not in the midbar, this is a Yochid. But before, the Ram says the opposite. When Klai was there, that's where they live. Today, when nobody goes to the midbar, but they have access to the midbar is just a Rabbin towards the Rabbin. I guess, I'm going to stop there. Jokes in that minute too. So that was great, man. It's been years. Good morning, Rabbi Side. Mazel Tov, great grandfather. Wow, Mazel Tov. First time a great grandfather, huh? When I became a grandfather, he said it's a special club. You guys special club? Very beginning. Everybody become a great grandfather eventually? I mean, in your lifetime. Okay. All right, Rabbi Side, one email. What's it done? Read it out. Rabbi Sternberg invites the Sibur to show himself tonight. The Medrash Chanitei Ayishidus Namagilo 3. Upstairs. Hiya, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Everybody was provided one of these, a mask, gloves. Look underneath your seat. Please wear them. Wow, Yaakov Citron. Wow. Yaakov Citron was in Egypt for 14 days. So welcome back. Unbelievable. He was in quarantine the 14 days. He's the first person I've seen. How is it? You really don't have? You had to check? Yeah. I saw him there. He came for the cheers the day before quarantine. Then he goes into quarantine. So he had us all worried for 14 days. I don't have a phone, so if anybody tried calling me last day, it's gone. And therefore, I don't have pictures and stuff today because I need a phone for that. But I do have whatever. Long story. Since I realized I'm probably not going to make it to America for Pesach, I think they're going right now. So I decided to repair it. It was the one-day repair. This is an email from my sister. It says, here is, I can't say his name, getting dialysis, our new normal, 3 times a week. 4 hours a pop. And doing the daf. As I told you, learn with your brother each day, not 8 minutes, the full share, he loves it. He's our friend. Let's see if I can enlarge it a little bit. There we go. Here's the Tzaddik doing the dot. Here it is, right here, with his earphones. Rabbi say, if he's doing the dot and dialysis, so if you guys want to be good, wherever, where the pictures can be good. You know what I mean? There are a few people that put themselves in self-quarantine, what do you call it? Self-isolation, like Barack and a couple of others are gone. Our 37 is over. You guys are brave. No, self-imposed quarantine. It's not in quarantine. Self-imposed quarantine. So if you're in self-imposed quarantine, please follow the cheer, and we'll see what happens. I heard from somebody said a beautiful word. He said that the whole story with Yosef Atzadik and Klal Yisrael and the Geula and everything that happened and the whole slavery and Matan Torah all happened because of a fly. The one fly that fell into Sarah Mashkin's cup, and he ended up in jail, and he was able to come out and say, yes, the whole thing. And the whole corona started from one fly, one bat in China 2 days ago. Okay. Beautiful. We are holding on the bottom base. All right. Thank you. In Hoitzi, the Hirschman is the Shogeg Child Pasha. Amazing on his forest in the sky. We're going back to the Brisa. Beautiful Brisa, and we're going to take every word and we'll dissect every word in the Brisa. We learn from the Brisa that a person takes something from the Tzitayachim Tzirabim, or from Tzirabim Tzirabim, the Shogeg Child Pasha. Amazing, honor, forest in the sky. He does it on purpose. He gets forest, and if there are Aiden and Asra, he gets Skila, and stone. The 35 matos, you have to understand those words. Shita. Not going to help you. My friend. Bibi said last night, he had a thing, he said, somebody sneezes. It's like bullets shooting out. Everybody within his meter is against the wall. So please stay away from each other. That's what he's saying. We're sitting here, okay, so I moved away. He said he just moved away. Don't look like God, you know the name of the rest are telling you the way. Don't sneeze. Don't sneeze, don't cough. Don't breathe. Ask the Gemara. Since we know that the maze is the Chayav Forest, and Allah always is that anything that you Chayav Forest, you are Chayav still. A purpose, if you do it by mistake, you try to Shita, what's the finish? You're right, there is no finish. The maze is on his part, and this guy is stipulated. You only need the other part of the right. If you do it on purpose, you get Shita in part of depending if they're Aiden. And that means Shita. What's the finish in that? What's the first question? Why is that possible? Well, what's the question about that? I need to know what he gets. Here's the third say. By the Mekaisis, it says in the Torah that he gets Skila. Automatically. To the Rav, Doma Rav, Metzosi, Mekilas, Sorin, Very Rebbekia. Very interesting. In those days, they couldn't write any Gemara down. But if a person had a very unique Shita, a Shita Shachit, they would write it down as not to forget it. They never posited the Shita, nobody cared about it that much. But in order not to forget it, they would put it in the Megillah. They would write it down. It was a hidden Megillah. So he finds this hidden Megillah, the Pasuk that Isi ben Yehuda Omer. This is what it says in the Megillah. Isi ben Yehuda says, Others Melachos are joined Pasuk Achas. How many Melachos are there? 40 minus 1. 39. I can't believe you're here. You guys have been talking to me for like 3 months already. They love you. Why not the Kiddush Hashem? They're all here. Hashem should have Rahman from everybody. And see this from Corona, and see the whole world. Agabanim, they don't have a lot. So this is when you says, listen to this. If you do all 39 malachas, if you just read it simply, if you do 39 malachas, then you read one carbon. That's all 1,500 seconds. That's it. Amy, in other words, what is he saying? He's saying all malachas Shabbos. They all come from one source. Don't be Michal Shabbos. It doesn't matter if I plow my field, I reap the fields, if I do zero, whatever I do, it's all under one umbrella, and I'm tired of one. And that can't be. The Gemara goes away from this right away. So that's not happening. Baby, but nah, never been left with our bone. Kabin ball. No, 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 no. This is it. I find this difficult, but it seems very simple to Rashi. It is the Mishnah described in the Ayin Gimel. All the malacha is all 39, just each and every one. So you know how to count. 1, 2, 3. Why does the Mishnah have to waste breath by telling you them now? Okay, to me, I would love somebody to tell me at the end. By the way, you don't have to count. It's 39. It's not like 4 or 5. It's like it's a large number. Nevertheless, the Gemara has a problem with that. Why do I need a number? From Rabbi Yochanan to Mashar and Kulot and Lamachas, Chayel Falachas Vach. Says the good one. But I'm tired. I need to every one if I did it with one awareness. Now, if you just read it simply, you think, okay, what is it going to say? It's 39. The Rashi says even better than that. You're only 39. The max that you can reach is 39. Why would I think you're more than 39? Because every Av has a Tolda. Says Rashi that the Gemara is going to say that you never chayiv on a Tolda. You always chayiv just for the Av and nothing more. The most important you chayiv on one Shabbos for one Helen is 39 korban. Okay, so it's 39. It's a lot more than one that the Isi Ben Yehuda said. He says you do 39, chayiv one. So it can't be. That's what he meant. Aleima in a chayiv. Isi Ben Yehuda is going to say a major thing. One out of these 39, and you have to figure it out, don't get Misha. This year, Oiver, this is the Raisa and Shabbos and the Malacha, don't get Misha. One of the 39. So, going back to our question, why does our Raisa have to say, by the way, you get Skila, you get Paris, you tell me that this Malacha, called Eitzah, is not what Isi Ben Yehuda is talking about. He's talking about 38 other ones. Go figure out 38 other malachas. Which one it's not? This one it is Chayes, Paris, and Skila. Hey, man, if I will have it. This malacha called Eitzah is not one of the ones that we have a problem with, and we don't know this is what this is a Judah thing. Other than that, figure it out. Oh my, I was young, to speak of the bonus of Parliament. Anyone, no use to say of it, no use to say of it. What says in the right? That a sea, a valley, the bonus he said is a style, it's one of those benches at the end of the sword. Like Arnold is. Now, what's the bonus? They are timeless. In the category of Carmel, he's describing Carmel. This is Carmel, Yam, a bikka, it's the bonus. And then it sticks in the word, Vera Carmel. So we need to get, what's that? What's the extra word, Carmel? Ain't no looking for you. You're neither, you're in between. You're not as large as Sister Robin, you're not like Sister Robin. So, as the Gemara, the Bikka ain't a looking for Sister Robin, the Gemara is addressing another point. The Bikka, the valley. You tell me a Bikka is not a Sister Robin, not a Sister Robin. What is it? It's a Carmel. The Bikka ain't a looking for Sister Robin, but now I'm telling you, listen. I picked up the Mesa Hama, you say, the Sabbath. You have a field. What's a field? It depends. People walk through it, they not walk through it. In the summertime, nobody walks through it. my own driving skills. So Mela is Rosh Hashanah Shabbos. If I carry from Rosh Hashanah within my pickup, I'm tired. Here's the big kiddush, and the only difference in the whole thing here is the Rabbin with them. This is halacha when it comes to Tumah, that if I have a suffix, I have a doubt of Tumah in the Rabbin, it's fine. If it's the same doubt, I take that same example, that same case, and I transfer it over to the Rabbin, it's coming. So what does this feel consistent with the Rabbin and the Rabbin? Big kiddush. When it comes to Tumah of Rosh Hashanah, my field is considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because 5-10 people walk through there a day, a month, I don't know. So it's no longer a Rosh Hashanah. Why? So that actually brings the whole thing that, where do I know the whole concept of Suffolk Tumah? I learned from a Saita. And a Saita has to be mistar, just be secluded with 0 people there. Layla, this field that has more than 0 people, it's already not a Rosh Hashanah, it's already a Rosh Hashanah with Tumah. Fine. What's the point that we're trying to get to? The word beforehand. What's a big thing? In the summertime, it's not only that, and this is a thing, it's like summer, in the wintertime, a pika is not a carnival. A pika is a yakin. Why are you telling me that in the category of carnivals I have a pika? I have a valley, I have a field, so there's a curious that in the winter, a field is considered a yakin, a Shabbos, a Tumah. In the summer, it's considered a yakin for Shabbos. It's a yakin, not a carnival. We have to address this. Our Bryce is right. A big is a carmelist. So then why is it saying in the Mishnah that a big is a yakin? Omar Ula, keep shopping. And notice, the author of this text, he says it's not true. Omar Ula, very long carmelist. No, a big is considered a carmelist. But my very low is a yakin. It's pretty straight or rabbit. It's just telling me, what? No, it's not funny. Because no, we're trying to say that it's not a yakin for Tumah. When it comes to Tumah, you have a yakin. It's not a yakin. It's not a rabbit. What's the opposite of a rabbit? It's a yakin. So I use the language. Tell me what it's not. When it's the summer, so I consider this a rabbit. For Tumah, because there are a few people that walk through there. When it's the winter,
oh man, my stomach.
Put crap on the ground. Nobody walks through my field. So if nobody walks through my field, so when it comes to Tumah, I have a Tumah, this is a yakin. In the summer, some not such nice people decide to make it a shortcut. They shouldn't be going through my field. They might be ruining my seeds over there. But they do. So it's just a rabbit. Meaning, it's not a yakin. So I call it a rabbit. The call it carnivals would be funny. Not the opposite of the rabbit. But if it's the Tumah, I have 2 options. The yakin or rabbit. Carnivals is never a discussion when it comes to Tumah. So therefore, I use the word called a yakin. Layla, what is it? Halachically? Halachically, a field, because it's a yakin. It's a carnival. Not a yakin. There I call it a yakin because it has to do with Tumah. Fine. Rashi Omar, now all of Zion, you're going this on the pizza. This thing is a crazy thing. You know what kind of field I'm talking about? I have a field that's 7 miles long, but guess what? It has a fence all around it. And the Mela, and what? Now, if he hung the Omar Ula, bring a proof from Ula who just answered another answer. See what's going on here? Who's the first answer? Ula. Now, Rashi says I'm talking about a place with a pizza, and I'm going to be from Ula. The Gemara's going to ask right away, so why doesn't Ula say his own Svara? Rashi is using Ula. Let Ula say this. The other Ula, Meribnon, Harpa, Yosef, Esau, Sayyid. If you have a place that's more than 50 amma by 100 amma, which is the size of the Kasim Mishkan, Shalai, Hukam Yadira. Hukam Yadira is just the concept that if I build a house, and then I go around the house, I put a fence around my house, no matter how big it is, then everything within that fence is for my house. It's Yadira. Then I can carry inside that fence. What if I make a fence? No house, that's loyal to the deal. Then I can't even carry it. But it's still considered Rosh Hashanah. The feeling food, that's in the Ryan, that's huge. It's already located higher. It's still considered Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because it has a fence. Okay, the Mechitzi. As the concern is, the Chacham says, don't carry it there. You're gonna start getting confused. It's so large, you might start carrying the Rosh Hashanah. Now it's funny, almost funny, because when I read it out loud, I might tell her she's like Yachid, and she didn't see Rabbin, and she started laughing. It's not so funny, because Gemara says, it makes a lot of sense instead of because it's almost funny. Like, that's not what it says. Ella, my time in the Yom Kippur, my thing. How come it doesn't say like in his own self? So we're talking about a field that has a Allah, he's on the pizza, he's picatory law, why you call it a picatory law, karpa piece. It's not a pico, it's a karpa, it has a different name. Whatever, in the time of the Gemara, somebody had a field with a fence, it's called a karpa, not a pico. It doesn't fit into the language of pico, we're talking about a pico. Rashi, got a problem, he says, you're right. You have to pick your poison. One of them is no good. On the one hand, it's called a pico. Pico is not a karpa. But on the other hand, it says it's a yuck. This is the that has a fence. You know, this is the that has to have a fence. That's fence property. So, this one, it makes no sense for him to say it's a yuck, it's a fence. He says no. It means a karmelis without excluding the yuck. Who's talking about karmelis? That's what I was describing before. It says Yam Bikois Kavalis. Yeah, Karmelis, you have to understand what the Karmelis comes from. Or the Tulu Nami La Karmelis, the whole Karmelis. Also, you know, we have to do this all the carrying jokes. I see this is a rabbit. By the way, I called the place earlier yesterday, and Mary got the other side of the thing. They gave me permission to use all the pictures, the beautiful pictures, in the areas that they were also that those beautiful pictures yesterday. And not only that, he came running over my house last night, so I don't know, like 9, 10 o'clock. No, when was it? Before, after? It was before. It was like 9 o'clock, he came to my house, nothing. And gave me a present and another beautiful circle with all the pictures on. Anyway, so we have Rishis now from Azadar, from Artscroll, from Yisipus Azadar, and from Tate Books, Monica Malacha. It's good. The only problem is that my phone is not working, so I couldn't do anything with those beautiful pictures. So this is the fact that you come over. I don't have internet. Serious. This is what I came up with. It's gonna make sense though in a second. Because the Gemara, like, this is Ella, like Karen, Clovis, Snuka, Sister Robin. This is how we start one around. Basically, here's Sister Robin. the thoroughfare right here on top. So the problem is, this is set back. This house is set back. So occasionally you see this, and we have it occasionally in Chicago. Like you go down the block, all of a sudden some shit gonna build a house like way back in. There's no backyard. We have some giant front yard. So the question is, if people use this, the more says nobody wants to use it. Really, it's not comfortable to use this area. So that's what it's. But this area, this blank right over here, is considered a Carmelist fire. Like everyone's a house, the rest of it. We're talking about Clarkin and Shisarabim. You see, this whole there's no good. This whole area is Shisarabim, and it fits into here. That's not in Shisarabim. That's a new builder called a Carmel. Now, Rashi brings another shot that this is problematic slightly because this actually had three walls. 1, 2, 3. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Another side is that on an angle, it doesn't have 3 walls in every direction. Had I had my phone, we would have a better picture today. There's a chance that I wouldn't be off and I wouldn't have my phone back today. I tried calling you last night, no answer. Go to tomorrow. What? No, someone give me something here, but I don't have WhatsApp, I don't have anything on it. Bio. I'm getting used to life with Corona. Let's see. I'll be one step ahead of you guys. No communication, nothing. Go to tomorrow. Hello, guys. Now I'm going to document rapid. At the end of the day, people can't push themselves in there because it's too crowded. You're going to walk up onto the grass over there. Now, look at all. Here, the Nifa that's used to here, the more you use this motion, it's not going to be a difference later on when we say it. The more here says it. It's not comfortable to use. It's not what's the word? It's not straight. You have to go out of it. You have to make a very sharp sprint to get in there. You're going straight. You have this big wagon. You're driving. You don't want to go in there. The main law keep commenting on me. It has all up. That's what BBM will be right for them. Now we're going to go over the few left of the Carmelos and nothing school. Says the guy from the name of they know I'm moving. You go to Carmelos. Pillars in the middle of the road. It's a great gimmick. You're driving on the highway, all of a sudden, there's a beam. I don't know if you travel. Go through, you get off the plane, they put you right into duty free. You have no option. You can't go right. If you're in duty free, that's the only way to get out of the gate, right? You don't know what I'm talking about? In Europe, they put you in the you close your eyes, whatever it's not. You have to smell the perfume, look at the whiskey, whatever. So you're driving on the Shisarabim, and there's a beam right in front of you. So you have to buy, you have to look at least at whatever he's selling. So what I love is this beam out. Now places points out right away. The beam doesn't take it away from my Shisarabim at 60 miles. Goes from here, 60 miles an hour. I have a beam in the middle, it's part of Shisarabim. You just have to make a sharp turn around it and go around it. There's a bunch of beams. They sell me the rights, I guess, or people, I don't know how it works these days. Every guy has a beam and you have to start going like this. Navigate through these beams. So what's that look of these beams? You think you're timeless? Look, it's not comfortable to go through this. I rather. So the beams don't go across the entire highway. They take up one lane, let's say, on the right. The right lane is full of beams. So you have to get out of your right lane and merge into the left and keep on going. Yeah, with the subways and the stores. Oh, the U-Trail, yeah. All right. So that's where I went for the drive. So if you ever see me drive here, Battle for King Music. Those bees with the save the people. Oh, walking on the sidewalk. Oh, we're good. May not building any economy. Back in the day, the right lane over there turns into a carnival. Because you don't really drive there, and if you do, it's very difficult to carnival. Okay? Well, I got to go to those rappers, even though a lot of people who's going to be, even though you're staggering with the edge of the carnival dance. It's not just not to go there. Or observe Rabbi Yehuda. It's Taba. Now this one is even worse. This is a bench, a low level bench. It's made Hamudim right in front of the guys in the foot. So not only they put a big beam there, he starts laying out like a table that's connected to the ground. Suicide, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Not the stuff, the shekels store. So the kites. You know the guy when you go back there, he sells kites. And he goes the back road. That Arab has a bird in a cage. For some reason, he said has a bird in a cage and a kite. Those are the two. He also knows what I'm talking about. What? But that's why I want to stop my car and get out, and that's exactly what my kids need today. A plastic bird in a cage and a kite in the middle of the winter, in the spring. Establish a lay moving neither carmelist. That's also carmelist. The mando might be not moving. Now staba is more difficult to navigate around, so therefore that's certainly considered a carmelist. Although it's staba, but if I say that only it's staba is a carmelist, staba don't need the best reason. Oh, it's very difficult. How are you going to take your car over a fence? Although they know I'm moving, but some people actually like driving between the cones and everything. It's fun. Because we say, well, Safina seems like the same thing. Alabama moving is really naturally robbing. Sometimes people do walk between Namudim. They walk there. It's robbing Damio. But, and he'll say only it's Staba is the kind of it's not Damio. Let's see around. They know people this is very interesting. What about objects in the middle of the highway? Like the deer, local, yeah, I once went from a life with my family, and this Arab driver, something what up and he had these, what do you call the stuff that you put merchandise on, the wood pallets. And a truck full of pallets, and they weren't tied down. And every 10 feet there's a pallet. So if you run over a pallet, you get a flat tire and all the nails in it. There's cars all over the road, pallets, wood, cars, it's a mess. So what else does that have? Does that create a problem with Israelis? Take away from Israelis. Says the Gemara, it all depends what we're dealing with. What about a pile of waste? A dog went to the bathroom in the middle of the Israelis, nobody's going to walk on it. So does it take away from the Israelis or not? So these are the halachas of the food. The famous kufa, you have a nice size stone, 3 by 3 stones. In Sister Rabbi, the Zorash, the Tukka Fanel. And a guy took something like silly putty, what is this called? That stuff that sticks to the wall. He took it and he threw it. He was playing a game and he tried to hit like the stone. And in fact, he hit it. And it was exactly 4 hours away from him. And it stuck to the side of that stone. You might as well describe in those days didn't have silly putty. What's it called? That sticky stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Slime. Very good. But in those days it was called a wet fix. Other people today call it wet toilet paper. Whatever. There's different ways to do it. But the point is to get something to stick to a vertical surface. So you stuck this thing to a vertical surface. Tie it. If you play this game like the toss game, and you get the stick on top of the stone, you're puzzled. Why? Because the top of the stone is a muffin tool. Muffin tool, you have a certain size, and nobody's just around it. Nobody's driving over it, nobody's walking over it. They go around it. And now nobody's just around it, have a muffin tool. It's not Dalit Amos because these stones are 3x3. The typical stone in time of the Gemara is 3x3. Question is how high it is. But the width is 3x3. If it's 4x4, then it'll be something else. Then it'll be a caramel. What? You do Dalit Amos, not Dalit Chacham. You're 4 Amos away from it. In order to be over carrying to surrounding, you have to go 4 Amos. Past the 4 Amos and then land it on the vertical surface of the stone. The stone, the top part, is a muffin tool. Now, why is this considered Rosh Hashanah? Because it's above Rosh Hashanah. The problem is, that we learned the other day, that you have to place it on something that's 4 tefachim. What do you have 4 tefachim? It's the side of a wall. It's above Rosh Hashanah in grade. But it's not on a 4 tefachim area. What's the answer? What? Says the Riva. Says because it's above of the ground. It's above the ground, so therefore it's part of the ground. It's like it's in the air of the ground, and the ground is something that we didn't have before. Because now it's like suspended in the air. So now it's using it's literally Pluto. It's like it's stuck here in mid-air, so it uses the surface of the ground, and the surface of the ground is really full of. And the Rebbe doesn't like that at all. And he says, therefore, you say that this stone is actually 4x4. So it's as if they use the 4x4 area of the top. Then we're talking about the foot. As I gate. Fine. Abaya, Barova, the Amrit Abaya, this stone must be at least 3 fucking blocks. Now, if it's less than 3 fucking, what do you call that? Love. It's part of the ground. More than 3 fucking, nobody steps over it, nobody steps on it, and it's not considered as well. How does this reading? You have a bunch of stones. How do you like these, then you don't need 3 fucking because nobody's stepping on the thing. Now, this stone, if they were to step on it, then it becomes double. But you can either nobody's stepping on stones, nobody wants to get damaged unless you have to see. You don't have to step on it. Maybe even less than 3 fucking is a muffin towards the middle of the system. The king of Rabbi Ma'afiyu is the reason of a soya loy. This is no soya. Nobody steps on soya. Disgusting, so when they go, that's a muffin towards Rashi Omar Afiyu soya. So when Rashi is saying that you can't start playing games here. You have a highway. You're going to start checking every inch. Oh, this people step on, that's this. And this people, that. Everything's buffer. Everything's going to be part of the highway. If the deer once had some waste on this part of the highway, it becomes a muffin tool for this minute. Everything becomes buffer. Now, yes, something very large and permanent and talking, then not. But anything other than talking, love it, buffer to the highway, that's what he is. Say, well, hey, I was. She asked for a genie on the open. Hey, Carlos, who saw my boss? A Carlos must be for now, if it's less than 4 something, what is it? A muffin tour. So, if it's a muffin tour, the times of Magen Fruit. Doesn't correct. It's moot. My object wrong the Magen Fruit. My what's wrong with Magen Fruit? But if this time says for talking, then it's a time. Why is it not a Yachid? It doesn't have Tensa. That's the Tensa of mind. That's not the law. That's Tensa. So it's called a time. It's sports talk. Well, I'm saying the message not the sorrow. What is going on here? What is this? So check. He says, at the end of the sugya, he's going to tell us that a harmless, a tremendous finish, and not piece above Tensa. Similar to Zizarabim. Something that is a longer time. But the Gemara needs to get this clear and clear it, that's what it meant. Or there is other Sarah, might be other Sarah. He may be easy looking to our Sarah. The Abimarla needs to have a 10-button Vechisa in order to be kind of similar to which is the other. You know, the Abimarla is the Lord, Amram, people want to feel by Yosef, Amram, by you saying that if I saw all the people, you see the last story. What if you have a house that doesn't have 10 coffins? It's, I don't know, 4 out feet tall. That's pretty much what it is. If anybody works with Venice, you see like the ghetto, the houses are, it looks like literally the 5 feet tall. I don't know how, I never went into one, but that's, they took them, they shoved the Yidden Nava into these mini floors. Anyway, this is maybe this looks like that. Maybe 7 feet. I don't know. But it's very short. But it's not 4.5 feet. 4.5 feet is crazy. The guy made a house with 4.5 feet. So what's going on here? If you look at the house from this exterior, I don't know. No, this is mine. No, it's smaller. 3 feet. Okay, 3 feet. No, what? That was like 6 feet, right? Really? No way, look at this. 5 inches of this. How much? I have no idea. Hey, don't say that. It doesn't matter. You get that. You get the picture. The guy built the house. He's built a doghouse. The picture is not. What? 1 meter. Okay. Fine. 1 meter. How about bottom? So what's going on here? We have an exterior wall and an interior wall. The interior wall is not fantastic. But the exterior wall is. Why? Because you have the roof. You have to count everything. So it says like this. How's that going? You're on the roof of this small structure on this doghouse that becomes a roof. So because now I have 10 steps high and it's 4 steps wide. It's selected. So Rashi says, at the end of the day, how do I have 10 steps? How do I have to come out there? But it seems like he says, what has to go here? I think you have to say that. What has to go? Let us say that. The kids say, even if you have a wall and it's suppose I was thinking about that's what's telling me that it doesn't really work. You can take a wall and extend it upwards. Understand that. That's not the point. The point is, a guy in the middle of the it says in the Furas that if it doesn't have 10 tokens, then it turns into a karmelis. You see, you don't need 10 tokens to make it a karmelis. Why are you telling me that's the side of what he said? Because this and it so means you need at least 10 tokens. You don't need 10 tokens. It's a karmelis. Not the best of other Sarah. The other Sarah who have a karmelis. The Malaman Sarah tokens. They have a karmelis. Okay? So if we stop right here, the halacha is there's no time when it's above 10 tokens. It's like in the Shushan Rabbah, anything above 10 tokens is nothing to do. Let me ask you, which going on? What are you talking about? Everybody should ask this question. If it's sports talking, and it's 10 fucking high, what is that called? You can't be talking about that. You tell me, oh, if it's above 10 fucking, there's no carnival. So yeah, that's called a Rishus HaYachid. Anything that's sports talking by 10 fucking high is Rishus HaYachid. Forget about these local carnivals above 10. That's called Rishus HaYachid, and it will be Rishus HaYachid above 10. No. Sorry. Well, it's so bad. Rosh Nazira is only in a situation where it's a giant place, a karpa. But if you have a small place that has a sort of fucking in the kitchen, that's what it's up and everybody has these ones. In a giant course of science, you're talking about 50 by 100 over there. You have to be market Nazira. First build a house and then build a fence. You can't build a fence around the field. It's really fine. Anyways, I thought let's just get to the bottom line here because time is late. Big man Rashi goes through all the steps. We have to be talking about that a guy caught it in midair of a family. He's in a big one, he caught it. Otherwise, if he has something that's sports fucking that extends above 10 minutes, it's still up. So we're talking about somebody who's cool. Or he says that on the side of a wall in a carnival. The wall in a carnival, and he removed an object above 10 fuckers in the carnival. That's not a carnival. It's above 10 fuckers. But you can't say that it's on top of something that already exists. If it's 3 by 3, it's above 2. Right? Less than 4 fucking. It's not even a carnival. In order to be a carnival, you have to be 4 fucking. You're in a guy, you're in the sea, right? The sea is a carnival. Ocean. The guy has a beam. In order to be a carnival, you have to be 4 by 4. And the Gemara tells us that anything 4 by 4 above 10 fucking is not a carnival. It's soya. 4 by 4 above 10 fucking is soya. Elamai is 3 by 3 above 10 fucking. And it's not a carnival, that's a mother story. Saying it's easier. So let's go back. The Yalama is smaller Rabbi Yehuda Shilino. Sharp form. But the heaven is the Shabbos and Malan Asar. You should never be involved in anything, especially with Shabbos or Pesach Tachim, because Pesach Tachim is not, it's about the food. Why do you say this? The Maya says, you know, this is how Yochid, the Malan Asara. Don't have things though, no, it's funny, this is a reference. Somebody's playing basketball. It's sort of cold, middle. Bizarre, you know, Hagaba. He's set in his backyard. He put a pole. He's trying to play. Bizarre, you know, Hagaba. I feel you're playing Amo. In other words, you stay up and go to stand. The other day, I was still the pay. That's not in the bay. Spot. We're right where we need to be. 7 minutes left on the day. That goes back to our research when we said that in Shabbos on the day is going to be plenty of time. Hello, Dave. This is a Rabbi Lamar. So, what did you tell me? That was just a Rabbi? It's not above 10 above him. I don't need that. You don't have to say Shinima. By the way, don't go above 10 above him. That's a Mishnah. Of course, Shmuel read the Mishnah. It's not a Zohar Yarda Amid. I do something at a wall above 10 fucking, it's nothing. The mathematical fucking is very bad. It's moved below 10 fucking, then it's hello, I carnivalist. The carnivalist is not no, here above you, 10 fucking is a rabbit, is above the 4 fucking. Carnivalist obviously talking about a carnivalist above 10 fucking, and now or not, the carnivalist is not nice, so that's our lover. The house is an existence above the place. So now we have questions. Panels has to be at least 4 fucking wide. It cannot extend above 10 fucking wide. Says it's more beautiful. Since a panel is only a system of bottom, they made it Nikula in both directions. That was the Nikula is like you have to keep them up in my balls with the high diamonds. So you use 4 fucking my 4 fucking. Anything less, you put them up in 4. I'm going to take the tools that we have in this movie. So definitely, have a combination. I don't know if it's record, you have a card. Or I'll give the one Marab here by Rich Marab and the name Marab. By you saying, first of all, I started the team, right? We had before, we have a house. He says it's less than a meter tall. Very small house, 3 feet tall. If your room is not solo, but its roof is very thick, and you have 10 seconds, I got to be going down with the roof. The roof is considered to be 10 fucking house. Inside is a carnival. I can only walk 4 hours. And I'll buy you with a map. I'm not buying even fucking birds. Bar, brothers in my soil. This clown decides to dig out in the middle of his doghouse a 4x4 area so he can step. He crawls in like a dog, and then he's going to stand in the middle, step up. How does he do so? He digs in the middle of his room. Now he has a shelf in the middle of his room. Goes like this, right? He has a little tip. There he can stand, it's 10 seconds, but the rest is 3 feet tall. Most of the contradictions. I could carry on the shelf on the 3-foot part. Like I know. The player is society offers. Now we're going to this is a new concept. So the holes in the society offers. It's a shelf. It's like I have a shelf in my house. My whole house is a shelf. I just have a 4x4 place where I can stand like a man. But the rest of my house is a shelf. And the shelf, the player is society offers. This is how you offer me. Here's my first society offers. Now, okay, new subject. Players, what about holes in the society? In other words, I'm on a highway. And the highway has this wall, Shamalation. The highway has this noise wall to protect the citizens on the other side of the highway. And now I need to charge my phone. I need to put my phone down somewhere. So I had this little hole in the wall. That's a hole in the society. What's that law for? Abayo, Oimer, Kisarabi double. It has a lot of Kisarabi. What Oimer, not Kisarabi. The what? So what is it? Well, it's a muffin what? Why? How big is it? How many muffin is it? If it's less than 4, it's right. It's a muffin 2. If it's more than 4, then what does it turn into? Family. No, it's not an expression. It's an extension. It's a shelf beyond his wall. It's the wall that divides his wall from the other. It's in the wall. See this? Right. Only Rabbi by the Spurs. By the way, we're doing the top today because we started in the middle of basically we're already at the middle of the Only Rabbi by this is the Spurs. According to you, they say that the holes in Mrs. Rabin are like Mrs. Rabin, nice law, the people also have been on the other end. So there's what is this Mrs. Rabin? Look at this beautiful picture. You guys remember this? In this beautiful picture, we said that Caesar Mrs. Rabin, it's an inventation from Mrs. Rabin. It's not Mrs. Rabin. Why is this not Mrs. Rabin? There's a hole in Mrs. Rabin. Look at this. It's a hole. Don't you see a shelf here? Either way you look at it, I don't know. Look at it like this. It's a shelf. And there Mrs. Rabin. Every Paris Rabin, it should be Paris Rabin. And we called it before. What do we call this? A caramelist. Right? The word caramelist came to include this special case of the indentation in the Rabin. It should be an extension of the Rabin and not a caramelist case. Says the Gemara, try to understand this. This is really impossible to use. If I'm driving on the highway, I can extend my hand out the window and place my phone to reach up. If there's a hole in the wall. Common to this little dial where this outlet post that we have on the highway, that's very good. Also, we need the lesson. Right there, yeah, we got a minute. Zoya Garba was, you don't come in with the Shabbos, you don't finish the Shabbos. Nah, Zoya Garba is the Koisel. By the way, whoever doesn't want to come with Shabbos will be very happy to accept your, absolutely. We're looking for people to volunteer not to come with Shabbos. You cannot have 100 people. More than 100 people is not very good. Even more than 60, 70 is not good. So try to walk from home now. No, Zoya Garba is the Koisel. The Mama sorry to Zoya Garba here. So this we had already. A guy's playing some games, trying to put the silly putty on the wall. Under 10 Dolphin is great. Great, by the way. David doesn't know, but we're trying to find this guy that's trying to do everything. That's what the whole Gemara is about. These guys are trying to do Yisur. Trying to do an Isur, he finds the right way. Under 10 Dolphin. Not even about like the Zodi Baruch, but they know. The problem is, if he has a basketball and because at the wall, what's going to happen to the ball? It's going to bounce right back in his face. So he never had a 4-arm Hitzah. Ravenov is really Shmena Shama, a big fat, big. He's something like the third now, according to you, that you say that the whole is Ravenov. Never knew this was very Shmena, couldn't even throw the papers enough to the fire. You said there's a little hole in the wall. Why do you have to come up with a funny face of the stage? Jimmy was sounding low. Trying to throw the papers in the house of the LC. Sometimes he would answer that no, he can't say a regular item because that's going to fall out of the hole. It's very hard to get the stick unless you're a professional using card player. Jimmy was sounding low. The place of the less bait boy, you're talking about a wall that doesn't have a hole. If the ratio says that he threw it above the hand coffin, it's like throwing it in the ear, we still could die to the close to this big part. I might go to If we're talking about a wall that has holes, then a bomb comes up and also has to have a wall. That's pretty similar in the case. One of the car, I think the it's going to land in that hole. If you say when I see the less do I ball. Oh, and one more I want here for today. Let's say this wall doesn't have a 4x4 area. Now it's a new concept. Even if it doesn't have 4x4, we pretend it does. It's called spiky. And luckily, we can carve out of the wall. I started talking and opening up the car close to one of my friends who was mayor grew up on it. They saw that spiky out. Over here, it's a Star Mishnah. All Star Mishnahs, anonymous Mishnahs go like, are usually authored by mayor. When they look at you, they know that you could be Fakika, you could be laughing, because you like your car, and therefore, this is the second terrace, no hole to that. So, you fire even above. Then, Bobby's going on. Multi Shabbos is 7:30. What are we talking about? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
You hear me?
Sure. Above all, this is the first time that we are using the new camera. So even when I bang on the table, this one. We want to say hello to the Kamianskis. We are in self-employed currency. We have live in the house. Barak. We have at least 10 people that are in tonight. They are very watching live. Things are changing. We've been speaking in half hour. Some say you can impose a quarantine. We might not. Who knows where we're going to be tomorrow? Anyways, my name is Cairo. We're here. We're learning. I heard somebody sent me a message before traffic. I don't know how accurate it is, but New York is still in double check, no more check. We're going to see in New York. Yes. Okay. That is not true. So there are a lot of rumors and stuff. What? Only the 5 pounds. That is New York. New York. Okay, so it's happening slowly but surely. I do think that people here need to be a little bit more serious about it. We're like a week or two behind them. You probably should be shaking hands. Probably should. A lot of people still are shaking and they're making fun of those who don't. Okay. Okay. Very good. Good news, Rabbi Isai. I think we figured out who Bernie Berners. That's some whole I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's a guy by the name of Walt Kimber who's at the Serum since like Bernie Burns. And it seems like, how old do you think Bernie is? You had to guess, how old is Bernie? 70? Wow, he's a boy side. Here we are live. Yes, I think he's probably in his 60s, 70s. I don't know how old he is, but he's definitely he's the father of 11 in Chicago. So, he says he's a big fan, but he just hasn't missed a day. Even when he traveled, and he's up for 26 hours, he watched the doc at 10 o'clock in Baltimore, 10 o'clock in time. He thinks he'll also come his business us. We love Bernie Burns. So that's a start. Then we have our other friend from Malaga. I don't know how to say it. Malaga. We have our friend from Malaga. He made a bris on Purim, and he hasn't missed the daf either. What is the name, Patrick? What is the name? It's Jacob Malka from Malaga. His name is Eli. And then I have an email here that I cannot read out loud, but I will make a shout out that my catering company in Chicago, which I gave away, I don't know how many years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, maybe more, was under the hashgacha of tremendous government, Tzaddik and Tank. His grandson wrote to me that he watches from Stanford Hill in New York. So we got that. All right, and with that, we can start the shir. It's a very, very interesting shir. How many of you, I want to see your hands now, how many of you are giving up already? Shabbos, you have a shir, Kodesh Nadas. Okay, you got a bunch of papers. Anybody thinking about dropping out? Next. Lama. You're in for 2 years. Look at the new guys. The very nice thing about dropping out. Hold on a little bit. Longer. And if you really have issues, come talk to me. We're holding on the Zion on the base. So think about it. We're from the only year that are going up and up in numbers. With the corona, we had 85 people. Don't be that person that drops out. Don't be it. All right. We're holding the Zion on the base open. Ufa. 5 guys in the bottom. How much questions? No odds. Corner versus Hayofid. Zorak. Somebody placed a beam, a pole in the middle of the Shusayafin, and he threw something and it landed on top of the pole. I feel good boy in there. I'm a pop. They're not touching my eyes, even though I have allergies. His name, you guys heard, Trump said he hasn't touched his face. He misses his face. That's what he's supposed to have. What? אפילו דבר מהעם החיו, מפני שישוס היופי אלו אדוקייה. ישוס היופי, he said, ישוס היופי, יופי גוזריה for this guy. Way more than she's the other kid. Now, what happened? How wide is the beam? The little pole on top? We're not 4x4 trucking. Nevertheless, this is saying this guy landing up. Sorry enough, I got this special. Oh, sorry. Later on, please don't make the ready. It seems to be like that. Samuel, sorry enough, I got this special. If somebody does something for you, should say that. Say that big. That's what you know understand very well. Friends, and this is a laughing piece to say up and landed a small branch. Maybe he was tired, but I thought he played for it. Why? Because he was just like, up and you know, it seems like he's the only one. Emma Bio, we had this exact bio and this exact weapon explanation. Emma Bio only got starts for these guys. Remember this guy. This is a famous guy. He's the guy from the guy of the beehive. The assistant white things. Emma Bio is a weapon. Everybody uses say up if you don't need for it. You don't use the like it says you don't need for it. You don't know this say up and make them happen. Yeah, with the trees, it's wrong. Cheater, you gotta come around here. What's going on? The football team can't see right now. So, if you got the corona from there, he's going right back over there. Now you're really fucking else. How big is the bar? More than 4 feet. And it is over. We saw that the next one. And then we saw that I mean, something like the best in players. We are better savvy, but I really something like the best in players. It's second in a row. One side is the really is how you up is. One side is that I'm taking the Rosh Hashanah, the 4th coffin. The 4th coffin is the bar. I'm bringing it in. When I land on a small piece, on a trunk, I'm landing on 4th coffin. I'm Rosh Hashanah, but I'm landing in on a bar, on a 4th coffin, on a 4th coffin thing. Right? Nothing else. I feel something landed on a branch. Probably this branch running. But since it comes from a bark, like the trunk, the trunk is holding for something. So the trunk goes from the stay up and it's landed, and therefore I landed my feet on some of the foot. That's what I'm saying. Another shot is that in fact wearing the differences are up. Because the main part of the tree is the follows the tree all the way to the surroundings, so my branches are just a weapon. And it keeps up. One side is I agree with Lucius Olave, but in Lucius Olave I have full stop. Why? I agree with that, that's for sure. So let's talk about the branch. What is the branch? Either the branch is sports, fucking wide, cause the basis for fucking wide is Lucius Olave. Or I threw it into Lucius Olave. Because the base is Lucius Olave, and the branch is following the base. Then it can check. But now let's jump into this next one. All right, bye. All right, my friends, Lucius Olave. Both sides, if I take a full domain, I lift up a whole Lucius Olave and throw it into Lucius Olave. I'm not can't throw Lucius now, what if you're not pitching a giver, you're not tried out? What if you're pitching is very light, that's another issue. Something that's 4x4 fucking, like 4 stuff in the house, and that's what you say, and I take it and I throw it into the house. Not right. What calls this a base? Or otherwise known as a basket. Oh, this is from Esmeralda. This is Esmeralda. I got it this is from Esmeralda. So this is yes, a different lead too. This is also this is from the sorry, earlier. This one Esmeralda. Don't tell me what I have to say. So meanwhile, I have to say. This is Esmeralda. We're going to combining Gemara is an amazing company. It is not worth it. So if I have a basket, and the basket is fucking high, or fucking wide, if it's square, it'd be great. If that is, it's not square, it's round. So what do I do if I have an object that's long and not square? I have to be able to put a square 4x4 fucking into the round object. So how do I do it? If you go to the school, you learn mathematics. If you have kind of exercise kind of, you don't know how to do it. So you learn a very simple way. If you learn Sukkah, over there it describes how you get a 7x7 Sukkah. It's the same thing. The Gemara always has its formula. It's not accurate from that, but it's a general formula. It's 1.4. The angle is you're trying to get a square into a circle. So you need to make sure. Hold on a second. One second. Let me know this finish. The circle has to be much larger than the square. In order to get a 4x4 circle into a 4x4 square into a circle, you need to make sure that the diagonal is the diagonal of that square. Now, what is the diagonal of a 4x4 square? It equals 5.6. Why? Because the Gemara always goes with whatever you have on the A plus B equals C is 1.4. You always multiply by 1.4. So 4 times 1.4 equals 5.6. That's how those are numbers. That's really 1.4. 1. Going. Again, if I want to fit it, it's very simple. If I want to fit a square into a circle, I just have to be able to know what the diagonal line is. The diagonal line, according to most, the rock says the outside is well, that's how it's living. So it happens to be that if I have a square that's 4 by 4, I know that the angle is 8. also is 5.6. So I need a circle that the angle, the diameter is 5.6. Once I have that diameter, then I know I can fit a square that's 4 by 4, and then later I have a real circle. It's 4 by 4 something, or 10 something.
I needed you. I'm waiting for Wednesday, new certain season of Survivor. I cannot wait. I'm staying up until the new season of Survivor soon. That's what I do every year.
You guys want to be real smart about this. You look at Simon Wolf's website. There's a lot of numbers here to look very quick. I see this as checks, but it gets a triangle outside there. It says 1, 1, 1, 4, C, A, D. I don't know. They didn't teach me this stuff.
What's been going on this week with your life? Nothing was Raleigh, North Carolina. They got to do some of the yelling down in Raleigh because they're so genuinely afraid.
Oh, square. Okay. This is the theorem. I've had it. In the lab, I got so self-conscious doing it because I see myself. I'm watching people in the audience and also seeing all this spit constantly flying out of my mouth. And I got real self-conscious that it was actually blood flying out of my mouth, hitting the people. I don't think it was blood, but yes, it was tasting like blood in my mouth. So let's see it inside.
I'm not kidding. It really
Omar
got to scare
Abaya.
me a little bit.
Soras Haveris, this is surrounding. If a person throws a basket, a woven bat, into surrounding. Your sorrow, it's 10 for a hurt talking out, but it's not 6 talking wide. What's the significance of 6 talking? Because we said it's 5.6. Hold on. Better Pablo Shades higher. Pablo Shades 6 wide. Okay. Now what happens between 5.6 to 6? She seems to say that I thought it was still happening and getting off this night. Meaning, we wanted people to be careful and not put just in response to 5.6. What if it's a millimeter less? So he said, anything up to 6, getting off the start, getting off this, with the rabbanon. How many with the rabbanon? Whatever rabbanon decide. Depending on that payroll, they give you whatever they decide. So that's that. So overall now, you don't need 6. Like I know, Efshar, the Kunyos, should punish the Yahweh, says Rava. Look at what's going on here. In the picture, you can see it's a woven basket. So whatever is woven out of the material sticks up a little bit above the 10 foot. So Mamela, if I have a basket that's 10, plus I have Kunyos that have these little hanging, dangling things on top, the unfit hinges, they stick into the 10 foot. And then maybe they're nothing screw. And the whole entire basket, remember we discussed because I was holding the material and it falls out of his he's over there. So at the end of the day, this basket is not it's a nothing screw as well. Therefore, he is and what does Abaya hold? Abaya knows that there's some of this Kunyos. Abaya says that I'm not watching them, but not enough to tell me that they're a passionate part of the basket. That's not part of the basket. Is this true, William?
Yeah. It's my fault. It's all my fault. You got fucking liver cancer, and now I'm gonna have to deal with that.
Everybody, Abaya agrees with this idea that something that's in
last time I checked it, it seemed
completely fine. And it's also in the mother in the surrounding is possible. Abaya just says that the Kunyos, because we're dealing with a basket that's exactly them, and you want to be dice with me because, it's exactly fine, it has some strings that stick up, then
I don't know what is going on. What are you
says those strings are not meant
or something? What's going on tonight?
Tell them about that. Because we are.
in your morning ice cream today?
What happens when you switch the basket up to that? Shivo Masu, Shivo Mepta. That's what's going on here. Very possible. We all know the concept of love. Lover brings something within 3 seconds. It finishes it off. So, if I have a basket of 7.5 truffles, meaning 7 and a significant amount, 7 and an inch. Now I put that within 3 seconds of the ground. So now my pizzas of my basket continue all the way downward to the ground. The love is creating a pizza. What if it's 7 and a millimeter? And I put it 2.999 from the ground. What's going to happen? I'm not going to have excellence then because I need to be within level. I need to be a little bit below 3 in order for the level to take effect. So therefore, the Gemara says I need 7.5 truffles. They're large. You need 2 mushrooms. You want to be with diet. You want to be put the fire so you know what's going on here. In other words, love it only works if I dip into the love. I have to dip into the truffles in order for love to take effect. Once I dip in, now I have 7 truffles. If I start out with exactly 7 truffle basket, I have to go a little bit below 3 for it to work. So how much do I have total? Not 10 minus a little bit. That's not enough. I need 10 full 10. How do I get full 10? By saying 7 and a couple masses. Or like the one likes to call it Shiva Umash. Shiva Umash. One mash is not going to do it for it. I need at least 2 mashes. Enough to now it's only source. Now I'm talking about a basket that's only set up with 10 truffles. Now, here's what's going on. There's 2 things that's going on. First of all, now either I'm going above the source like we discussed before. I went above the source. And I also can use if the basket is 6. So now I am a Rishis HaYachid. Even without, there's 2 things going on. There's a large basket and a small basket found. Let's go back to the second. Hold on, we'll get to the second. If I see my even Shiva Umacha, Rashi says, well, no, I'm not going to use rubber now. So I forgot to point something out. We're talking about that the basket is this way, it's upside down. Why? How come these areas like this I don't use rubber? Why don't I use rubber like this? Because there's no mechitza here. This is a flat surface. On flat surfaces, I don't use rubber to make a mechitza. I always use rubber. No matter what, I use rubber. But not to create a mechitza. Creating a pizza, I have to flip it over, and now the pizza is visual. So I keep on not good assets in there. Not good assets. Love it. That was good. Love it. Yeah, suspend the mirror somehow. Let's not add additional stuff to use our lip. Okay. So the midair, not the midair, whatever it is. At the end of the day, I have lava that makes a mechitza, extends a mechitza to 10 tefachim. Says Rav Ashi, no, I'm not going to use lava. Why? Mechitza is for both of us. What is this thing made for? This thing is not made to stand like this. It's made to go like this, to fill it up with stuff. To fill it up with honey. Maybe that's why they call it taveras. It's artificial. To be it's made to stand up and receive things. So if I go like this, it's not natural for it. And the mechitzas are not meant to go downwards. They're meant to go upwards. This way, great. I can make upwards mechitzah. Therefore, I love this when he says, I'm not going to use levels to make this to make it into its ownership. That's it. That's the sugar of very basically. Okay? Nothing else you do with Chazorah. Anybody want to go back to breakfast? Oh my ruler. We're not done. No, okay. Listen to fun is done. We got a little bit more. Oh no, ruler. I'm moving piece of the Shishalam. I have a few in the middle of the Shishalam that's long. Here's the picture. Use this every day. This is also from Ronaldo. Here's a view of the middle of Shishalam. You see the guy? He has a knapsack on his shoulder. He's readjusting his load on the beat. As soon as he readjusts his load on the beat, other people readjust. Welcome, Zebby. I can remember the spot.
Jesus, YouTube is laying down the law.
I'm looking at something just Rabbi. The Rabbi was not going to go. He's sorry I didn't let I got it. So, Daled Amos, of course. And they landed on top of this. I mean, what? How do you do this? I mean, is it part of the Shisha Rabbi? It's not part of the Shisha Rabbi. It's part of the Shisha Rabbi. My timer. Explain to the man. Less than 3 fucking people stand. Step on it. And it's all part of the Shisha Rabbi. The explanation I just saw. But once I go from community to line, letting it just go so they can make up the package. They don't use it, it's too short. They need just this package. Maybe some short people, little kids. But most of the people don't use it. And nobody's going to step on it. You can't step on something this tall. It's fucking easy. On the Mela, what does it become? Like a pool. It depends how wide it is. It's 4 fucking. So, I don't be talking with it. That's very interesting. What she says, I measure 9 fucking exact. Not a millimeter more, not a millimeter less. I'm an admirer of racing. Okay, so now we know the status of this thing. We can have a pretty large security barrier for little which is around this. It's all part of the ground. All part of this is because you can use it to read just now, what if we go with this? What if I take this and I insert it into the ground? I have a hole in the ground with space bar. Right? So what's interesting, because when we learned that big giant lysa, here's a big giant lysa. Yeah, that's right on the back. That's what we discussed. It's kind of big. We almost got it. In that place, so we discussed the first, describing which is also the first case. Doesn't even describe which is up the window, the 4x4x10. It describes a hole in the ground. And now we said there's a full flip, and we say up. 4x4x10 fucking deep. We say up. Ask the Gemara, what about the size of your security guard? All these parties just surrounding. What if I put it into the ground? In other words, don't do that.
Some of those vaccine side effects wearing off.
says
Last time Lewis was on the show, he ate an obese man's kidney stones. So
Lewis
just
Miguel
to show
Zapata.
you what
Yes,
you could
same
be in
Malota.
store for here tonight.
Now, stuffing into the ground is considered
Guy had a
Salami.
kidney stone, he brought it
That's
in
how you
a
get
bottle. Lewis asked to see it, and then he placed
The
it in
fact
his
is,
mouth. Did you
oh,
ever
sorry.
leave that out?
Same Malota.
Maybe feed it out.
That's what she said. Lava says no.
That is true.
But you
And
know
it
what?
happened performed at Madison Square Garden on Kill Tony.
It doesn't apply to a whole new ground. All the fact is that it's professionals, nobody is smart.
DJ Ogerson fucking
If
crushed
the
Madison
usage,
Square
the
Garden.
fastness, the usage is hard for you to do, then
Have
it's
his
not
Big J's
considered
coming
part
back
of
to
the job.
Mothership here in November. Right? It's here. Mothership.
People don't use it. We have that today.
November.
The
That's our
parents
first
jump into
weekend
the
here.
tsunami. Right? You drive in these tunnels to
If you
the
guys
tsunami.
don't know,
Where is it?
truly, when
I
I
don't know. You drive
say Big J is one of the
down
best
one side, the
in the
tunnel goes
world.
it's like this.
I
Little
think
tiny
it's
little,
fucking
nobody
on
uses
top
it.
of the
It's
set.
hardly
Real
ever
free.
used. That's
You know,
not
a lot of
considered,
these
because that's
crowd work
considered
guys that talk to
concentrated
the
gold.
audience have a lot of stuff
This
saved
also,
up in their
even
heads.
goes,
And that
drives
he's
down
like
the
the
highway.
magician
When
actually
it puts
made
stuff
the
up
magic
into
tricks.
in the hole in his
There
rock. You're
was
gonna see
like real
there are some
just like in
characters
front of you, but it wasn't like something on the
these
screen.
holes to hide your thing. But they'll come out, and they're always picking up my left arm. It does like Kumo is not considered for survival. That's not what people use.
Great Dave Smith is here, ladies and
So what is
gentlemen.
it?
One of our favorites, future presidential
Ace here
candidate.
without the very much we love her. Ace is also not from survival. Guy brings his refrigerator bags to do survival. The way I say it, every time. It's 10 fucking lights, 4 fucking lights. A real is so awesome. Ain't without the living place, you can't go from the survival. Ladies and survival, not survival. This little box of yard. Bumps me down less than that sear of 10 by 4. Without the moon. Says, okay, the Google. So we have 2 parts of this. We have football, that's 10 by 4. That's the ratio. And then we have a football that's less than 10 by 4. And it finishes off the thing, the Google. The same will apply to holding the ground.
Absolute fucking stardom here on this show. I mean, truly one of the most rock solid comedians. I present you kicking off tonight's show. Make some noise for great, powerful Martin Phillips, everybody.
Let's start this cards again. There's 2 parts. There's a part where you have a box that's 10 and a box that's 9. The thing is Google. And the same applies to all the ground. So you might want to be right that it's talking about the second part. Where the box is 9 stuffing. And you see that 9 stuffing is considered part. Is it 11? No, it's talking about the first part. That's its own domain. I just have a question. It says that if the box is less than 9 stuffing, I can carry from it to Rosh Hashanah. But why? If a box is 9 fucking,
Rock solid.
it's timeless. Oh, no. So you want to hear the super timeless. The middle of this is a Robin. Last time it was 4 by 4 by 9. That's still the timeless. 3 by 3. Timeless. Look at proof. What's going on there? So Rashi says in Mary design that there's no timeless in the proof. There is no, a box cannot fill that time. That's what Rashi says. The Chachamim invented this whole tradition called timeless. They didn't invent it. Well, don't do that. Keep it over. It's just a weapon. Space mate. Let's talk about Eruvin for a second. I have here a picture from not 100% to get us, but just give us how does the Eruvin work? Wherever I get getting one of those pieces. Wherever I'm trying to squeeze up, numbers. Wherever I reside on Shabbos, from that point on, I could walk 2,000 amas. I can walk 2,000 amas in every direction from where I reside. Where do I reside? I made a thing called an eruv. I put an egg and a piece of bread somewhere, and that's where I reside. So the name will walk. If I am over here with this Hasidic Dayim, and I put my bread over here before Shabbos, I can walk until my bread, and then from my bread, from my Suda, I walk another 2,000 amas. Only one issue, it's not important to me, I cannot walk this way. Because basically what the bread does, the Suda does, it gives me 2,000 in each direction. So I can walk to my bread another 2,000 amas. So if I have to go somewhere, I have to go visit a friend in the hospital. And then I put the bread at the end of the city, and then it's as if I was punished. There, and I go from there, 2,000 amas. That's that. The idea is that you can't go this way, though. You can't go 2,000. What? 2,000. From where my bread is. 2,000 from where you are, away from where you are, and then from there, go 2,000. Yeah, I total for that. Now, obviously, I have to put it in a resource that I'm at. I need to be in that place. Okay? So if I put my bread, if I am in Rosh Hashanah and my bread is in Sarapin, I messed up. I can't use it. Says the Gemara that person goes in. It's kind of a loose point. He had intent. He wanted to reside in kind of Shvisa in Israel. We have a Ruga the bird. What is Arab inside a pit? What's a pit? If the pit is in Israel, he has a big problem. He can't get it out of Israel. He has to be in Israel. And he's in a different place than his bread. He's in Israel. He's in Israel. So, you're not going to yield. You can't go from Israel to Israel. You can't take anything out of Israel. And he's not going to Shvisa. He's going to Shvisa in that place. He is not in that place. His Kabbat was to be in Rosh Hashanah, and his Eruv is in his Seyafim. So his Havana and where his Eruv are in two different places. You got a problem there. Eruv is bars, now depends what kind of fit. But I'm giving you even better. I'm giving you even better reason. Why can you go into the bar? I need it. So I'm telling you because she's Muhammad and you show you this in surrounding. She said I'm going to be in surrounding. No. He has to be Muhammad to be show this over here. That's Muhammad over here. Put the bread over here. He's Muhammad to show this over here and put the bread over here.
She sent me a phone number, and underneath the phone number it said, "This is the phone number for the Utah Suicide Hotline." I have never been so humbled and yet so rejected at the same time in my entire life. So needless to say, I've never talked to her again. I've actually yet to talk to you girls since then.
You're doing a trick. You're doing a trick. You're saying that my suuda that I put in
Ladies and gentlemen,
over there,
the true therapy session
is what I'm
here
trying to
at our 60-second stand-up set.
But then I have to wonder that it's going to be surrounded. I thought, hey, look at the words. Look at the first words in Lamed. Niskab and Nishbaz surrounded. That Kambana to be shapeless to be punished reasons. Surrounded. But is Aaron be bad in a say okay, now, the Mala Masar talking to you, Aaron, the Mata Masar talking to you,
Somehow you seem so
now, the Mala just explains this. What is the Mala and the Mata? Think
palsy.
about it for a second. What's the
Are you wearing a mark shirt?
Mala Masar talking to you? Where's it in the book?
And yet, here you are.
Hold on.
Absolutely incredible.
Thank you,
What were your
Dominic.
parents doing the night that they made you? That's the real question. My dad actually told me
Here, look, I will explain.
that I was conceived. I didn't ask for
See,
it.
ladies, the board is by a sorrow. This is a board that has more than 10. This baby is more than 10. What is the matter? You got very voice, very, I just made a simple thing so you can visualize it. This is the board, this is Shram, this one. The Malama sorrow means above the 10-second line. If the bar is more than 10 seconds, and where's his Eruv? Above the 10 seconds. The Mala means above this line right over here. The 10 seconds. The Fatima sorrow means below the 10 seconds. So if he's above the 10 seconds, maybe. That's what the Gemara understands. If, let's say he's red, he hit his red at the 7 fucking line. Right? Stay over yet because the bar, everybody's still up in the 10 fucking. But that's not true. The bar is a Rosh Hashanah. Regardless, bread. Who cares when he puts his bread out to the mouth? That's the most place. That's what happened.
So Will, back to you. So,
What's happening?
how long have you tried stand-up comedy?
Dealing with this guy, Sarah, when the knowledge is below you, it's very, the news is above, when the knowledge is above, with the face, they put it below the time. Mali Lamata. Who the fuck?
Is the story true?
Who the fuck? Lassie, I'm not sure you're first. He is Sinner Shikarab. And his Eruv is in.
Oh, hey. Look
Because
who it is.
this pit that has 12 buttons,
Yo, Reverend Andrew, can you hear me?
hey, Lord, he's in a different domain than his.
No, you can't.
Hello,
Just one moment.
That's sorrow. The whole pit doesn't even have 10 talking. And his Eruv is the Eruv. And where is he? In Rosh Hashanah. And what is he using? A pit that's in Rosh Hashanah. How could he do that? Because the pit that's not talking.
Good sir, how are you?
Here's a raya that a hole in the ground has the same halacha like the streets surrounding it.
I can come out of the I think it might have been me. I don't know. I could try to. I could try.
Oh, Ray, what did you do? What did you do? Let's fix it. All right, first and foremost, turn on your camera on OBS. Start the virtual camera, Big Dog. That's why I'm here to help you.
So it's a passion rock.
Robert says,
it's passion I get is not passion. Since people usually don't use it, it's not considered part of the survival. Says Rava, Shmuel is going to love this one. Simply Mishai sometimes it's the answer.
That's a cool story. Turn on your start virtual camera.
It's less than 10 it's a
Okay. Now I can see the western wall, but I can't see you. All right. Under sources, what do you see? Under sources, what do you see? All right. Video capture device. Turn on the little eye. Video capture device. Turn on the little eye.
Oh, there it is. Then when I go to
hey, notice you say, okay. Same as we had with
I go to set up a
Yes,
new
sir.
live stream, right? Okay, set up a new live stream. Connect to a live stream. All your streaming sites have contacts of the other brothers like I tried to open it when I go to
how do I say that? I'm calling it.
Rumble Studio. I go to Rumble Studio.
He, in fact, is in Rabin, and his Eru is in the Carmelis. And this is a beautiful spot.
What did you do?
Rebbe,
When I do that, it's nothing there.
In the upper right corner, is there a red button?
Yes, it's live. Yes, it's
Okay, you
live.
have to end your old stream. It's been going for a long time.
something from a conversation on the Shabbos. Yeah.
No. At the very bottom, do you see the camera? Turn your virtual camera on.
But I don't know if you're allowed to use a cameras by Ben Ashmoshes. Shabbos doesn't. Why? Because Chachamim never instituted their Isser. Chachamim never instituted their Isser at that moment of Ben Ashmoshes. And when does the Eruv have to be good?
Oh, there it is.
So maybe what's going on there? You put his Eruv in a cameras.
Okay, maybe I
No worries. You can fix it. Alright, and now you go live. Yes, sir. Yeah, so in the upper right it says go live or search stream. Yes, sir.
Anytime there's an issue, doesn't apply
You can check it right there. So in the upper right corner, just you can check right there. Just you can check right there. Yeah, but you don't want to trust that. You don't want to trust that. Do you see in the upper right corner? You see the YouTube logo, or icon, and the Twitch icon, and the Facebook icon. Click each one of those individually. And it will click them individually. Exactly. And so you can see what the public sees. Look who it is. Everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop because Mr. Tony is here. Tony, how you living, big guy?
Tony,
Tony, how you living?
Hello.
What's good, son? What's good, son?
I just wake up. Yesterday we was the shooting.
How did it go?
Shooting.
How did it go?
Yeah, and I think the photos.
What did you wear?
Bright white t-shirt, like summer outfit.
All right. Did you get the chance to see your grandparents?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. What's on your agenda for today? What's on your agenda for today?
My agenda for today, I will post online.
That's phenomenal.
And anything. I'm gonna post on YouTube, and I'm gonna post Rambo, Spotify.
That's phenomenal. When are you going to create a BitChute account? When are you going to create a BitChute account?
I will gonna create like when I'm
Okay.
not home.
When are you going to? Okay. When will you be home? When will you be home?
I know, like 7 hours, 8 hours, 7 hours.
Okay, that works.
8 hours.
That sounds like a good plan. Okay. Are you ready for the strategy that I've done? Okay, so here's what I did. This is very smart. My big thing is about ensuring that when I'm asleep, my computers are working for me. They don't need me to do anything manually. So what I do is I have created a list of 130,000 podcast contact pages. That's a lot. Now, it's a huge amount. It's so many that it might take me 6 months to go through them. It could take a long time as well. Now, are all those links good? No, they're not. But that's okay. So what I do is I take a link, I put it into Chrome, and I have a robot sense if there is a place to put in the contact information, and if there is, it saves that link in its document for me. If it doesn't have a contact spot, then it just closes it and moves on to the next one. So that while I'm asleep, I have this robot that's creating this big long list of usable contact pages, so it's not wasting my time where I have to go and check and see each one if they work. And then in the morning, I just have to go to the list, and it's like a list of like 100 or 200, sometimes even more, contact pages that I know that work, and I send them out, and bing, bang, boom. It's a really great strategy for connecting with people who have podcasts.
I am happy for this.
Thank you.
I am happy
So
for
that's what I've got going, and we just helped Reverend Andrew with that computer. Reverend Andrew, you still there? He's live streaming on Rumble, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Facebook right now. How do you like that?
Nice. I am happy.
Yeah. So when are you going to start back up to live streaming? You were doing it for a little while. But
I'm gonna start very soon. Couple days.
okay, that's good. Have you ever thought about giving people a behind the scenes of what it's like for you to do your podcast? So you would say, hi everyone, many of you may wonder what it's like to be a podcaster. I'll give you a day in the life. I wake up, I get my computer ready, I check my email, I then see that we have some people planned for the podcast. Like you basically give them a behind the scenes of what it's like to be a podcaster. and then you do like
And no given time did I lift this up.
so not only
That
are
sounds interesting.
yeah, so not only are they seeing the finished product, but they see all the work that goes into making it.
This bottle
And it's a very interesting.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
It's very interesting.
Persone te interrompo.
Okay.
Persone te interrompo.
Go ahead.
So basically I will do
Yeah, exactly. But you don't have to do like a 12-hour stream. You could do maybe like just the 30 minutes before you start streaming, before you start the interview, and the 30 minutes afterward. You can show people like little screenshots or little videos of like you editing it, and then they can see what it's like to put it together. It's like a behind the scenes. You know what behind the scenes thing?
Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, I've been talking to Reverend Andrew about this, and I talked to you about it as well. And I want to hear all your excuses because that's what I consider them. Why don't you just keep your stream on 24/7? You don't understand. Stop. You don't understand. He's got a podcast, which is his quality. And then he can do quantity as well. He has both.
But every like saying in this streaming 24/7 is not helping you to become.
That's because they're all bodying themselves, and you and I both know that. And no one can afford 24/7 bots. It's too expensive. So that's why they're saying that. Let me ask you this right now. Like, name a streamer on Twitch or Kick. Name one. Okay. M-A-R.
L. Yeah. He's one of the biggest streamers.
Maron. Okay. Exactly. And when you're not there, and wait, listen. And when you're not there, he can play his podcast. So it's just constantly quality content whenever he's not there. Well, yeah, he's got 30 of them. So when he's not there, he just plays it. See, here's the thing. If you're live streaming, your stream has a little live button, and it shows up in people's algorithms higher than if you're not live streaming. If you're not live streaming, yes, exactly. Yes, absolutely. He can do both.
That would be the best thing. That would be the best thing I do.
Exactly. And if he goes to, and if he exactly, and if he goes to sleep, you keep that playlist going, and in the corner you say, follow me on all my social media. And when you wake up, you got 5 or 10 new followers and new subscribers because they had a chance. This is what I'm talking about. Absolutely. And then, as I was just saying to him, you can give people a behind the scenes of how you prepare for the podcast and what you do 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after. You can show people what it's like to edit. People like that kind of stuff. It's very hands-on. And then, you know, when you... Exactly. I agree with you. And he's got enough content. He's got enough content now that it will run almost 24 hours. So if he doesn't even have to do this.
What is he
promoting on his channel? What kind of channel? What is he
His
promoting
podcast.
on his channel? What kind of
He-
channel? What kind of
It's it's on interviewing people. He's interviewed the chief of police of his town and someone from ESPN on UFC fighting. He's interviewed people on self-improvement and masculinity. Just really interesting people. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. It gives more people the opportunity to view his podcast, which is what he's pushing. That's what he's promoting. Yeah. So, like in your case, Reverend Andrew, you don't have any podcasts right now. But one day you're going to have maybe a podcast, and if you do, and you get a day's worth of podcasts, then you can just have that running in the background whenever you're not. Exactly. Exactly. And people will start watching it and following it. And they'll start downloading it. And they'll.
Here's the grass. The grass is set up.
That's exactly right.
So what he's going to do is going to put his yellow knapsack on the beach. This is allowed. And that's what he did. There's a lot of takes up from the beach. No, now you know. That's what
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So he's got he's got what's called a Patreon. Basically, people pay a monthly fee to be like an insider and promoter of his, so he gets a monthly fee from people. And then he also has it's called a Patreon. Basically, people pay him like $5 a month. Patreon. It's called Patreon. Basically, people get for $5 a month, they get some insider access. They may get access to his newest podcast a day early or something like that. But it's basically ways for him to promote to a core group of individuals. And, you know, $5 a month, that adds up. When you get 100 people, that's $500 a month. But you're still small, and he just started.
So the question is, over here, he just started going.
He has 100 subscribers on YouTube. Just give him round numbers. 100 subscribers on YouTube. But he has 3,000 followers on LinkedIn. Pardon me, 5,000 on LinkedIn. So yeah, but that's really good for him. He gets a lot of podcast interviewees on. That's really good for him. That's exactly right. And that's what he does.
What's the difference? Says the Gemara. Big difference.
Well, he just started. He just. Yeah, but he just started it. He also has an Amazon link that will be used in the future by people when you order something and you use his link. He gets like 2% of it.
That's good.
Yeah,
You can order from Amazon.
that's exactly right.
You can order from Amazon.
That's exactly right. So what he can do is promote to his podcast and say, hey, if you've got a big, especially a big purchase, you're going to buy a computer, do it through my link, and then I'll get 2% of that. You're going to buy the computer anyway.
Happening.
But
There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way to know how spending I can see that. I can see that. How much they. So you can get that part off of the Patreon. Patreon, they use that. Get more Patreon. Get more Patreon. Right? To see if that would include you. To see if that would include the amount of the Patreon. So those status, right? Status, right? Because if the money keeps coming in, this month, every month, they get a discount from that offer. The thing is, when it comes in every month, it's very good. So it went down. Instead of because it's growing, you're not going to do it. That's where you end up making. That's where you end up making.
so
Yeah, so there's a lot to play with. Yeah, so there's a lot to play with. There's a lot to structure to get a living out of it.
what I advise him is just if he's always live, it puts him very high in the algorithm, and then people can watch his podcast. As opposed to if he's not live, then they have to search it out. If he's live, it's just going. People will just randomly start watching it and randomly start subscribing. I'm going to tell you, I get hundreds of followers, and I don't even pay attention to it. On some platforms, I have thousands of followers, and I've never once really used the platform. It's just on because I have it connected. There's one called YouNow, and I have 10,000 followers on that, and I don't even pay attention to it. They're just like, yeah, it's like a Korean one, and I'm very popular on it, and I never pay attention to it.
You know, in Korea,
Yeah, and they have Karusa, basically paired learning.
Okay.
They have what's called Karusa, which is paired learning. It's Karusa, CHAVURSAH. No, it's Hebrew. It's paired learning. It's how you study in a yeshiva. And so Korean schools have adopted it, where you study with a partner. It's Karusa. That's how you study Talmud in a yeshiva. It means paired learning.
What do you mean when you're happy?
So in terms of the Talmud, you debate it amongst yourselves, with a partner, and you read through it and you work through issues, and then you have the learning that you have from the Rosh Yeshiva, usually the head of the yeshiva or the rabbi who teaches on it. But there is a paired learning aspect where people learn together, as opposed to learning in front of a classroom, so to speak. No, CHAVRUSA. But usually just CHAVRUSA. But it's popular in.
It's a wake-up call.
It's popular in Korea as well.
They remember the continuing with the price. This is the last
Yes.
short comment explaining the price
Yeah.
of the full Yeshua.
Yeah. That's cool, but that's cool, but they use their comments there in high school, comments there in high school, you know,
The threshold
more
of the
than Jewish kids,
go either way.
Jewish kids.
Well, but so the Koreans have learned about Kabura and have adopted it in their learning.
The threshold is Allah like outside. No, it doesn't have a lefty. Now, what's going on? You better understand right now, we're talking about a mother, not a house. We're talking about a mother. So here's what it looks like. This is a mother.
I have
People's houses that
I
put
have
it's clear that one is
when I get home,
when I get home,
OBS,
I need to have this OBS because OBS is
right
not
now.
my friend right now.
So when I get home,
So when I get home, we need to work it out.
I'll help you.
And that's the indication that this mother is closed.
OBS is not my
Put a
phone.
clear
OBS is not my phone.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
Side
So what do we need to do?
Okay. So what do we need to do? That the mother is closed.
When I get home, and we will gonna figure out.
Right over here. Right over here. Also taken from days the header without the colors. It's a little bit hard to see.
They can. There's nothing stopping them. They just have to convert. But we don't proselytize, so that's up to them. So they can.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
It's not a Jewish aspect. We don't proselytize.
Oh, you gotta come and back. Oh, you gotta come and back. Why not proselytize? Why not proselytize? Who's to say you can't proselytize?
Well, at least traditionally it's not done.
But traditionally,
Right.
There's only one. This lefty only provides me rishus carrying the muzzle, but doesn't allow for me to carry
It's just traditionally has not been done. We find that
what is that called? Like in the top? What is that called? Like in the top?
The wall should provide me that itself is the lefty. The thickness going over here, the wall is a sticky.
yeah, you're talking amongst people within the yeshiva.
Wherever. No, that's how the top is basically.
Yeah, but you mean like the heavenly voice? Yeah, but you mean like the heavenly voice?
I don't have a second lefty. If you have a lefty over here,
There are different takes on it. There are different. So,
I call it dialectic bondage. I call it dialectic bondage.
yes.
okay.
To make something complimentary. To make something complimentary. I call it dialectic.
Can be known as bot pole. Yeah, it's literally daughter of a voice, but it can be the heavenly voice. Mentioned throughout. That's what's mentioned throughout the Talmud.
God likes them.
All right, but just a question for Tony. Tony, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so what exactly are we doing in OBS? What's wrong?
I
My obvious is not that I don't have my computer, so I'm going home, but I get that when I'm getting home, but I guess, but I will say like this. My connecting is not connecting, right? It's not that if I can, I cannot try to figure out how to make
Yeah, I understand. Generally, the best way to do it is the way that Reverend Andrew is doing it, which is where you use a virtual camera and then you just stream directly from Rumble. You don't stream from you stream through OBS, but you don't go live on OBS. You can do it through OBS, but you need some add-ons. And in my opinion, I think Rumble's a nicer system. It's all right there, and it unifies your chats for you. If you do it through OBS, you're gonna have a lot of windows open, and then you have to have OBS basically open all the time. With Rumble, it's there. You have your chat window, but yeah, I'm okay. I get what you're saying, and that's not an uncommon problem. But like right now, Reverend Andrew is streaming on Rumble with a background, with a virtual background, and he is doing it through the virtual camera. What you're seeing right now, the Western Wall, is coming through OBS, but he's live streaming through Rumble.
I think that I could be good streamer and have people and have people and like watching is way harder to do podcasts.
Yeah, I've done podcasts with people who have maybe not 1,000, but like 100, and it's very difficult because for multiple people, as a host, you have people who are trying to communicate to you, hey, your volume's down, or hey, ask them this question, or hey, what do you think about the baseball game? Like all kinds of things. And then as a guest, it's difficult because you want to talk about what you want to talk about as a guest, and you're being asked all these questions. And it basically turns into a question and answer session, and that's not always what you want for a podcast. So I've done podcasts where we have a live chat, and it very much turns into a question and answer session where I just answer questions from the audience, which is fine, but we don't really get to go really in depth because we're focused on the audience.
I think this is way harder than this guy need to be entertaining. I need to be entertaining where I have new ideas every single day. But I'm not to try because I think you
That's absolutely right. And I think, yeah, exactly, because you'll get people who are asking questions. It's like, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to explain that. Let me explain it, and then when I'm done, if you still have questions, then you can ask. But so to Tony's point, are you thinking of experimenting with a live podcast?
No. I can try to be streamer. Not podcast, but streamer.
It's a good question. Generally, a podcast is anywhere between 30 minutes to 3 hours of highly compact information that someone would find interesting to listen to at a later date. A stream might just be you playing a video game, or you watching a movie, or you doing a reaction video, or you singing karaoke, but it doesn't necessarily have as much of a theme to it or as much of a focus. So a lot of people will, when they have a podcast, they'll upload it to different platforms, and then it's a focused conversation or it's a focused discussion as opposed to just somebody living their life and basically. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's true.
Question
Yes, sir.
for
Go ahead.
Robbie. Why you not attend streaming to university? It can help you. 5 days for the 5 days. It can help you.
Yeah, I take it that's on Kick, isn't it?
It can help you.
Yeah, I take it that's on Kick.
No, streaming university is like 5 days. 5 days university and because and you can stream there, you can post there, and this.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I'm focused on my stream, which is the live stream aspect of it. To my knowledge, that was in. I know there was one in Georgia, and it just. I'd have to end my stream to do that. And what are they going to teach me? I've live streamed more than most of those people combined. Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi, you want me to put your video
No. I mean, you can if you want. I'm not saying that you can't, but I get a lot of feedback. Like, I can hear it right now. So it's hard. If you want to, I mean, I'm not doing anything too interesting right now, and I'm going to be going to bed, so it'll be like 8 hours of me sleeping. But if you want to, if you want content, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I'm fine with it. But here's the thing: the people whose podcast I'm on have asked for that video to not be shared because then they don't get revenue from it. Like basically, they want to focus all the views. It'll bring to my channel, and what they want is people going to their channel, and I understand that. Yeah, but I appreciate that. And I not everybody's that way, but I know at least one. Thank you. Not everybody's that way. Oh, wonderful. Not everybody's that way, but some of the people are because they make a lot of money doing it. I know one guy, he makes. Yeah, but the thing is, they have already watched it on someone else's channel, and then that doesn't count. I agree with you. I'm not arguing that you're wrong, but I just know that this, especially one of them specifically. I agree with you. I'm not the one making that decision. I just know. I agree with you. We're 100% in agreement. But I know that there are some people who have asked, and it's in the terms when you're on my podcast, you are not to upload this to your other platform. You can make clips on it, but I want everybody to watch it on my channel. And I understand because they make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from it. I understand that. So what they say is make clips about it. So what they say is make clips on it. So if you're not familiar what a clip is basically anywhere between 30 seconds and a 90 second. Exactly. You can't do that on YouTube, really. You could do it on like X or like Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, and I've done that. So when I'm on someone's podcast, and that's what I do. I do that. Yeah. You don't have to do it. I mean, but exactly. So you share the link. Exactly. And that's what that did. It led people to that person's channel. Exactly. So yeah, you can feel free to do that. Just what they ask is don't show the whole video. Good, good. You're allowed. Go ahead. I understand. Go ahead, Tony.
But it's good. It's good.
It's like very hard. It's like very hard. So you see your cousin like doesn't support you, like doesn't support you, or say you are doing an episode with him, you are doing an episode soon with them. It's like very hard. It's like very hard to see this somewhere from camera.
Oh, can you say that again? I didn't understand what you meant.
Like yesterday with that I was thinking they are gonna answer episode doing the question
They don't care. Yeah. No, I understand. They will only care when other people find out that they're related to you. Then they will care a lot, and you'll be their pride and joy, and they'll tell everybody about it. This is this is very common amongst famous people, that their close family does not think that they're that great until other people start to find out about it. People will be like, wow, your nephew is the famous podcaster Tony, and they'll be like, yeah, you know him? And they'll be like, yeah, he interviewed the chief of police of the town. And they'll be like, yeah, he did do that. And then they think it's really cool. And then they'll contact you and be like, hey, Tony, guess who knew about me? Wow, that's really interesting. Because then that makes them look famous. Yeah, but until then, no one will care. Absolutely no one will care who knows you. You will be seen as a small little boy. What you're doing is not achieving anything. Like, that's how you will be seen. Until somebody watches something and talks to them about it, and then you will instantly be a celebrity in their mind.
Contract is very hard. Contract is very hard. I'm not going to write to see how. Yeah, it's very hard.
I understand.
Did you have the same?
No, I mean, my family doesn't really get involved with this. We keep it separate from them. So, but it did. No, they're far away. I found that people who became fans of mine in like a couple years ago. Okay, so there's a community that I've been sharing my life in. It's a cryptocurrency. Like, I was just like kind of this character in their community. But then I started getting fans who would come and drive to Southern California to come visit me, and we would like, I gave them like a tour of my house and like they met like my roommates and stuff, and then it was like, wow, there are people who are literally traveling to find Rabbi. Like, that's something, and that like connected in their mind. It's like, wow, this is not just a big deal that we think it's a big deal, but now he has fans who are traveling hundreds of miles to come visit. And so that started to connect with them. There's an interesting take on how people treat you. I was talking to someone about this. It's let me look up the phrase. There's like a phrase that was used, and just one moment. What is the phrase that is used for a celebrity who other people think they're really interesting, but their direct family does not think they're that interesting because their direct family has seen them fail and stuff? This happens with comedians a lot. It's the phrase is "no one is a prophet in their hometown," or "familiarity breeds contempt." And this happens. It is. It is. It's absolutely. That's correct. And this happens a lot with. It is. It's absolutely. That's correct. This happens a lot. That's exactly right. Well, and he's right. And he's
Did you watch Spider-Man movie?
The
Did
new
you
one?
watch the
No,
movie?
that's not our
Did you
thing.
guys watch? No.
But a spider web. Describe the king's policy.
That's true.
King David, when King David was running around he hit the cave. They hit the cave. They look in the cave.
That's
Spider
great.
web. Window is going on the other side.
To Tony's point, this happens a lot with comedians. That a comedian will go up in their home club, and that home club has seen them get booed and seen them get heckled, and they don't have any respect for them because no one else does. But then that person goes to New York or they go to Los Angeles and they kill. They just knock the doors off the place. And everybody's like, "Oh, you're so funny, you're hilarious," but they can never go back to their home club because that home club has been like they've seen them fail. It's the same with a baby or a child. A grandparent will say, "I wiped your tuchus, I wiped your butt when you were a little kid. How can you be this famous singer or this famous athlete or this famous artist?" I know what I've seen. They've basically seen your worst times. So that's why. There's the idea of.
Because like
There's a.
because like
Ben David was watching. Ben David was watching. He was ready to move. that many people fight for child. Right? It's coming from this side to the other side of process. This side to the other side of
To Tony's point, the phrase familiarity breeds contempt is accurate and apt in your case. It means that close, constant exposure makes people less likely to be in awe, and contempt can occur. Basically, it can be stronger than what people actually mean. And in your case, your family is very familiar with what you do, and so they're not going to be in awe of what you do. But other people, especially as you start to grow, will be like, wow, you're the famous Tony. Wow, I know you. You interviewed that guy from ESPN, and you interviewed that guy about male being an alpha male, and you interviewed so and so. Do you interview women? Have you interviewed any women, Tony?
Yes.
Any women in
Yes.
English?
Yes.
You know what the problem
Yes.
is? You know what the problem is? Fellowship with your neighbor's house
What do you ask about? What do you ask about?
Because it'll help you to expand. If you only did interviews with men, then you kind of have a male tilt. So it's good to have discussions with people of all backgrounds. That's good. Okay, so Tony, in 7 hours or so, when I wake or whatever, we'll do. We're gonna do OBS. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. I will be going to say one thing relevant. You ask what is my purpose. You ask why. You ask what is my purpose. You ask why I ended this podcast. No. It's like more deeper. It's like more deeper. So I am doing podcasting because I want to give every person voice on internet, because I think no matter what you are doing, if you are rich, poor, or normal guy, you deserve your voice on internet. So that's why I am doing this. So that's why I am like non celebrities and this. Yeah. What is your plan for Sunday?
I'm gonna awake. I'm gonna teach my Kabbalah class after Donnie to fill in for Shacharis morning prayer, and then I'm going to review the links that I've saved and send contact pages my information for maybe 100, maybe 200 different podcasts. I'm gonna make sure that my what am I trying to say? I'm going to make sure that my bots are working correctly. Then I'm going to help you. Does that sound like a plan? No. It wouldn't be that. Minion technically generally should be of vetted Jews and I mean, yeah, you have a lot of Christian influence though, so you might have to sit before a Beis Din. Okay. I mean, well, let me ask. Have you ever had an Aliyah? Okay, but we don't call it a temple. Wait, we don't, I mean, right there, that would tell me, like, you call it a temple. We don't call it a temple within Orthodox. We don't call it a temple. That's not an Orthodox thing. The Beit HaMikdash is the temple. There's only one temple. So, I mean, frankly, I'm just saying, we'd have to, do your parents have a ketubah? Okay, so then we'd have to contact. Okay, it'd be very easy. We would just have to. The temple? It's very simple. It's very simple. Is your shul still? Is your shul still there? The one that you grew up in. Then we would just contact. Okay. I recognize that. Okay. Do your parents have a ketubah? So if you don't have a shul, do your parents have a? Okay. Okay. So did your parents have a ketubah? Okay. Do you have access to it?
I didn't know my
Okay.
If I did, what do you think I would be doing? What do you think I would be doing? I'm very, very wealthy.
No, we would just need some type of record of you within the Orthodox community more than just your word. I recognize that.
The barbecue.
Hold on. That gets touchy. Because in today's day and age, you get people who convert, reform, have children. They think that they come from an Orthodox background, and they don't.
Less species that you're saying that you're in charge of.
No, I didn't say that. You don't need to fill in to be Jewish. I'm saying you just need to have some vetting within your Orthodox community.
I'm not in it all.
But you were. So we're gonna have records of that. I mean. I understand, and that's where it gets. And that's where it gets complicated when you bring the reform into it. It does too. Yeah.
I heard you. What's his name? 10 minutes.
You don't need to fill in to be Jewish. It would be more a question if
Not
you.
to be Jewish, but make a minion. Not to be
I mean,
Jewish,
technically,
but
if you
make
want
a
to get into it,
minion.
you should be Shomer Shabbat. And I'm not saying that you're not. Right.
Do you really think? Do you really think
That I'm willing to agree with you. I'm saying if you want to meet the criteria to get married as an Orthodox Jew, 10 men, so what you would usually do in that situation, let's say you have 10 men but only 9 pairs of tefillin, then the 10 men would count 4 minions so long as they meet all the criteria. They're of bar mitzvah and all of those things. And then the person, once Shacharis is done, would borrow someone's tefillin and then don it, and at least perhaps say maybe some of Pesukei de Zimra, and perhaps say their own Amida, their own.
Guys, sorry to interrupt you, but I am at work. So I will gonna talk to you in like 7 or 8 hours.
Okay.
In like 7 or 8 hours. Pleasure, guys.
Take care, big guy.
Good night. Pleasure, guys. Take care.
Absolutely.
Good night. And we
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
you know that the last shul I always get along with Rabbi.
I guess that's how it was in the old days. The same thing as in Hashim, but it was like this. It's more like this to me. What are you doing? I'm looking at the girls. That's the argument. Only here in this country. Oh, you go like this in front of him? I just remember like, anyway, that's those days before we were better.
Like what you're saying, you know, you like what you're saying, you know, he wants to rent them.
Those who don't have hair, they get that. They don't got one. They don't go to barber. Sure. Never mind that.
I ended up doing a health consultation with him. Then I ended up teaching.
I thought when I was reading it, there's a law, so it's better than
In answer to your question, if you can get a rabbi who will vouch for you and your family who have been Orthodox, then of course we'd accept you. Okay, a Reform rabbi, in my opinion, isn't even really necessarily. I mean, you can be a woman rabbi within Reform. That's just not an Orthodox way. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They could just have converted in a non-Orthodox way and become a Reform rabbi, and that's not a Jew. But that's not converting to Judaism. That's converting to Reform. That's fine. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying if you were in my community, we would say before we would count you in a minyan, we'd have to talk to your rabbi. And if you say I don't have a rabbi, then we need your mother's ketubah or your parents' ketubah. If you don't have that, then are your grandparents buried in a Jewish cemetery? Okay, your mother's parents are buried in a Jewish cemetery? Okay, so then we get a record of that and you count the minion.
That apron, it's called my purse. Look, it's called my purse. When they put that on your lap, that's it. Women must have thoughts, man. What does it mean to be there?
You don't need to kill anything. Yeah, so what would happen is you would come to shul. We would. You asked to count in a minyan. And that's the standard in an Orthodox shul for a minyan. Is can we connect with your community? If we can't, can we see your parents' ketubah? If we can't, are your parents or grandparents? Is your mother? Is she part of a community? Okay. Is your stepfather in a community?
That was a different thing. It wasn't the public hours. They have these things that it cooks the fat in.
Better, like more village. Better, like more village. Now it's like probably the last congregation. When I moved here, all this continued running in New York. It's a funny thing. The hurricane. After the hurricane, everything.
Right.
Get off
And this used to be a very
everybody agrees that it's you don't have to go back into very nice people. Go back on and go down. And they can get a little His wife's late show. The late show. The rabbi's wife. The rabbi's wife. And eventually what's going to happen is his wife saw the pictures. And his wife saw the pictures. You see it, the mention. Those toy boys keep helping and dementia. No, a good idea as well. Anyway, medical studies. But anyway, she saw the needle point. She saw the needle point. So they showed you. She thought that this was the devil. She thought that this was the devil. She thought this was appropriate. She kept medical.
You want to know? You know what a sad thing. I mean, you asked an excellent question. You know, how do we generally determine who's a Jew, especially within the Orthodox community? You get people in every shul in the world, not just in diaspora and in Israel, who go up and they get the first aliyah because they're a Cohen, and they're Cohen because their fathers are Cohen, and their grandfather, etc., etc. When technically the Quranic line, chances are, is extinct. and has been extinct for hundreds of years.
How can you know?
Well,
How can you know?
that's exactly right. It's very difficult, and you just go on based on what your father was told. But what ends up happening, if I'm sure you're aware of some of the Kohanic issues, like a Cohen can't marry a divorcee, a Cohen can't marry a convert, and chances are anybody who says that they come from the Kohanic line has someone in their family who has married a divorcee or a convert, and they would have lost their Kohanic status. There's about a 1 in a billion chance that the Kohanic line still continues today. And to your point, how do you know? There are people who say, well, I've taken a genetic test and it shows that I have a higher rate than not of being part of a group of people from the ancient Near East. But we don't know that that was Aaron. There's no DNA connecting that person to Aaron. And
Personally, to me, you know,
Israel and Kohan. Right.
That's what it teaches them. The responsibility of that tribe.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. And then it even gets even sadder when you get in someone from Israel. When I see someone from Israel, I hate to say it, but chances are there's less than a 50% chance that they're Jewish. If you're like, how do you say that? Well, about 75% of Israel considers themselves to be Jews, but that's secular. So 25% is Christian and Muslim. And then on top of that, many of those people are the descendants of Reform or conservative individuals who made Aliyah between 1948 and present day, and many of those Reform or conservative people would not be considered a Jew within the Orthodox community. Well, and then you get into this situation where you can have someone who, let's just say, was a Christian. They meet a Jewish man. They convert to Reform. They make Aliyah in Israel. That they have children. Those children are now Israeli. They can't get married within an Orthodox shul. Those kids move to the United States, have children, and the child of an Israeli is an Israeli, but they're not Jewish. So you have Israelis who are procreating who are non-Jews. It's a terrible situation.
1% of my they actually have Sharia laws, and they actually have Sharia laws on family bodies. They reported by reported. But I understand what you're saying. The problem, I understand what you're saying. The problem Here's the problem. When they come to kill Jews, here's the problem. When they come
here's
to
the
kill
thing.
Jews,
Here's
the thing. Forget about how you when they come to kill Jews,
here's what happens though, and there's a good case of this. You had people who were matrilineal Jews who, let's say, when 1948 occurred, for whatever reason, they were caught on the opposite line. So they were from the matrilineal Jewish heritage, and maybe they were either secular or maybe they found themselves in the Muslim quarter. Okay. Then you have non-Jews who makes Aliyah to Israel because of a Reformed conversion. So these are non-Jews who are essentially holding up matrilineal Jews at gunpoint at checkpoint. That's a terrible situation that occurs, and it's a very realistic probability that's happened. More than 50% of Jews are not allowed to get married within an. I should say, more than 50% of Israelis are not Orthodox shul. It's a terrible situation. Yeah, I mean, I am. That's true too, because they exactly.
When they come to kill Jews, when they come to kill Jews,
But
then you have to be Jewish. Then you have to be Jewish. You can't leave somebody saying Jewish. Then you guys, a different story. If you come to see now, they're going to come to kill Jews. See now, they're going to come to kill Jews. All around the world,
I
when they come to kill Jews, then they want to kill them. Then they like Jews.
right, no, you're absolutely right about that. You get people, especially Israelis, who say, "I come from Holocaust survivors." Well, if you're alive today, you come from a Holocaust survivor at some point. And the way that the Nazis, absolutely, but the way that the Nazis had their determination is basically 1/16 rule. So you could have 1/16 of your father's heritage, and you would have been considered a Jew for our Nazi standards. But within the Orthodox community, your father's lineage doesn't matter at all. We wouldn't consider you a Jew. So lineage doesn't matter at all.
Then you're a murderer. You don't murder. Now here's the thing with people who convert then you're a murderer. Now here's the thing with people who convert without any Jewish. The thing with this, all of a sudden they're not Jewish. All of a sudden they're not Jewish. Sides when they come. That's when we started. Somebody with a 16, somebody with a 60. Blood.
Then you convert. It's as simple as that. Then you convert. You can't unconvert.
You don't have to convert. You don't have if you don't have it. You have to say I like it. You have to say I like it.
Those people are not Jewish according to Holocaust.
If you don't accept them, but then if you don't accept them,
It's as simple as this. It's as simple as this. Convert, or you're gone. You're gone. You're a member of the nation. You're gone. You're a member of the nation. No, you can't. Once you convert, you're converted. Then you're as Jewish as.
Not according to the people. Not according to the people who come to kill the Jews. So where's their loyalty? So where's their loyalty? Accept them as a non-Jew? Will they accept them as a non-Jew? Well, when they come down and get killed, then with a 16, they're gonna be loyal to Judaism.
You don't have to accept them. They're goyim. if they're basing their religiosity, well, but that's about what being a Jew is. That's about what being a Jew is. You can't just be a Jew 1/16th on your father's side. That's loyal. 100%. 100% on your father's side is loyal. That's a reform. That's what I'm talking about. That's a reform belief, and that's not orthodox. It doesn't just have to be my.
A lot of the reasons for that is because
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And the fact is, the mother could have converted, and then the children are Jewish. That's fine too.
right? So it's not a minor God creation. It's not a minor God creation. But the main thing is that when they're raped, they walk with the mother.
That's true.
So the case, why should that be the case? Why should that be the standard? Where is their loyalty?
It doesn't have to do with loyalty. It just has to do with, are you the offspring of a Jewish mother? If you are, you're a Jew.
But if you should side like this, like this, they'll kill you.
Then it's a complicated issue, and it is very complicated, and God willing, Mashiach will figure it out. In the meantime, I'm going to bed, my friend. I don't know how you have such a night owl-esque way. I love it though. We fixed your computer. You're live streaming right now. Don't forget when you're done to press stop stream, or you'll keep streaming. So don't think that everything that you showed was being streamed. Once you close out that window, it stops the camera. So you don't have to worry about that. But you're welcome, my friend. You take care, Reverend Andrew. God willing, we'll talk soon, okay? Shout out to Reverend Andrew, everybody.
What?
I fell in love with the NBA like pretty late in my life, and the San Antonio Spurs made me, and I went all the way to San Antonio to watch the Spurs game. Yes, sir. See you at the Spurs game. Yeah, by myself. More than pricey yet. Really? Yes. First of all, you took it on your phone while you're driving. Yes. That would be the old person that made record text. When called the text, called the bitch.
Now she really sent me this suicide bomb like I'm how long were you with this for?
2 years and a half. I know. I haven't talked to a girl since.
Well, here you go. How did it end? How did it end?
Steve, we can
Sweet, on a road trip day, I just need someone to talk to. It's you and Les.
This is actually also all my I guess
it's actually my fault. So I was like pretty young. I was like 19, 20 when I met her.
meetings like this in China,
She was like starting to kind of talk about like moving in and getting like really serious. And I was like,
America,
I
I don't
kind of
think
just
it
want
is.
my so
Whatever the
That was your breakup line.
I mean, not those exact words. How old are you now? I'm 24.
It's wild.
It is wild.
Whatever the meaning.
said that you really haven't had a girlfriend ever since.
Yeah, so the road trip happened in about February. Yeah, so it's been about February. And I've even tried to reach out to her. It really destroyed me. I was really like, holy shit. I like couldn't find a friend.
She was this February.
Yeah.
You live here now?
I was the weirdest child.
Yeah, I actually got here. So my sister beat the shit out of me about
I was in Israel to go to war. I was in Israel. I was
falling in love with you.
actually
This is great.
saying, these things are sour.
To have one this early in the episode,
I was literally depressed for at least a month. Shut up, it's really going down here to the bottom. Effective.
Sister. She saw them meet by like 2 inches. She's a welder too. She weighs about 15 pounds heavier than me. Her sister is a welder. Yeah, she's a welder. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, she beat the fuck out of me. Yeah. Tell us how she beat you up. What are some of the things that she did? So okay, so basically, long story short, she'd been making like a lot of bad life decisions. She's a welder. And I was like getting sick of it. You know, we tried everything. We tried therapy, meds. We tried everything. The whole family, the whole family. Let's try to work this way. I went from Salt Lake City, Utah. I said, oh my God, whole extended family's got to be 16 people. And you guys all go to therapy. No. Not many of us, because it's kind of like a basic thing. We're all kind of like getting on that wave, that kind of boat. So my sister, you know, we tried everything, and nothing was really working. So I decided to strip her. So what did she do to you? Keep going. So finally, I had talked to my little brother. I was like, we tried everything. Like, the time is just going guns blazing. Just try and tear her apart. Like, he's also bigger than me. Yeah, he's 6 feet tall. Yeah, he's 6 feet tall. He's bigger than me. Anyway, he lifts everything. He's going to the gym. He's the yard playground. He's a big guy. So that's the guy who never gets there. So yeah, so I've been in guns blazing. I just tried to rip her forward. I called her fucking stupid too many times. And she was currently being looked for a Harry Potter back, and she walked up to me face to face. Book over my head, and I said, "Do it for me." And she did, and then she grabbed my shirt and repeated to punch me in the head. When you say head, you mean like top of the head? No, like in the temple. She hit me. That was she hit me still to this day. Oh, you have like little Martian, Martian shaped head. I haven't felt the same ever since, actually. Unbelievable. Yeah, actually, okay, so listen, it's debatable.
Not a soul to the toilet paper.
I knocked her down 3 times, but I also walked away first. Then I walked away first. She was still in the fight. You're still sitting? She's standing over you? No, so yeah, no, I never fell down once. I knocked her down 3 times.
But hear me out. But again, not come on.
You need to say I just grabbed her leg and I thought that she would die because I put her down and then she stood back up and kept on swinging. And then the second time I hit her in the head and she fell over. And then the third time I just kind of kicked her. She said, I hear you. Dude, she beat my ass. I got scars on my chest from her scratching me while doing it and everything. So I literally moved here yesterday.
And when she started davening, it's a time of davening. You don't stop davening in order to go back to the
for a month after it happened, and I said,
fuck it, I'm going lost.
Here I am. Wow.
I'm going to ask for Spike.
I absolutely perfectly you said
Not that it's true.
I haven't talked to a girl like you before. It's like me too, so I don't have a job right now. But just previously I was working at like a cafe diner. Waitress. I was yeah, I was like a line prep cook. Yeah. Alright, so very interesting. Are you good at it? How do you like to do it? No, actually, fucking hate it. Yeah, last week I told my boss repeatedly that I fucking hate flying. I fucking hate flying. He says, what are you gonna do? Your sister will join you. I was kind of told her to come here and tell you to do her house, but interesting stuff. So, first of all, we're going to hope you can enjoy. You're in Austin, Texas. And thank you for your journey. Unfortunately, with the robots and trips, I mean, incredible at it. You wouldn't believe Orange Theory of beat the shit out of the fucking guy. Yeah. And on top of that, we are also going to get you to the
We discussed yesterday.
on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, since I find your interview to be such a gave us so much that it deserves.
All these things are one step before you actually do the nice.
Oh shit. Let me put the mic back in the mic stand. I'd like to introduce you to a young lady who show you once before. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a little segment that we call Kiss Me in the show's history, where a young London needs one musician, and I'd like to reintroduce one of the most famous kissers of all time. Only this one boy on this show took the internet by storm. Make some noise for Riley.
The other, we're not going to go on. The judges, judges, yes. I'm talking about judges. When they put on their robe, that's it. That's when it's start. That's very similar to what the emotion of
Texas money.
You can start with this. One arm is he's actually really strong from when it comes to people,
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for Riley, ladies and gentlemen? Grab it, turn it, get the petty, some night. Austin, Texas.
in the morning. But once he has his robe on, he's not putting on his robe again. So once he started rubbing first, when he first started, he started this is the only place where you had all the places where you spray. Nerve knots, all these things, rolling up your sleeve, picking up your head. Those are all one thing. Physically start doing it. That's the beginning. But if the judge thinks, goes, because you're the first group, that's also the beginning. Well, I didn't realize that he actually was the thing I did.
That's usually like a little bit into the makeup, maybe go for your face or something. So you had like a... Your instincts didn't sweep the beat. In the back of the head, ladies and gentlemen, normally the first set like that, you get a little jump, zero punchlines, but goddammit, you rocked the interview. I love your style. And you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big jump up on the great bonsais. There is real life. And like that, this show has begun. This is Kill Tony. Hey y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Indeed, it can be challenging to find and meet with a therapist that is the right fit. Talkspace is so accessible. Personalized treatment to meeting online committee or the ability to text your therapist at any time. Therapy can be costly, but Talkspace is affordable and in-network. Most insurance providers, most insured members have $0 copay. And Talkspace, they truly care about providing mental health resources to those who need it. Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, is getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider that's right for your needs. Typically within 48 hours, you can also switch providers and no extra costs. Talkspace makes getting convenient because you can take your appointments with the comfort of your own home. You can also look it up between sessions by sending us Talkspace provides personalized treatment for individuals as well as the LGBTQIA plus community veterans and teens. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's Talkspace.com/Tony, promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Game Time, a live event junkie, folks. From music and comedy and small clubs all the way to theaters and big arenas, I love live events, which is why I use Game Time. Game Time is a new feature called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for concerts and events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the club to show you only the available seats on the graded feed, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets for an ad. Game Time, they make buying tickets so easy.
That's right there.
Deftones at the movie center. It's so easy to pick your seats at the airport and check out. I personally follow this seat plus the price here. That is amazing, right? We have Game Time Picks. Curation makes it easier to save more on sports, concerts, comedy, theater, plus on racing shows that total up for the least price ways to check out. Game Time also has the best ticket coverage. Your purchase cover the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. So take the guesswork out of buying concert tickets from Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use the code Tony for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code KILLTONY for $20 off. That's why. Download Game Time today. Game Time is in. Game Time.
Guys that even say exactly the same thing. Every person you see
Your
if
next
they
fucking rule, ladies and
That's a
gentlemen, we're gonna beat them all together. Make some noise for Luke. Sam, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
He answers his notes. Do not Nico, ever like Nico, he was sharp as
I
well
found
as
out that Helen Keller's father was a captain of the Confederate Army. So I guess that bitch got what she had coming. Because if she could speak, she certainly would have said the N-word entirely too much. And again, I'm not sure she had the capacity to be racist because she was also blind. So everybody was blind to her. The fucking horrors. Listen, I think you should be able to say all the slurs. We're just having fun. We're just goofing around. But there is one slur you should never say. And that's the N-word. Because if you do say it and you're not supposed to, they're going to start acting like one. We don't need that kind of crime in our communities. I found out that the microwave oven was invented October 15, 1945. That was a fucking false one. Or 200 a month prior. I'm just glad that housewives caught on to the microwave before Hitler did. Because the only thing worse than a quicker genocide is one that's still cold in the center when you're done with it. Stand unlimited high.
Yeah, listen. We don't know. I mean, if people might say tomorrow that this, if somebody would say, I could, if somebody was doing it, I wouldn't make a party.
There you go. Just be one of
I
those.
was saying, also, you finish it with what I'm saying. So,
What do you think of this guy's
I'm just going to break out there. That's just not telling me. The moisture of being still different big tonight. That's what he's saying. Like Baker Night. Where else we got to play Baker Night? Also, my year, my person were not on the nice relation. It was like a super level golf match. Now that we say, so you don't have to do it with all day long. That's the issue. So, I don't like that. Because I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see this. So, I'm taking 6 hours of the day. So, let's say, let's say, 6 hours. The ministers are reading in the morning, early in the morning. What's wrong with them? Stepfather should not get prayer. It's around basically people
we might find interesting.
the founders of this place where the low this season. With strength, I'm not really. The crucial player, person value is like strength of the player, and there's not to like other people. These are the way I am. These are the sorry, about the YouTube. The Bulls, these stressors, they can't control themselves. They need to eat right away. Not only that, they keep their own people. Your own people not. But other human beings, worse than fighting drivers. Don't fucking say it. Jump on it. They can't control themselves. They need to eat as soon as they get up.
You got it.
The listeners, they're up all night and they sleep a little bit, and eat right away. This is not allergic. These are the specimen babies. They don't have to worry about anything. They don't have to worry about the us. They get up and eat the food. We're being not the problem. She's a hard worker eating the food. I'm just not a problem. All people eat the food.
Trying to be like, no, I never knew it was it's like even in 17 minutes and 23 seconds, your closing line was thank you.
Edward is not a problem.
Started by saying you would do that with my rock bottom.
Later on this court,
this is rock bottom right now.
have to hold that to the 6 guys. Another flask.
Wow.
What's the name of that company? He's holding a heavy bottle of wine. This is called on his shoulders out. Go,
I've seen him eat another man's kidney stone
basically,
between this
the way
guy
the
is a
body works
bathroom in
is that
Colorado
there's
Springs
something
and
rubbing against each other, there's stomach flesh,
really
there's something in there. Make sure that doesn't rub. Even though it doesn't rub.
live,
That's how the
technically in front of millions of people.
Look away from them.
That's breaking news. Lewis has hit rock bottom and survived. Years ago, we're finding out in real time, thriving. Rock bottom, didn't realize it, pressed forward. Gets rock bottom and no one's there to tell him did it ever really happen. Did you have that mustache that you didn't remember this? No, that mustache.
Don't know about that one. No, it's too minor. It's very different things. There's something in there, even like, love those things, make sure it doesn't rub. But it's not a good thing to chip. So it's still with the famous. I'm like, I don't know, come inside this, we don't taste anything in the morning, then it's a big crowd and food late. Oh, baby. So the time we have, first time anyone's really good for the whole day. Second, but then you can eat a little bit later as well. But it's just
It's wild. I can kind of
I
see
don't know
why
about
it
how
was
it's not
really
only
off
possible,
because this appears to be the only part of
going
his
to a
entire
bath
body
house
that
and start
isn't
diving. What is
terrible.
going on? Basically, I think it's a there's some microbes in the home. This is just for demonstration purposes only. Really talking about this is a mix
It's absolutely
in
incredible. You have
both
quite the
poses.
style.
So basically, this is a reception
Very,
here.
very funny set. Congratulations.
And then there's music, you get ready, and then you have the start. You have 1, 2, and 3. So you know there's 3 groups in the back. Not exactly like this. Maybe the reception is not really the reception. But here's where people are already dressed. This is a really perfect place. This place, occasionally, a guy coming out of the mixer, coming out from close to people. But he grabs his phone, look, we're going to get there. Over here, obviously, people are
Very socially awkward.
so the difference in my love is
It's hard, especially in the bedroom.
in this middle place. Now over here I can wear it over here. The middle guy, I'm already wearing clothes. He wants to make it. Tomorrow,
He started dirty talking with me. First of all, don't ask. Don't ask unless you really want to know, okay? And he wanted to know, so I
over
got a
here
good restaurant
in
from you.
Welcome to
Yeah,
the
so I hit with that Gordon Ramsay. He worked for Air, and I was like,
place with people stand dressed, but some of them are dressed in the area. Ray Shom Sheila
too much cheddar. Went to the kitchen, and he locked me to him. I said, all right, Nikki.
Ray Shom Mikro Sheila Lavender
Yeah, what's up?
the table toilets
What good?
but
Did it really have
don't
that?
have to remove
Yeah, it did. It did.
It really tasted cheddar.
don't
It did. No, it actually did. It tasted like those cheddar pretzels.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Tasted delicious.
nothing good tastes for what food all day.
I like it too.
Yeah, it's only
Yeah.
but on.
Yeah.
The rank says a lot of
Less
people.
salty, more cheesy than I would have preferred.
Not only that, it's somebody actually asks you a question. In this middle room, he asks you a question. You're waiting, and I love it. You can answer yes or no.
Yeah, everything found out, just like it's not very
I
nice.
love it discussing. Well, things have been all the way in my room, but in the mikveh area itself, which by the way, they close down all the mikvahs for the men. I heard that they might be opening a little bit, but it's a big problem. I don't know why, but it seems like it's a hotbed for this virus. It doesn't seem like a great place. So, some people, by the way, we have to use common sense. We have besides the things, this also, this is like
You seem like the kind of thing that sex like
this
trying to talk
but
about
no,
sucking.
that's
That's actually so flattering on your neighbors when they come.
Remember you kind of laid it on thick as a deal.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll never live that down, actually. People haunt me with that one.
Happening right now.
Yeah, thank you. I have a boyfriend now that's just one guy.
We'll get you settled in with this guy.
He's great. He's awesome. We have very similar interests.
Like what? Eventually, we're gonna look back at this and we have a lot of stories to say. Oh, but you can't say show. You can't say show. When someone makes it through a show, you can't. The first thing is gonna remove your twin. When so close, you can continue. He got her about the Bible. So what's going on? You gotta walk in the face. I love this process. You gotta walk in the Bible. That's the same way.
Cheesy as this cock.
No, he was not the cheddar one.
Oh, but based on merit, even if there's nobody in there, if it's a piece of genre, I'm just able to tell you. What doesn't mean able to tell you? It means that there was once upon a time to tell you. And the
Cheesy
kingdom.
jokes are.
But if you ever have other brand new face on that. But the one goal is, what if you said this is a mistake is going to be. Anyway, you
No,
see,
it just
check
wasn't
out
like
these
nice. I feel like
because we're going to use a new right? You dive into it. I really
I'm
okay.
just looking
Don't
for.
look at me.
I'm looking for an inspiration.
Because me, no, just notice you the grass. Because me, no, the best I can say now is
I am a stripper.
could I designate a bathroom and ruin it? Like we
Yeah, Betsy, it's
had over here, but the bathroom is one thing, it was designated as a bathroom. The lawyer should do that. I really can't take it. Probably I'll do another thing. I want to say for a bathroom.
It's almost like
No,
you subscribe to the OnlyFans or something.
the lawyer that put up the thing is trying to do something noise.
What types of things do you do on
I think some methods are talking about people don't dress, you know, and doing like that. not disgusting. When something's disgusting, it's going to be disgusting. Maybe it's yours, but it's never, nothing ever happened there. It's just a, says the Gemara, ain't some shila shalom. You cannot say shalom, you say shalom.
I don't make very big money with my personality.
Therefore, now let's say Hashem's name, and I say Shalom Aleichem in Abba.
So what's on your OnlyFans? What's the type of content that you have? This could be huge money making opportunity for stream. That may take a lot for young men watching this.
I do customs if you're wondering. No, I do a lot of pole dance videos.
You are allowed to say, hey,
I
listen,
do a lot of
in the bathroom. Hashem's name is not moving. You said we're saying that Hashem acts with faith. He's faithful.
Okay.
But Hashem is not faithful.
I don't show my vagina on
But
OnlyFans.
Hashem's name is Shalom, therefore we turn up Israel. Other than moving into Shalom, the Shiva Yisrael guy said, so some people say what? Yeah. So that's what you say. So if you're saying the word Shalom as in using Hashem's name, we're also having a mission of what? It's not saying that Hashem is faithful himself, but we're not saying Hashem's name. In order to say Shalom. So yes, if a person's name is Shalom, then of course you gotta say it. However, the Passover of Hannah Bar Guya and the rest. I know it's a Hannah Bar. Give you a present present. Don't go deal. Not embarrassing. Like to give you a present.
It was small, by the way.
Presents of his friends. Wow. It's a shocker. This is on all the buses. I'm very embarrassing. Maybe it's no deal. Trying to figure it out. Right, it's supposed to make it from better not find it. Shove it under his door now. Remember, the Das can be a friend with the Christian. It's very notified by his price that I'm the one. The Das can be a friend of the Christian. I don't have his definition. I can't tell you if he's in the I have a good presence called Shabbos. Now, he was back in sleep and he's sweat. Hey, what does he say?
Settle down. Settle down. Settle down.
You make people cry. This is nobody singing. It's what? Look down.
How much would that cost?
Shabbos and more.
$2,000.
Make me a deal. I want you to go tell them. I want you to tell them I'm the one that gave it to you. Tell them
Chinaless OnlyFans.
All
right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've
I'm
come to
not
that time
bio.
where it is
Think about it.
indeed
If you did this
time
today,
for a
it's
regular,
the
a
correct
brand new
opposite
minute
of
for somebody that you watch
you're not enemies today.
absolutely thrive.
Start from this
One of the
one. Put
greatest
some oil
regulars
between
in the
his eyes.
history of the
Brother,
show.
what are you
Makes
what?
us with a great power.
Hey, what's going on? That the guy that gives out candy to the children, he put oil on him. He punched you. Call the police. But Malala Kukla, he put on makeup. He put on me. In those days, it was a good time. In those days, it was wow, look. There's a guy in the gang show, put on makeup and stand there laughing. Yeah, things have changed. Things, generations have changed. In those days, it was a sign. You have blue on your eyes, you have oil on your face. Wow, beautiful. I'm so appreciative of the guy that messed up your face. He's probably giving you a small piece of bread. Now, even though if I see the chapter, today, maybe it's a hint. Maybe the more calls it suffering. Witchcraft. Today it's witchcraft, man. I don't know if the short thing is on this. There's also bad news. You take some of the bread, just sprinkle on his head. You put crumbs on his head. Plus, what's going on? Why is he asking for bread? Oh, that guy gave me bread. Then he got me some bread. Remember I bought this right? All right, present. Shenemar. Something possible. Hey, I give you 15. Right coming out of your prayer. What past you? No. Open this love in this new year. Someone's going to walk in this. By the way, the patient. There's a flashlight coming out of your forehead. Some sort of glow. Really? You're going to realize immediately that the devil gave you. So you can oh, the Shabbos are really the video, but anyways, you know about Shabbos. What are the other videos? What's the matter? That's not the same thing at all. Shabbos, no Shabbos, is that your voice line? You have to worry about other days. Maybe there's more. We're going to get, we're going to discuss. I want you to stick with it. Keep up the momentum. We're going to get this. The picture is something to the effect that I look at struggling. No, don't you beautiful. This happened, that could be all day. Everything happened up in this later. Just to have at the school now, when we did the super here, we bought everything. So I got from out the school, I got to give it. But it was mine for a second. I got to give it. It's this royal, the value of the table, drink about it. Omar, come on the SNL. I give it away. So you just. That was a lot of the most of the good of the things. Well, oh, no, the SNL is like this. I thought if you tell me the brand of Kiddush, you spin around, you live around, you live around.
tricky show. I know exactly where the answers are going to go. I think you can walk those in. Nobody died in that one. I went to the fun too back in the pillow. Wait, what? I never lost my kid. You dabbed up the killer? He's on the same basketball team. That sounds like a racial stereotype. No, he was white. He was white. The shooter was white. Yeah.
What?
Oh wow, must have been like a rifle. He was.
Children. Children and gifts.
Argue with school.
The small noun.
Was it weird seeing a guy shoot somebody and secretly holding the gun? All you guys must have been like, why is he holding it sideways?
Listen, it's Shemai. You had to go from the top. But that was how it was causing so much stuff. One or other what?
This house out of you.
A little bit of a problem. One or other was actually like, oh,
What are you trying to say to me right now?
Hey, why? It's a very interesting
Also know what choice between the
The government looks at the city as a whole, and judges coming out various over it, and as the city is older and older, that various appeal. One I hear that you are just forming on the
and then I see them out like, I don't want to look at the same
it's so over there, it's over there, it's full. It's right over here, let's get out of here, let's go, let's go, let's go, right there. You live in K-Well, then you probably first spot, and it's small. What the heck is that? The one from Rome, what's not they see? That's a boy with a brand new. He just and as look at the now, what does it mean that it's less it's younger? How much younger? Is 1 year old versus an unmicro, it's sitting up in the summer. Not even half year old, 51 years old. This was very base. That was 50 years old. All they do, the nigga about his face. How old is he? 7 years old. 7 years old. His new self is 69. So that's 26 years. Very sad. The end of the night. Now, the 6 things you tell them to do. His voice is so something. That's not very good. Guys were showing us he had 14 plus 12. I think I have a wonderful day. Cheers, players. A great day.
Every time my grandma wins, she gives me that's every time my grandma wins, she can't win things. I dare you disrespect the woman on the super greatest town. She did. You're not wrong, brother. People know is know what we being. Y'all ain't even fucking be knowing. No cap. Almost the evening. You ever do an impression of like how white people talk? What did that sound like when you did that? Get us back, strike us down. Your dark energies. Hello, brother. Hello, a fellow white man. Here's a 25% tip. See? Cam Patterson, the legend, we love him, and you know he did it again. Another new minute, another great interview. Pure charisma, star power, it's all going down. Hey, all this podcast is fun. sponsored by ZipRecruiter. According to research, a major challenge that many employers face is the pressure to hire quickly, and it's a tough hurdle to overcome because it's so time-consuming to search for great candidates and sort through applications. Well, if you're an employer who can relate, I have one question for you. Have you tried ZipRecruiter? ZipRecruiter has figured out how to solve this very problem. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Galtoni. Alright, man. Toby, I love ZipRecruiter. Did you know ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer the most based on G2? No, I didn't know that. Here's another question. How fast does ZipRecruiter's smart technology start showing you your job to qualified candidates? I think immediately. The answer is immediately. How did you know that? Right again. And you can also invite top candidates for your job to apply to encourage them to apply sooner. We have the greatest team in the world. It's just incredible. You're a man, and I found all of these people, including Joe White at 185 years old, on ZipRecruiter. Let ZipRecruiter speed up your hiring. See for yourself. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Galtoni right now to try it for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture from the sunset, or a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand again. It's free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Galtoni. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey, y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Squarespace. They are the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it so incredibly easy to create a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms. Right, man? When you love Squarespace, it's by far the best website designer out there. Start a completely personalized website with the new guided design system from Squarespace. Blueprint. Choose from professionally curated layout and styling options to build a unique presence from the ground up, tailored to your brand or business and optimized for every device. Easily launch your website and get discovered fast with integrated, optimized SEO tools so you show up more often to more people and grow the way. That's right, great man. Check out Seamless for your customers with simple and powerful payment tools. Accepts credit cards, PayPal, and Apple Pay, and in eligible countries offer customers the option to buy now and pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. Kickstarter update written content on any website, product description, or email with Squarespace AI, generating instant personalized results that know and show your brand identity. Explain what your site is about. Choose your tone and edge what you need to get short or long form text. No matter the placement, Squarespace AI makes it easier to go live, stand out, and succeed online. So head to squarespace.com and reach out when you're ready to launch. Go to squarespace.com/Galtoni to save 10% off your first purchase on the website or domain. All right, so back to the bucket we go. You guys still having fun out there? Here we go. Make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds from your boy Cheech. Your boy Cheech. So I've been doing so many music festivals, and I'll tell you this: I've known so many women. I have gained control of my mustache, guys. I am Dr. Swordburn on this bitch. Yeah. So anyway, shut the fuck up. Let me get through my fucking set. Anyway. So here's an impersonation for you. So this is fucking Hell's Kitchen if Spiegel was going to I'll fill the tastes for you, sir. Potatoes? Alright, the bear was eager to come out on that one. Your boy, Cheech. When your boy is written into the actual name of the character, you can almost tell. Right? It's almost like, well, they'll like this because I'm telling them that I'm their boy. But nobody, I think, wants to claim you, Cheech. Here you are. That's as bad as it gets. You're wrapped. You lost place in your set. You didn't know what to do next. So you started repeating back the wins and some things that you were hearing It's bad. It's panicked. It's scrambled there. Absolutely. How long you been doing stand-up for? You played Chino? 3 years. Where at? The past couple months I've been going city to city. City to city. Yes. Okay. And yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. So when you go city to city, this booking these shows, how do you? No, I've been doing open mics. Why would you do open mic city to city?
All right, good morning, everybody. We are live.
It's just as open as all the other mics. Because
And hopefully live on Zoom. Are we
I've
live on
had a
Zoom?
hard life and I wanted to fulfill
Okay.
my dream.
This will be the first time that we are live on Zoom. What is Zoom? People are asking me to Zoom. The older guys. Zoom is a teleconferencing medium. Basically, everybody who has a video, they can take a video. What? Sound is on.
You really changed. Let's talk about it. You made a real point to say that you had a hard life.
Basically, if you have
Explain this one so
camera at home, and I have a camera, so we can both see each other. Now with this,
my dad was a drug addict.
all you see everybody on the screen, you know,
Plans family.
they can actually ask questions to them, and that'd be a little crazy, so we're gonna leave them on.
My dad was a drug
Maybe
addict.
occasionally do this here, we'll turn it back on. But you feel there's a sense of now that actually with people that are watching this. It's not just a number on YouTube. One tap.
Pauses are long. The pauses are long. Pauses are long. But yeah, my dad would come home and I'd have my brothers.
So we got we have up to 500 people. We're about to go up to 500. I'll advise we should get 100, and maybe other of them. Maybe
So close fist hitting.
this thing we're
Were you
going
guys
through.
misbehaving or something like that, or was it just fucking angry?
You know that
Yeah, exactly.
later I got this player that you know to any player.
What was going on?
You know, I think it's a better medium. If you guys can see each other, it's not the same. It's not streaming, it's not just one person talking to everybody's power.
So let's jump into it. Was your mom there? Did your mom help raise? She was there.
Everybody know exactly what
It's tough.
It's a playoff. What is where you
Dad,
going?
the whole time?
It's a playoff. I live in Baltimore.
She married someone else. She just went straight for your dad, right?
And the largest
Oh my goodness
hooked up
gracious.
today. That's what I needed.
But after that, after you became an adult, you had a choice to either be a victim your entire
Regards.
life or grow up. Dude, I've lived my life. Okay, tell us
Oh,
about
really?
that. I was doing music.
I
didn't even know.
You're a belly. I got crazy enough to do that. I can't go through all that. I got one this morning that was very touchy.
Over here.
You're a belly. I'm a student of yours. This is Lindsay's superstar records that base. Then I started the Disney Spartan magazine article since Peter Kansas was growing up, holding an open lion's mouth, jumping at flames.
I'm just gonna get rid of you.
And of course, your worldwide Librarians here hate me.
You can sign up
But
again
after
some
what?
other time.
Actually, was here yesterday in
I
Shadows.
don't like the vibes of this thing
I
at
have
all.
to
It's
add
all
another
weird.
person.
It's okay. Sign up again next time. Prepare. Take your
Only
time.
have 10
3
people at a
years of
gathering.
experience.
Different people see different ways. That means that your gym has
We're gonna keep it
that
moving
belly
along.
club has been terribly just on
Your
living.
next
As a
fucking
result,
goal.
is less
Make
reaction.
some noise
His
for
brother
Selena
put out his
Tobias.
still.
Selena
He gave the show a special
Tobias.
dinner thing. That's what the rumor is for.
What the fuck is up, Texas? I'm a Mexican from Alabama that doesn't speak Spanish. Let's fucking go.
Site about Dr. Gary
Yeah,
Schlechter,
I wore
a
the shirt so
rural
you guys would
expert
pay
in
attention to
Mexico,
me.
writes that social gatherings need to be suspended.
That's a bigger
Talk
red
about the
flag,
honor is
Joe.
lying
Where is
and being the man of the hour.
is
Some
animal
watch over
print?
all of us
I
familiar.
fucking refuse to wear animal
Infection
print.
beats.
And I'm gonna tell you why. If you're gonna wear animal print, let's not be the same size as the animal
This is a very long one.
that you're wearing.
This is a book, this company guy.
Super fucking confusing. I live in
Initial,
Florida.
and then
Fuck
we had
Florida.
more than 10
Hell
people.
yeah. I
The
fucking
more
hate
guys the best,
Disney
people
though.
taking it
I
seriously.
hate Disney so much.
I don't
And it's
know
not
how
because
that's
of all the
not
fake
finished.
shit.
No,
I
the
hate
camera
Disney
gallery upstairs.
because of
That
the
is a different
cultural
room. So it doesn't
misguidance
count
in their
here.
fucking movies, right? I'm a Mexican.
Second.
We should
And
have
I
been a
realized that
little
people
more
are
vague.
forced their way in.
She should have been black. Where are the original wetbacks, motherfuckers?
The door is locked today, and the mail
Thank you guys so much. Hell yeah.
Selena Tobias, am I saying that right?
Like
That's a you.
yeah.
Okay, you know
Tobias.
Tobias.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much.
How long you been on stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for a year and 6 months now.
Fantastic. I love it.
Thank you.
Where at?
In Melbourne, Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
Today's share has been sponsored with Zave's and Richmond. Very rough basket. Today we have a new feature. Since we have our new $2,000 camera, we could actually superimpose the name on the camera, and you're gonna see it on the screen. So no longer do you have to paste it behind me.
Amazing. What do you do for work, Selena?
It's gonna be a little bit more right on the screen at the bottom.
Wow.
It's there. It's
It's
on
not
the
an
screen.
OnlyFans.
Right.
Not an OnlyFans. I'm a licensed esthetician, so skincare.
One final note.
Yeah.
I'm not
I love it.
very
Very funny. I love the
anything
self-deprecating
here.
stuff.
Is a gift to the back
Thank
here.
you.
Amazing. Tell us more about your life. What have you been doing?
Every single
You
person
know, I'm trying to get my
that
green
I have a
card someday
special
to white
role.
dude with autism, so.
Wait, you're really not an American citizen?
No, I'm just fucking with you. I am. Hell yeah. I love Trump, but it's not mistake. Like, there was everything in it for sure.
Wow.
All right, I'm happy to bring you over here. Together we can weather this storm. All right, let's jump into the studio. All these, wow. Beautiful and nice. We're gonna have to read it tomorrow.
Trump's white.
There's some, a lot of people
No
that are
way.
coming
He
in.
doesn't stand a chance.
Send me some pictures.
That's right.
I want to see what it looks like learning all
Oh,
cooked up at home.
yeah.
We're holding on down to the hour from an hour.
I want to say,
We're on my rubber by my Asia. Yesterday we had 4 rubber by my Asias. Today we're gonna have another 5. We're on the roll. I was very bored. I went through the entire class after there are 42 rubbers. Now this one rubber, rubbing a pass. And then it seems like people names are picked up and they have 42 rubbers that are linked to the class. One of them is rubber by my pass. Rubber, because that's what we have. Rubber and rubber by my pass.
I can't afford big tents, so I ate my way here.
I didn't list. I don't remember. I just saw that like a minute ago. I think it's 42, maybe 50. Homer, I followed by Julia Homer.
Honestly, mac and cheese is the shit, dude.
Because the Knesset is the same parade when the buildings in the city are corners and ways of the city, the only city will be destroyed. And then the Lord is based on the things who lack is pervasive. This pain is based on the
You know you're a badass when that shit's good to you.
was in
Lovely. What kind of guys are you into?
great.
So are you
But
into?
White dudes with autism that do jujitsu. That's my shit. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm into.
And it's the tallest building in the entire city that is not going to have a left of the show.
I'm sure as well that white mom does jujitsu and has severe autism.
What kind of autism is it? Like, what's his
Like, he's almost non-verbal.
Where did you see this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it says the learning is
street
the
Precisely.
unless it's level double the units to learn. Wow. This this is something to see. Let me show this to you.
Do you have any special moves in the bedroom that you adore? This autistic
There are
child?
two people
Yeah,
on this.
he likes
There are
to
two
put me
people
in like a car, and he's fucking me, and I've got a big
outside
two
sitting.
on sleigh.
Beautiful.
I like it.
Seems that way. Okay. There's your thing. Get it up and running. The anime. That's the kind of that's the kind over there. It's kind of
Hobbies. I bought some stuff from Walmart.
yeah. But we have these kind of that should be able to see. So this says if you ever think like you'll have a brother, you'll have
No,
that
yeah, I got arrested for stealing from Walmart because I stole the movie Midsommar on Blu-ray DVD. So yeah, I got arrested. Yeah,
That's if you
exactly.
have houses. That are called houses.
It's fine, honestly.
Did you ever get around to watching that
That
movie?
rough.
No, actually, I did not. I still haven't seen it. I need to watch it. Yeah, yeah.
Serve as a place to live. The roots don't serve. They themselves, the beauty, whatever the reason is. That's when the music comes out.
I just want to be a
That
fucking
if
comedian,
you
dude.
build
I
the
want to
buildings
make
to live
people
in,
laugh.
better than for sure. It's also not
This
a
shit
fact.
was
It's
so
not just
sick.
on
It
that.
feels fucking great.
I
Today's
know
my
that.
birthday, too.
Well, I'm giving myself the possibility of even. I'm doing some shit that you don't know.
Yeah. My funny
I make
sister.
sure that sure wasn't. I love it. What are you talking about? It wasn't straight.
Happy birthday. You
I
are absolutely
make sure that the
amazing,
show
Selena. I
will
think
be
you have a
destroyed
great future in this if you keep
because
writing
they
jokes
are
like that.
building higher buildings than
There's a big jump up.
to
Until Tony
see
debuted Selena, you buy us, ladies and gentlemen.
it's interesting. No matter where they are, their thing is always the cause. Omar Robert by Macacio, Omar by Julia, Omar Rob. So again, we're going with another Robert by Macacio.
Hector C. Fuentes. Hector C. Fuentes.
Small, the ladies. Rather be a servant, so you smiling, then nothing. So an Edom. That is me. Those days of me. Did somebody from Edom? That's nothing. The late that's better to say a nothing than a person from Kabbas. Like he says, that's not over the that's very dangerous to say without
Dresser, drive a compressor, top-notch hoes get the most out the lesser. I just learned a compressor was a Mercedes.
He said, Yeshua,
I thought it was a compressora, bro. Like,
pay attention. The guys outside are laughing.
Hector C. Fuentes. Hector, how are you, my friend? I'm good, man. Let's stand up. It's been 7 years, man.
Pillow! That's Pillow outside. Inside the door. Gary. Need a picture, not just. Come over here, take a picture.
30 years old, man. You started at 23. Very good. What do you do for work?
It's not a joke. One day we look back at this picture. We didn't take a picture of the 7 persons here. Looks. Tomorrow, Tapas Kabbalah, Tapas Kabbalah, service on the campus. I just remember a guy who worked for
Not everybody, man. I want to know high school is all black. Find each other.
served in the reactor for 2 years. He's a Facebook. So he was 2 years.
It seems like you took some of those traits
Whatever
from
his
them.
name
Did they feed that into you?
so his name,
Tell us about that.
By the way, that question wasn't accepted. That was unfortunately that was another single so they really it's the worst disease a person can have, a lung disease, the disease of the intestine. Think about it again. Today, if we have cancer, the food, we don't understand what that means. Terrible disease. Because his SIM card didn't come out. Okay, hey, Blade. And so actually like 2 days, but the worst is the heartache. I was called AIDS because that's the next one. Pain in the heart. So Matrix, AIDS, the Matrix goes, yeah, but wait, the worst one is the heart. Oh, well, this was not a fire place in our generation. Oh, well. What's bad? But they Isha, yeah.
Tell me what the fuck you just said.
The worst thing a person can
Horchata is in the middle.
What my rubber band has in there, like
Texas.
a bad woman could make a man.
You keep studying like this, it won't be you can sting bees. I didn't pay you for that. I'm doing it for free.
That's scary. The guy said, the guy to the other said, I need a
It's alone in the stereotype.
real woman.
Your paid time off, you're going to Mexico 2 weeks.
That's good videos. That's a woman war. This is the worst. I don't understand. The reasons in the world were hence the Shamaniris and the sky, the
Hasn't been raining recently, but try that for the last 2 years.
surface. They must be the a king has so much on his mind. He's taking care of so many things and all the taxes and all the. You can't imagine what he has going on. You won't be able to rush. I don't know that. And when we see the hustle, like bro, we have the charge to Shemai, the heaven is all the way up and What do we learn from this? This is from this thing. One says you should always battle for the government as well because it's a good job. Don't try to criticize them. They have different things going on. Or the shot is you shouldn't deal with them, don't really mess with them. Another government. Well, the kindness that I learned engaged in our area. First, as a very best leader, we want to make it fast. So destroys the bad dreams. So like fire destroys women. Omar, his thought, go by yo, says that his thought you should do the fast immediately. That day. Even though it's also the fashion Shabbos, this Shabbat had a very bad dream. Bad dreams. So what do you do if you fast in Shabbos?
Your next comedian doing 60 seconds uninterrupted goes by the name of Connor Lawford. Everybody, here comes Connor.
That itself requires. Until Ray Rabbi didn't play Ray Rabbi's story. Until one Ray Rabbi's house. The more uses this language as the best underneath. The third deal. Other means. So we said, listen, you gotta eat something. We need other people and see. Alright. So, oh, look at that. Turns out my mind just has tried heroin. Did you hear me? They're like close though, because I have tried meth. Yes. Once is the best number of times. You can hear us.
There you go, Connor Lawford, everybody. Super sub of the show, D-Man, this is back, everybody.
Okay, great. You gotta get your head.
It's back. It's ultra weirdly going back to where you came from to do what you do episode.
That one person that's stepped out so you can have people in the room.
Connor, it's your first time here, right?
Over there, let's talk
What's your
about
face? I'm guessing about a healthy life, so let's just jump right into it. How long you been doing stand-up? 6 years. Where at? Cincinnati, Ohio.
Hey, there's someone now, the other of you, no, you've all been finished with the, at the bar of after the times today, everybody discussing it. Is it a kindness that I swore I'm going to fast today? Or maybe it's a lesson after you have to fast a day, and the day.
How are you affording that? You saved up money?
I said maybe it's about to start. I said, no, you know what, let me push it up tomorrow. I think I'm like, well, that is hello. This is a kindness which and you don't push it off. It's not good to push it off. Because when you're fast, I'll destroy it like fire destroys a piece of paper, a piece of it's obedience. Or a piece of baby yard, or a piece of sand, and don't push it off. It has to be that day. There might be a Shabbos. Now, on Shabbos itself, by the way, once we mention Shabbos, it's just I don't know what happened over there. Shabbos itself, one is not our fast. So we need to be careful. Some people are so careful that they're so that's the that's all.
So you've
Then
seen
it's
this
people
show
who
before,
show
so
now.
you know how it works.
But then
You're in that interview part
here,
where
because we're in the middle of Providence,
if you
it's
give
not
us
much
something
like
interesting about your life,
nothing to do.
what makes you different?
Very good.
Can you really? Like a motherfucker?
We
The
can see
other
what
jokes
I'm
don't even work. We
Yeah,
got that
but
thing
this,
started
but that's
like
what
this.
go back to the myth.
Has it now?
Because
What does that
it's a
mean?
little
Why would you
difficult,
say
not
that?
difficult, but it's better to
Is that
understand because
true?
over the myth stuff.
Is that true, Matt?
But the way the myth
We've been
describes,
here
a
since the
person should
beginning
sit in
of the
front
show.
of a
There
barber
you go.
or eat, and then it says, in this table, AMF sequence, if you start, well, the hit, but you
And
shouldn't
with no
stop.
hesitancy, I've never
In other
seen
words,
Matt
you
so
shouldn't
eager
start.
to share his.
Then the myth says,
This is absolutely
seeking liquid
unbelievable.
you stop for three which is very
Father
awesome.
has been practicing deep in the dark Midwest of Cincinnati, Ohio.
They
Not
have
to
seeking
be
is female.
confused with any of
You
the
don't
other
stop for
cities
Tila.
in
But we just said
Ohio.
it a second ago.
Cincinnati
It says,
is an absolute depressing
Tila,
death
if they
trap.
started in a seeking, you don't stop. So what don't you stop?
Wow, how'd you get
You don't stop for Tila. This is what I say for you. So the rise of this can even repeat itself and say, now seeking liquid is you need to stop for Tila. Seeking with Tila, you don't stop for someone else, which we just said.
Too late, we did it.
Twice. That was
Are
the
you
second
gonna
time.
sing too? Is there anything that in particular? Oh shit! It landed on
We
Demon.
teach
This
us
is
so they
getting
make
off
more
track.
people.
So you're gonna sing?
Yes. If you see us,
Calling out the Lord.
it's not a corona.
All right.
No, this is. Oh, who's that sounding up there in the right corner? Yeah, who's that? Assalamu alaikum. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. I see that you're saying something. I can't hear you, but it's beautiful. Wow. It's not the guy with the white beard. Or I don't know his name. Yes, the right lady. Oh, look who's here. Seltzer's online. I like that guy in the right corner. I like him. We need a much bigger screen. Go, Hakwadi. The words. The voice side. People were yelling at me yesterday in the email. They're saying, why are you so depressed? And so what if you're seeing in front of 9 people? Any day you're seeing in front of 1,000 people. You have 1,000 views in last week's views. You have a Yashir with Avi Kamiansky and Noam that is both 2,500 views. Obviously, they're not looking for me. They saw the nice, they saw Noam, Bob Noam, and so we got to see what's going on here. So, anyway. Really, I don't know. Oh, I'm seeking. You now want to make a hefsek. So, if you're more from the racing, I'm seeking. What's going on? We're ready. The ones before. So, the more amazing things say about starting to learn Torah. If you're learning Torah, you don't stop. So, you're going to ask, so why do I stop in the middle? Be too. Sometimes you have to say, listen, throw them in, and then we go right there. Say, but some of the Torah, the science, Haverim, so you're listening to Torah. If you're learning Torah, look at the Haverim, which means they're not seeing the Kriyas not, the A, not speaking with Shiva. Yep. Personal, don't take this as an effort not to get married, I'm learning. This is what's in the Torah. There was someone Masa. They never stopped for a second. Now, you think that it means people don't have jobs. They learn. They don't have to stop. It means people are not the battle at all. If you have 5 minutes a day, then you're not learning on YouTube. Whatever you're doing, use those 5 minutes for freedom. You have no right. Listen, Shimon obviously wasn't a doctor a second of his life. Literally worked. So he wasn't not mafsik for Sheila, but he is mafsik. What boy say? Us. The Yochanan. So the Yochanan says, "Can you don't own it?" So nobody knows what it is. So I think the Gemara that you will see in there, nothing that seems to be wait a minute. It says, just like you're not Mapsik Minaisli, you're not Mapsik Fusion. We just read that even for wrestling and wrestling, even if somebody's trying to stop the Krishna, and then the guy over there says, don't stop the Krishna. Which one is it? Get a screen. We'll pick it up right over there, and we'll be able to see. There's all sorts of characters now. So it's but we'll be able to see. No, so people could, if you know, if you make funny faces, you can cancel them. But it'll be up there, so it'll be a cheer of 85 people in here, plus 500 people they will show. It'll be unbelievable. So we're going to like this. Then don't try to stop the Krishna. You're telling me I need to be Shama. When you try to get together and try to decide, are we going to add another year? That you don't stop. That's very important. That's the young thing. Some want to say that it's the concept of pushing the mitzvah. Some want to say that it's important. Check out if this is not in the way. I have a feeling this is in the way of I see BB. I see Billy with BB. But I like Seltzer. Seltzer is much better. Seltzer has is it called? America's got the young, right? MD1. So why is playing not a it's a something in the you said we discussed it, so you said Earth Force is the greatest mission. Pharaoh, you learn it to learn how to do mitzvahs. So occasionally you have to yeah, it doesn't make sense to learn the homosexual prophecy. But Krishna, and then you don't even see it. Go to the tomorrow. I got this haircut. I'm not going to be Hello, you gotta behave. You're distracting me. No, I like it a lot. The zoo is amazing. I'm not gonna look at the screen. But the is acting like a kid that was holed up in a house with people. Says the Mishnah, Lo Yetia Ayakum the guy that does our videos, he's in shape, he's how he's supposed to be. Test, good. Test. I don't know why. The Yetia Ayakum not this Caleb should not take his needle, put it inside over here, right over here, and go out on chops. Before Shabbos, half hour before Shabbos. Shema, he's got the 18. This is a zero, it's a safeguard. The tax of forgetting is clothing and walk out and it's just a rabbit or the wall 4 hours into it. So there are a lot of people also, and not a writer with his pen, so there was useless paper, and a person should not, in those days, a good thing was a thing, you had to get rid of your life. This person we were saying about in the war, people had guys, they had that's what this country was saying, Well, you feel like we'll see tomorrow whether this is connected. When you read to the light of a candle, you have a wick. You have oil on the bottom of the candle. So when it gets to the bottom, all of a sudden you don't have oil next to the wick. So you have to tilt your vessel, tilt the oil to the corner so that the wick grabs some of the oil. That's you don't forget, because it's so convenient to the inside that if you're so close to the candle, you might Bemis on me. It said it's the fire. The fire on shelter doesn't need to care what wicked is.
How does that work exactly? Lost money, and then they let me in for 3 years. It's all the time I have. Yeah, 3 years. So how do you get it spent all of it in here in Austin? It's just a wife in Canada, and you did it. Your hands were very far apart when you did that. Like she's a bigger dog. You got it all. The distances I was not on the map. I was trying all that out there. Yeah. Okay. And how long have you been with your wife? For a year. We just got married a year ago. 13 years. People cheering me on very sad people. It's like, yay, a long time with the same person. How exciting. Some good Christians in the audience here. So 13 years. How do you keep things exciting? 13 years with the same exact woman. Explain to us how you do that. You gotta find an awesome person to begin with. And I got lucky that I identified that person. And then somehow I have not fucked it up yet. But it's not like, I don't know, everyone always complains of like, so a lot of variety for the sexual app. This guy cheats. Yeah, he's on the road. Over-explaining it. The glory of his wife. And it's actually, it makes me feel pretty good of it. Though, because many of the person I love her, and she's the right one. So over-explaining now, I think it's weird shit you're thinking. I know that's your perspective. It makes
Let's
sense.
have an issue, Gary. Something happened to the studio. I don't know what. Let's get back to the story. Yeah?
Jay's long-term girlfriend and his mistress can both have a work with you right now, so I've got 2 ladies in my life that would disagree with you.
What's the
Have you ever come close to cheating? No. Solid. Only keeps them at bay, I think. The hell keeps them at bay? It's all good. Okay. Yeah. Not everybody wants to fuck with me, so they. I think that's high on the list. What else do you do for fun and like hobbies when you're not just doing stand-up travel? Yeah, just out to church.
Okay, you hear me? Okay, he's saying that he hears. He's saying hears and let's go back. Not also play out this is how you have to use the resist around it. A person should not. Do we have sound on YouTube? Okay, great. A person should not stand on one resist, lean over with a spoon with a cup, and drink in another resist. Why? Because he might bring the cup in food and it's just standing in. This is a Robin is a weapon. You can't do it in reverse. You can't say it's just a Robin. Drinking is just a weapon. You're talking about a cup. Because it might transfer from one domain to the other. But in the situation, we're going to have nothing to say. Most of his body into the other resist. Then it's okay. Listen to this. You turn the page and it says 2 funny words. The thing, the guts. The same Allah applies to a wine press. What is going down? Outside over there. We boil it. Harmless. No Barely. You don't even explain what this wine process is. Barely. Fireballs might have discussed the domain profiles. Fireballs is in the anything gets matters just around me, so it's see, but like the guys in the squad. It's a valley. It's a street that's 116 meters. What's that look? Now standing in the corners and this is walking in green and I buy you what's the difference and then the green light. Well, now my new concentrate. We're talking about the one zero, but we might come to bring the couple. And Carmelus is a zero. A Carmelus is a Rabban. So it's one safeguard to another safeguard. In order that this should be a safeguard to safeguard, we don't show that I'm making the use of zero. Don't do that. I also hold. You're going to do zero to zero. It's easy to make a safeguard to a safeguard. What is a gas? My gas here is so if a wine press is considered a private domain, it's a new force. You can't use it while you're standing with the rabbit. Here is a rabbit considered a rabbit.
I do it on the couch.
I'll say something.
You put your face between the cushions because the bubbles are crying.
They're paying the guys to be nicer. They sent this to me yesterday. A lot of my friends. Getting submission.
We can't just kill ourselves, though, can we? That's the easy way out. So I want to learn how to use it.
Nice little sketch.
You guys ever notice those
Here's
like
a big guy leaning over in front of his trap and people is
That's
down.
what I think that's.
That's the right
Like,
side.
why do you never see the star of David on the side?
Goes like this. As long as the wine is in here, so I didn't finish making it.
I kind of think Christians are just bad
It's still
drivers.
the depth. Where's Martin left? Where's Martin left? I don't have to do that. Now once I remove it from here,
Like,
I bottle it, I take it out.
like maybe
Now I'm
Jesus
starting
needs
to
a
make
hand
my
that won't back.
Now depending on what I do. Here's what the change is talking about the wine press and the gas with this nice. I have to take a license from my wife. I don't have to take a license when I'm drinking like this individually. Even though we were discussing a person meeting over his this cup is the issue. He might remove the cup and bring the gas in to say that he's Barabbas. No. The gas, don't even do it. If I leave over stand up, wow, where at? What kind of drinking is alright. It's not a real drink. It's not like I sat down and sat there long. I'm doing, I don't say alright anymore. Temporary drink. No, it's not such drink. It's not, what? I don't like that word. The kids are alright. Casual. Okay, casual. Good, that's good. The same gas being nice. I don't know if the same gas being nice. Let's see inside. First of all, guys, I get those vibes. Yeah, same like it. What is that? You guys have that fucking energy. There's a hairstylist energy.
Hairstyle, so he does that hair.
They do their one.
You look like a hairstylist that says, "Is it alright if I touch you before dinner?"
Once I
Two
remove the
has
wine,
so many pronouns they go by before you cut their hair.
I take the wine out of my
You
dress.
bitch. You bitch.
I'm not
Yeah,
pouring it
oh,
back in
look,
the
she's
dress.
doing a dance.
So what did I
Oh,
just do?
she's doing a fat girl dance. Oh, no.
So the main
Oh, God. The whole room smells like gorgonzola.
what? Right. There is water. I added hot water. I added cold water. I'm fucking. It's still sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I'm fucking from Mysore because it's still Arab.
Oh, my goodness.
Another different Messiah. Once I pour water into it, once I doesn't matter if it's hot or cold, I finish
Oh,
off
my
my wine.
God.
Once I finish off the wine, you know what I left out? I finish
Jesus Christ. Other one.
But on the main,
Amazing. You have such an amazing talent over there. It works better with leaves than with parts.
why? Because
Okay. So,
water, once
let's
I pour
just
it
jump
in, I
right
can't
into
put
it.
the
What's
rest
your
of the
love
wine
life
back
like?
into
What
my
type of
bread.
are
It'll
you?
ruin everything else. It spoils. It's gonna ferment.
Dude,
It's
I
gonna
tried
become
making it. Like the
vinegar.
nipple. The smells aren't right when
Oh,
it's not your own. You
I
know what I
didn't
mean?
finish it off yet. I can still
That's gross.
pour
Okay,
it back
right,
in.
yeah. Get
Therefore,
rid of
it's
the
still
hardcore.
as we're
That's
drinking
enough.
on
Jesus
cold
Christ.
wine,
My goodness gracious.
cold residua, cold dilution is
That's what I
coming
get for trying to be vulnerable.
So what
Mysore.
types of
It makes
guys
you
are you
not
into?
so
You
Mysore.
seem like
You
the kind of
return whatever they
lady
do.
that will
That was my answer question for my non-Luitia,
My family, I'm disappointed my parents enough. No,
It says it on you, so that I'm either not around with the pin with a needle stuck in his clothing before shot. Why?
just anybody.
anybody really.
Putting the pin into the clothing like
It's
this
not. It's not.
is only this is the
I
right
know,
button.
dude. I'm trying to be a
To
good
walk
person.
down
It
with it
sucks.
because it's
Made
not a
you
normal
be able
thing
to go
to
celibate. Like what kind of wild
people
night
walk
did you have
with
where
a
you're
pin
like,
in their
God
clothing.
damn it,
Other
I'm
people
going
walk with a
celibate
pin
after that.
in their house.
What
So
did you
tomorrow,
overdose on exactly?
this happens to be the zero to zero. What's the zero
I
zero?
feel good at starter muscle. No,
You
dude.
might forget.
That
So
does.
don't put it
That's,
in
you
your
ever got out and go to a roller coaster?
And if you forget, what are you gonna do?
Go down a roller coaster 60 miles an hour and just start
You're gonna walk out, and if you walk out, what happens?
If it's roller rink
You're gonna
and roller coaster,
only be over the Rabbanon because it's in the clothing. That's called a zero to zero. Once you get in,
where were we?
to the
Where were
walking
we for this
of the
overdose?
Rabbanon.
Six Flags.
Florida.
Just
So
straight up
tomorrow,
Florida.
my lab, even though the big boy, I'm talking out of the Rabbanon halacha because it's in his clothing.
So you
No,
really
it's nothing.
overdosed on Mentos. What they have to do?
Nothing really. I had a seizure. I was in a seizure for like a fucking
Don't
week.
force me to swallow it because I can get
What
out
are
of
you
it. I'm
talking
telling
about?
you,
No,
no,
I
stop
was
talking
standing
about
at a
the
grand schools. They
thing.
didn't even know it. They just found
So
like
he was holding his hand, and that's a very right. So
the
therefore, there's
doctors.
only one zero.
Doesn't
Don't
matter.
hold it
Maybe
in
the
your
cost
hand
of you
before
were at the
Shabbos because
hospital.
you might
Maybe
think
you were having seizures that made
that's
you do
another
this.
angle.
They didn't know. They just found trace amounts of
Because
Xanax.
over
They
here,
don't
it's
exactly.
that is the
No,
Rabbanon
what?
because it's
What?
stuck in his
Life. I'm
clothing.
like, I'm the internet and
Wow,
everything. No.
very sad. Are we talking about a phase of Erev Shabbos? And therefore, there's another zero. Don't do so before
So
Shabbos.
they kept you in the hospital for a week.
No.
What were they diagnosing you as?
Don't pin me to the wall.
Just gradual seizures, but they found trace amounts
Don't
of
try to
Xanax in
corner
my
me.
system. But at the time, I was so it was just, I guess it was fine. Just
First,
replaced it with some kind of condom.
Shabbos. Don't use the Rabbanon. Don't put it in your clothing because you might walk out
That's
with
what
the
they put on it. I know, asshole, but that's just what they put on it.
Obviously, the guys from the exact type of Number one, it's the Rabbanon because it's in his clothing. Erev Shabbos. Number two, it's before Shabbos. It's exactly zero.
Okay. So how about hobbies when you're not doing drugs? Cutting hair? Anything else? Is there any passions? You seem like the kind of lady
I go to country, you go home. But if that's your
tough girl thing.
trade, that's your profession, then for you it's awesome. You don't, and you go, but a tailor, you're not going to be able to go out with a needle stuck in his body. With their pressure in the ear. In those days, they also had like a piece of wood stuck in the ear. Easy to get to, they could measure, they could do stuff with it. When I did a thing with Chivago, they say, give me some Chivago, they try to do Chivago, they can show you the discipline, the discipline in your ears, with some type of anchor, with Tabori. Like this sample of paint colors right here, where's the fun of the Chivago? And another thing here, you have one corner of his ear.
Let's do something Amy Winehouse-esque, but not exactly Amy Winehouse-esque, or consider it Amy Winehouse's father.
He was one you see, other people know he's a money singer.
It sounds too much like Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse's father basically killed her with all the money from this episode. You can't make that shit up. This is the state of music. The state of YouTube right now.
That's not the direct to go out. Mayor. Who the mayor? Shimon, Dorothy, what's it? You start from open. Yeah. So this is what the ego says that everybody else is.
Stop. You can't really sing, and that's a
besides
copyrighted
the person that's it. So now that we ask a question,
It's okay, though.
a contradiction, so you're right. So we still have a couple of minutes because we started a couple of minutes ago. Funny how that.
Wow, you're not as tough as you look. I know.
And because of Corona, we have different.
Nobody calls me that on this show.
I love this. People saying that to
How
me.
dare you?
Funny how that.
Singing.
Moyete
It's
Azal
very,
is
very,
so.
very,
So
very,
we
very
discussed
nice.
this that has a
Were
similar,
you
not a
really
similar,
building up to a big moment there?
but
Was it
it's
like a
different.
big moment?
Sick. It has a, now, in order for him to see whether it's a major stuff, not a major stuff, 2 videos, 3 videos, 3 sightings, has to walk around with a pouch. Let's call it a
Okay,
diaper.
fine. Well, I mean, you know.
A non-absorbent diaper that catches the seed because it's like white. It's actually,
Yeah, with that noise.
but you have to see, I don't know, is this guy a major stuff or not? What's up, Walter Avalanche? So Chavez is not walking out with this diaper.
How many abortions have you had?
Because it's also, but he doesn't get, so it doesn't have to do a podcast or something to do. The time you go, it's not a
That
focus.
is
We'll see.
amazing.
Something wrong. The time you go, there's another guy that says, well, you
Not a big joke box.
so what's a high compass? We have a
Oh,
contradiction.
this is a hairy.
Either it's
This is a hairy situation, but I made this out of some kind of dead animal.
and now there's the Pastor Holy
Oh,
Mayor,
wow. Great.
or
Great.
since
Definitely
this is
still
not
some Xanax in that system.
the
I don't know
way
if you
that
guys
other
saw that.
people walk out with her, so
Field
Mayor
like
said,
an attempt on that
as
catch there.
he's spoken to me,
Even after
when he
still having a
says,
seizure, that was her chance for one last fart noise there. She stuck her ass out
oh, yeah,
again.
hey, the Thomas Holy Mayor didn't need to do that kind of
Yep, there she goes, everybody. Jessica Pisano. You're a bully.
This
God, so good.
This tailor never puts a needle in his clothing. But there we
Well,
go.
what can I say? I mean, that's an episode. We did it. That's what it looks like. But
So
it's
they
not overdose yet. There's only one way to
the
run
reason
a
I
ringer
think
on
also,
it. Ladies and gentlemen,
they
I
always
present to
double
you
the
Phil Tony Hall of
Where is
Famer,
that?
legend of the
They
game,
have to
record holder, all-time
So for him, it's
appearances,
normal-
interviews, and
normal
everything in between. Some people call him
any
the
person in
Memphis
the world
Strangler,
can
the
hear this
Vanilla
couch, this
Gorilla.
kiss.
This is indeed the
So they
express
also, you know,
VPN,
this is
the
a fire,
Bopper,
and
the
the
hymns
big
harasser,
house, the
the
shadows,
simply
if you
safe
have
security
doesn't know how to be a
sergeant.
carpenter. And he starts drilling
This is
out a
the
piece
one
of
and only
wood,
William
where
Montgomery.
a professional usually drills out a size of 3 pounds. And he knows the one, the American Idol, he won't let him know this again. So,
Did Masai just drop the song of the summer? You know that mixtape must be fired. You start listening to it over a walkie-talkie and it explodes.
In all other Malakas, it's the
Apparently in Haiti, they don't have animal shelters. They're called all-you-can-eat
because
buffets.
just because a professional does it one way, it doesn't more and he's better at it, doesn't mean that you're allowed to do it in a lesser way. That you're allowed to hold.
Years of this. Wait, what? Holy shit, Tom.
The Zelda State
Remember the rumor that Mr. Rogers had sleep tattoos and was a
once he
sniper in
has
Vietnam?
these
It
sightings,
gets
so what's the
worse.
point
He
of
was
having a power?
pro-life.
It doesn't help him
I
anymore.
imagine if
But
today
he has
Mr.
three.
Rogers
So
was like, I'm
therefore,
pro-life, I support the children,
you know,
you would be
he
like,
doesn't need it anymore. So
hey,
but if you need it to see what it is. Then you're fine. Mike is up on stage with the power. 2 years of power. You need it to see whether you're curious or serious, if you amaze yourself or not amaze yourself. Somebody show first. That was very scared. Because if you break, I didn't you see a regular Southern has 3 years and it's amazing Southern.
It's
17 days. So day number 3, let's say, if he has another sighting, that's to restart everything. He does need it. He's not missing it to see. He has another sighting. So we know that everybody is going to be the third sighting was that therefore, that day itself, that day itself, he has no intro. Because even if this is a 4-3 up, still on his I can make it work. Boiler, wait a minute. We want to keep his clothes clean. He's using it as a diaper also. Let's finish that over here. For cleaning purposes, to keep your clothes clean is not considered a therefore, wonderful day. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be up and running better with this. Yeah.
Amazing. You ate the same sushi as him on Tuesday. Did you have any surprise? Yes, I actually had almost the same. I didn't ship myself, and I also put my elbow up also. Your elbow? I just got your elbow. My shoulder up. Yeah. But my stomach still is like sore right now. Yeah, it looks swollen as fuck. There's something going on. My belly button popped out the other night. Wow. Unbelievable. Yes. I never would have guessed that you two would be getting sushi together. Your chemistry here on Mondays where you deeply insult each other's mothers and scream at one another and seem to have a real rivalry. And there you are, drinking fish. Yeah, trying to bury the hatch, and it really is. It's genuinely interesting. Life. I mean, yeah, I do talk about Red Band's decent amount, and that's because I really do love the woman. I mean, she's older. I really love her, but I have to. I also love Red Band too, so I have to be super careful now. So we're keeping it kind of under the sheets. Perhaps is what Red Band's move, and I call it under the sheets. Because we're having sex under the sheets. You won't let me see her naked when the lights are on. But yeah, no, trying to bury the hatchet with Red Band and things are already going a little better. Well, you just literally told him that you're fucking his mother and that she doesn't let you see her naked in the lights. He knows about all of this, Tony. We literally. You guys know? You know about this? No, he says he's just derping or something. I don't know what he calls it. What does that mean? Derping? Red Band, William's not trying to be your dad. He just wants to be your friend. Yeah, dude. I mean, I get it. There's a black and white 20 years age difference between you and I.
I mean, I'm live.
Mom's way older than me, but I just have to. Yeah, I want it to be cool between you and I. It's almost like a dad in certain ways.
That's the refrigerator.
Wow, do you look at William like a potential father
They'll
figure?
say.
It's shaking its tits and bouncing up and
Are
down.
we live with YouTube?
Absolutely incredible. Think of what it would be like
How about
having
YouTube?
stepdad William in your life.
Alright, our boy side.
Hey, Red Band, come to dinner.
That's on the screen. Thank you very much.
comes to dinner a little bit faster than he cleans his room. Oh, he's coming down the stairs. Sometimes he wears his socks sometimes and he falls down the steps. Wow, this is incredible to find out the stepdad perspective from William.
All right.
Raising a 50-year-old skinny red man, a 50-year-old morbidly obese fried red man. I almost forgot the morbidly obese part. Wait a second. Where are you going? There it is. Very good. So William, holy this guy, yeah, real bully.
Okay, let's get started. So, first of all, we are taking new descriptions. We left the basement room, and we are now in my humble home, the Ronaldo family. Nobody's there. Good color, thanks. The only people here are myself and our technician, Gary and Michelle, and one of the coaches. We are trying to get hooked up on Zoom. We invite everybody to come join us on Zoom. Subscribe to YouTube. And welcome. So, first of all, I want to show you guys a picture. I was thinking this is 2 days ago. This is the shear. Literally, a couple days ago, close to 100 people in the room. We have a guy here with Sebastian Gal, we have a Custard, we have another Sebastian Gal, we have a Stove, Right Stove. Everybody's invited, everybody's part of it. And unfortunately, just a few days later, we're three people, and from our salary, just myself, we're just having the tech guys here for technical things to make things and really late for it. Let me start with this email. When I read this email, the first time I literally cried, and I hope I make it through without crying. This is written by George Heidelbaum. George Heidelbaum. Heidelbaum is, Hi. I started listening to your 8 minutes about a month ago. I'm a U.S. soldier based in Missouri. I grew up in a Pacific home. And following a long story of events, I ended up in the army and I did one thing in Afghanistan and now domestically. I have an amazing story for you. About a year ago, I went to the biggest store in North Kansas City and saw a guy with a yarmulke sitting in the meeting. Something I haven't seen in probably 3 more years. I sat and ate, and when I finished, we started talking. I almost forgot the conversation. About sometime this year, I started throwing TV Shabbos as friends with the Rabbi Yezis. A few months ago, the Rabbi convinced me to trust my brother I haven't told me to. He started catching up. A few weeks ago, my brother told me about the 8 minute stop and convinced me to start listening. I started and found it fun. Wow. You found 8 minute stop fun. Wait till you see the real fear with the whole feather and everything. Alright. I started and found it fun and listened on and off. The first time I did Gemara since I left school at about 14 years old. Then I watched Hearts to See Me. I saw Mati speak. Now Mati, I don't know if you saw this scene, but when Mati spoke, I was crying the entire time. Mati is 40-something years old. He has a 20-year-old son in the army, and he hasn't learned Gemara in over 20 years. This is the first time he made a scene on the Sefet Brachos. He came with his son crying, and I think many people were in tears when he spoke about the effect it had on him and how he just started learning. And here's Mati was the guy, the nice guy I met in the bagel store. Maybe God is sending me a message. Lord, it's not maybe. Lord was sending you a message. Yes, I will continue learning with you when I can. I like it. My friend Ellie is going to see George. George, I'm begging you. Stick with this. And when we all get out of this crazy coronavirus situation, I want you to come visit us and subscribe. Beta, not a single thing. Let's do this together. My friend George. Unbelievable story. See, nothing. You don't understand, George. What kind of a show you can have on other people? There's no idea what kind of physics. I have unlimited amounts of emails here. We're not going to get through our alibi. We had another 20 minutes for these emails. This is from Michael. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Something like that. Hi, some of these guys in Zoom.
So much fun talking about me, and I swear to God, I cannot stand fucking Dustin Poirier. He's literally
I need to speak to you. This guy runs away. What's his name? The guy's a kid. He runs away every time I want to speak to him. So I know him. Disappears. What's wrong with you? You. The guy over there was like, hi, you. Yes, you. Hi, anytime. How can we say hello? Oh, David. David is here. Okay. Dear Rav Stefanski, with Hashem's help, I finished shots this past January. We made a beautiful Shema shot. Although I belong to a local Davioni group, I also watch the shir as soon as I wake up in the morning. Since I believe our days empowered when we learn before davening. Of course, I watch them, but many I notice your feelings of sadness before these past several years since your local group has been reduced. No joke. Now we're down to almost nothing. But as we all know, Hashem has a plan. Although we express concern about losing the momentum that we created locally, please understand that the flip side is that now you're creating exponential momentum globally. Now more than ever, when many of us are working from home, there's more opportunities than ever to learn by using technology. Of course, first we all want this not gate for everything possible. But in the places to have you spread globally at even faster rate than COVID-19 has spread globally. And I have no doubt that once this craziness is behind us, we will have created momentum that's locally globally well above and beyond where you were 2 days ago. The Baruch Hashem, you have created satellite activities for upcoming union, that's happening all the time. I travel to Israel a lot for work, and the Israel Hashem, the next time I'm there, I'll sure to stop in for the peaceful spirit and give you a hug, a non-corona hug. With much love and appreciation, Michael, Ben whatsoever. They're so nice and pretty, and they really help us any chance they get. Here, a friend of ours, having Hashgacha, colored silk, it's always the fans for the Gemara, David Kubis. And when you see the background, you see his kid, his daughter runs, and there's his son, he's with his children, they're feet up on the couch, between socks, without it. More. Another person sends in a picture. Dear Aveli, as we were correcting the 5 times we stepped out of school because this pandemic, you still need to connect to see the rain Torah. I feel the need to write you the Shema because you sit on the computer to hear you wonderful Shema kids who are home from school to the closing together around to hear the word of Torah that you deliver in a fun and exciting manner. I appreciate the hard work. As we question that fear, Shabbos of Yudalef, I've enclosed a picture. See below. Thank you again sincerely. Isaac Zafir. This is Isaac and his children. Uvalde, Kiko's coming. Oh, Avi coming out, he's online. The boys, I don't want to forget you. Guys. And stuff that's very hard, very, very difficult. It's like a father saying, buy this kids when you go to yeshiva. That's how I feel. You're all in yeshiva now from your house. You're an English shop, not an English shop. My instructor. I don't know if you can see this from there. We don't have time anymore. Probably not. There's so many. I literally got. Listen to this one. Fine. We have all time. We're not going anywhere. We're all stuck. It's a 2.5 hour queue, everybody's at. Take a break. Dear Rebellion crew, that's you guys. The crew that came here to succumb us to justice. Oh, I see. Menachem Matez. We want to check out the city. If this is the right thing. Should it be YouTube or should it be Zoom? All right, get that off the screen. I need to see the other. Dear Rebellion crew, Kazakh Hamas, keep start. We're dealing with this worldwide situation. For example, in the USA, schools are closed. Yes, even in Muncie. But for us who look forward every day to your online daf, your daily Yoimi has become even more important. So please, like the story of the Maggid who gave the same fiery drop to one person or 100, know that we are all with you. Yes, temporarily, there may be few physical people in the room, but the ones tuning in virtually, whether live or time shifted across the many time zones around the globe, the sheer is pick one of the choices below. A. Gishmak, B. Givaldic, C. Nerdic, D. All of the above. And certainly, the Oysa Nachas Ruach Liyotzroi. Ooh, this is an opportunity. Oysa Nachas Ruach Liyotzroi. Oysa Nachas Ruach Liyotzroi. We have Gary with his great voice. We have Mordecai that says he. You don't have to do great voice. Yeah, let's unmute it. Say nachas ruach, say nachas ruach, nachas ruach, le'yom v'yitzoy, say nachas. Rabbi Stai was sitting at home in quarantine, and we're learning Torah. Nachas ruach liyotzroi. So as the unelected ambassador of all of us remoteniks, thank you for all you do and for letting us into your Daf Yomi club, Shloimi Rosenberg from Muncie. All right, we can do things. We gotta learn Torah. We're holding in Daf Yomi for days. We know that so we had a contradiction in the price. We had one price that says that a Zom who walks out with his house that collects the commission, it's only a Siddur Rabbanon. Other Bible says that it's a Siddur D'Oraisa. You have to be a Chatos to do the Kodesh. You try to reconcile the Brisa. So one Brisa is talking about that he needs his house because you have to see whether he has two missions, three missions, it doesn't make a difference anymore. So why is he wearing it? It's a derech. It's not the derech. He's not over. This is a Raisa. Now the Gemara says, well, wait a minute. He still needs it, even though, regardless of the mission, how many missions he has, this is one of his. Well, because he's showing she's wearing it like a diaper. So isn't that what you saw? It is the derech. Says the Gemara, no. Omar is there, two asking about him. I found with the Omar called Akshin, just to prevent soiling, that's not considered a derech, that's not considered a procedure. A way to walk out, and therefore you're not over on yourself of the right. If somebody flips over a dish onto a wall, still have another dish. He has a dish and he flips it over like this. In other words, to protect his wall, so the water falls over the wall, so not over the dish and not onto the wall. If it's supposed to put up at the oil, I'll raise it. Now, not if everybody knows. I'm going to say that maybe 72%, 72% don't make it. The first one off everybody's familiar with, and that is, in order for fruit to be susceptible to tumor, you need to have water go on the fruit, water or one of the 7 liquids. You have to have in mind that you want it. But here's the thing, not everybody knows. Let's say you want the water, forget about the fruit. You like the water, you're trying to pass the water, right? Water through your mixer method. You put water, and then that water spilled on your food. What is you like that fact that it's spilled on your food or not, the food becomes susceptible to tumor. And therefore, I put it right out of basis. If you flip over your dish on a wall, then it's just a right out of raise it. If you want the water, because you wanted to clean your dishes, you wanted the water, the fact that it's different from the dish to the food is not important. The food is susceptible to tumor. In this which you look at place that's the thing about it. If it's cold, then the water could hit your wall, ain't a good thing. What about our studio? Our studio doesn't want the package, he doesn't want the emissions, he doesn't want anything. So he's wearing, it's similar to the guy flipping over a dish, he doesn't want the water, just like he doesn't want the water, he doesn't want the emissions. Learning dummy, what's the connection? Also make the burn the Illuminati master cloud. Over there, he doesn't want any of the water at all. He wants to prevent the water from hitting his wall. In other words, he'd rather the water not hitting at all. That's not the further like this. But this person wants the house. He wants his diaper because they see no, because they see the city really cold. He does want the house. Right, he'd rather not have it and everything. It's not anything he needs it. What is that really saying? If anything, let's compare to another mission at all. It says later on in stuff like Reva, you're out there. If you have a bowl, and it's filled up with water. My money causing in itself and hitting the people. Once the food stuff and water sprays out of the bowl, that's not considered water that I wanted to go into my food. It's the water that I caught. Now, why did I catch the water? Because I don't want to put my water. But I don't want the water. No. I wanted it somewhat. I wanted it inside this tank to not hit my wall. Originally, from that is considered water that I want. Over here, yes, I don't really want this but I wanted it in the diaper, but now that's enough of wanting, that's enough. Here's what's going on, Gary. Hello. So here's the final shot in the Gemara. Oh, that's Zevi. Zevi coming on. Hello, baby. You have to spread the Zoom thing. How do you get more people? You have to get off. We spend money on 500 people. We have to get to 500 people. Hello, buy the roller down to fair value money cash. All you need is a Zoom number. What? Oh, there's more. We have 26. That's great. Sure. Anybody has countries before? He's going to go to the doctor. Of course, he's going to go to the doctor. I don't know what happened. He looked very, very clean and infected. I don't know. But he did show many selfies throughout the last week. I think it's rich. Maybe the revolution. I don't want to scare anybody. Hello, everybody. We're over there to tonight. Look at this. How are you doing? The famous Machloek is in the Sheffield Shabbos. Between the Ruler and Shimon. The Lacha saying Sricha L'Gusha. A Melacha. One of the Melacha Shabbos that you don't want the actual Melacha Shabbos. You want an outcome. In other words, let's say I want dirt. But in order to get dirt, I have to dig a hole. Digging a hole is also the right. I don't want a hole. I don't care if there's a hole or not. All I want is dirt. And that's the thing. According to Yehuda, Chayiv. According to Shimon, that's not what they give in the Mishnah. Another example, for instance, that's the thing. I have a corpse. I have a dead body in my house. In the Ishkom, they transferred something to another domain because they needed it in the other domain. Over here, I want to get rid of this body to smell my house. So I don't need it in another domain. I just don't want it in my domain. That's the lesson from Stupid. That's not how it's going to this thing. Therefore, I want to explain the difference in the prices. One price says that if I wear a pal from the club, when I wear a pal from the that's not what I want. I don't need those stuff. I just don't want my clothes to get dirty. The other price that I want to the other price there's a point of view. It doesn't matter what you want, you don't want. I think it's being carried outside a house. Who's so good? Only very small. Wait, tell them I can wear my phone on my head. Even though it's a and I might walk into another domain by mistake, forget that it's Shabbos. What? My time. A person has an obligation to feel his tefillin. Go like this. Every few moments. How do I know? How the family that sits. The friend brother wore a special sits on his head and his forehead and sits. How did this last them? How many times is the friend saying mention of sits? One. Anybody else go around? On the Torah, the Torah never said, what is this extra part to say? It already said that on his forehead, so when you see him typing in the pasuk is going to say, you must constantly remember to put it on his forehead out. Pasuk wasn't still because we must follow his high bay. I'm not sure how many times his name is made. John Pascal in the palace certainly he should feel his feeling all the time. Oh, I know this guy like this. Like that, with that, you know? Like that thing. I joke myself. Oh, thanks, Mordecai. Thanks. Oh. And I see Avram Lewis is smiling. That's a plastic picture on his screen. Avram Lewis. I need it. Yeshua is not smiling. Yeshua looks like he's dying. Oh, Avram Lewis is great for getting on screen. Yeshua, you look scary. You should put on your smiling face a couple days ago. We don't want to see that you look like this dead over there. You're scaring us all. These guys don't move. So I'm not concerned that this guy's going to go through this rabbin. He's constantly going like this, every 10 seconds. So you know that he's going to be going through this rabbin. I think if you dive in action, I don't know if that started saying this. You say it in the Bamema Zikir. Why? You have to check your clothing, check your pockets before Shabbos, make sure you're not carrying anything. You don't want to find a lot of cash in your pocket in Shabbos because cash, you have a quick style, you can't even continue going with it unless you put it down. I once had cash in my pocket on Shabbos. What? This is my mug. And I put it down in the middle of the street, but I couldn't read it. I wanted to see who's going to take it. So this African American guy is coming by and I said, hey, dude, you want $100 here? And he looked at me and started running. He told us because these things. I said, no, get over here. It's real. I'm Jewish. You don't want to hear about it. I literally had to stop 5-6 people until someone was like, looked at me and like, as he's looking at me, he's bending down and taking the money from the ground. And then he, thank you, sir. You sure? Yeah, take it. Shabbos Kodesh. Lori Yitla is Taylor. It says in the Mishnah, a person should not remove lice from his clothing. In those days, it was the thing. Imagine, hygiene. It wasn't a big thing. They wore one garment. Who was that like? Yibaylo. Well, Yitla is Taylor. The Yoim. What's the why not? Read the Mishnah. Like, it goes together. Well, Yitla is Taylor. And you shouldn't read from a book. The Oyer HaNer. Is the Oyer HaNer? Reading in front of the light of the candle is going on. Both or just reading a book. A sefer. Ask the Gemara, is it something? Yaro, is it because I might kill the loud? Reb Lezer? He's talking about Reb Lezer. Are you killing the Shabbos to the Harry Zomo? If a person says the last in Shabbos, there's no difference in the size of the creature. The creature. If you kill a louse, is like throwing a huge candle. I don't know if you ever saw. And I was thinking about it. If we have the street version of Shem, would you show a video like this? Because as soon as I saw this, I was thinking about this viral video that somebody sent me on. There's an Arab that tied a camel to a tree, and he tried to chop the camel. You know what it says? Oh, you're dumb. He tried to chop him, so he's cutting his neck. And as he's cutting his neck, the camel looks at him and says, are you crazy? Look at his mouth, grabs this Arab by his head, and starts tossing him like a... Anyways, no difference killing a camel or killing a louse. It's the same. This is a rice. We're going to see in a minute, but it's actually an affliction. So a louse in it. But the Muslim says it's awesome to kill a louse. So maybe that's the problem. If you remove a louse from your dog, you're going to kill it. You'll eat the law right now. But that's a different law. When you read a sefer from a friend like you might come to read just the thing. Another Allah. Perhaps the louse is something you're killing it. The louse is a problem of readjusting the flame. Toshma, Ain, Toilet, Ain, Toilet, somewhere in there. Oh, so the guy, so, or in there. Both of them are or HaNer. I'm going to go like this. It's going to have allergies. Via legal investigation, it wasn't game. It's the same lesson based on the mission. Toshma, have another guy. Ain, Toilet, or HaNer. Not remove light from the light of a candle. Oh, it's in the first light of a candle and light. And then it says again, or because it's light. A moving our local show body, and now you're going to going from the eating a lot of the family sits beside a lot of. Oh, the value Shemon Yasser. So you see from here that removing lights has to do with or in there, not killing. Or if you don't know Shmuel, people have to be big story. If you have the light of a candle, somebody else is sharing the candle. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see this. I hope you didn't show the first part. Okay, the boy side. Let's get back to Torah. Bad idea. Sorry, guys. That wasn't me. That was one of the tech guys. How many people? 31. Ah, Mr. Columbus is on. Beautiful. So, no, this is it's tremendous business. The boy said, if you're not doing this to Torah, just my personal opinion. I appreciate it, but I know you're doing it for Torah. So Kind of another mistake there. You do that happen? You shouldn't. You're in the closet. I don't know if it's never happened to you. Shabbos morning, and you're looking for your suit. You take a candle. You're looking. Now, in those days, the clothing of women were very similar. The men wore skirts or whatever. The differentiate between your clothing and wife's clothing is priceless. It also be also to differentiate between one man's clothing and another man's clothing. My suit is blue, yours is black. It's also blue right there. So yeah, I maybe you just. I don't know whether I'm always related to places. So don't start saying depends. If you could really differentiate by feeling it, by seeing this one is wider, this one is narrower, it's not a problem. Name a Chayzal. As explained, when you pull up, they didn't like to work on much. So they had wider clothing like you did. Therefore, it's hard to differentiate the stuff that you see. It's lighter. We also people that work at Laim. Farmers who work hard. They have the narrower sleeves at least. The sleeves are narrow. The coat is narrow. So maybe you don't need a camera. You just feel it and see right away. That's not my wife's fault. But the name of Poison Army Lamb or another this kid. The older woman, she has narrow sleeves. Have you love those? Probably this thing I would see. Younger women, they have wider clothing. You see it? So I can tell the difference between older. So anytime you can bottom line is it's difference between a woman's clothing and a man's clothing, I can check it out. Laura, I'm there. I'm not worried. I'm going to readjust it. But boy, say, question. I can turn it on. You can turn it on mute. I have a question for the audience. I don't care. Are you allowed to pick your nose in public? Question. You're allowed to pick your nose in public. Too much. I love my question. All right, let's see what the Gemara says about it. I don't hear what you say. Hillel is probably going to say it's my place. No, wrong. Parabanon, you can turn it off.
I am this close to opening a hot dog stand. Fucking try me.
You're wrong. Hillel, you're wrong. You got it wrong. Who is that? Baby Seltzer? Baby Seltzer, is that Ricardo? Yes! Yeah! So my lady coming out of the street. Yeah. Okay, so the Tzvika's supposed to be in the background. I see Tzvika, Ronaldo. Okay. And we have guests here from around the world. I don't know this. Who's that from? Hey, this dude. The guy, top left. Top left corner, no. Yeah, him. Who's he? I don't recognize him. All right, 10 minutes. He's saying he's right on top of Zevi. 2 on top of Ruben. All right, look at tomorrow. Hold on, buddy. Let it pick your nose. Aim. Turn it off. I can't hear it. Aim. This is Robin. It's also to remove life. Why? It grows people out. So anything that grosses people out. Sometimes you go to some place. You gotta go with this person. Here. We had a face in the mirror. I'm going to mention his name. He was established his lips already. He had a stick. He was sticking his finger in his ear. And then he pulled it out and made a popping sound. Maybe that's not gross. Maybe that was cool. I don't know. But this is my question. The Martin says, no, hey, we play the Mrs. Robin. This is etiquette. This is things that we shouldn't do. And this has nothing to do with Shabbos. Don't gross people out. Allah is the best. Spitting from the people. The day I covered. But it's about it. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. I'm Rabbi Nechemia. Ain't no see. I've been season. is a combination of three words. It's topic, but it's spelled zin, food. It means to induce vomit in public. Gross. Disgusting. No food. What does it say? Who says? It don't say in this. Yeah, it says you shouldn't gross people out. In those days, they had a school for people living. And you search, and again, not food to do it in public. Yeah, yeah, public. But about him, Hamatala came on. Now we're going with the Sugya. This is one of the most difficult steps understand. Unfortunately, a lot of people think the Sugya and they write here about the Sugya. You have to understand that I'm just being marked with a lot said about the concept of what we're about to say, and I leave it at that. A lot of you, someone talk about it, don't just read the words and keep you understand. Tell me about this. Hamatala is Kalo. If somebody's removing a louse in Shabbos, Moira is give it a little squeeze. Don't touch it, but if you still it, give it a squeeze, knock it out a little bit, teach it a lesson, and then toss it away. To go back to the yard, make sure it. I'm still like, man, why are you doing this? I guess you don't want to start climbing up again and get back. I'm still like, man, most of his players, you're not allowed to give it a squeeze. Because actually, don't squeeze it because you might come to kill it. So that's also this zero, maybe you might come to kill it. Over every now and then, I could squeeze it, stretch it, and throw it, and go, go. Now, this is the plan. This is proper. This is what you do. In other words, don't kill it. Rabbi Makakalu. Rabbi would kill it. Rabbi Shakespeare would kill it. They would kill it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shagru in front of the Nile. Rabbi wouldn't squeeze it and kill it. That's not proper. That's not so nice. Toss it in water. Let it drown to death. Squeeze, when you hear it from someone coming in. Not from living outside, but if not from told his daughters, just hold on, I want you to kill them. Dash me, colors and some bossy. I want to hear my enemies die. I want to hear them suffering. Give it a poof. John, I want to hear it. Some say to show that I'm purpose doing this. This is not an Issa rights to kill. Killing allows for Shabbos according to all these mandamim, and as we'll see in a second, it's not Issa rights. How you return to the Lazomer, in Hurricane to my focus Shabbos, you're not allowed to kill. Allah from Shabbos, give me Bishama. That's Bishama. Still not what's Bishama? Because in the Mishkan, there was an animal that was part of the rubber, and according to this law, allows doesn't reproduce. It produces spontaneous, what is it called? Reproduction, spontaneous, whatever. There's a concept called today. It was created from Zaya. Now we know that's very problematic because today in science. So many explain that it means that they are so small that people they look at part of the national stars, they stuff up to see. So in other words, for us, it's as if they don't reproduce. Yes, they reproduce. The school as a whole, someone wants to listen to Zion, the Biralacha talks about it, but it's just on the table, maybe just things in, all on your perspective. One of the things we're looking for is Zokti Gemara, the kind of hot. Famous song. No, you don't engage your daughter. Probably a money thing. Money. You have to talk about a dira. You have to talk about how much money you give. Again, you have to talk to the tutor. How much you want per hour? Well, I'm doing money. I'm the professional Shabbos. Why? Because it's in the new home. It says, you shouldn't do your own personal needs on Shabbos. This is your personal needs. Getting rid of your daughter, making you should have your personal needs. You're not available. And you shouldn't be monogamous although they were back in time to Shabbos. Why did Rabbi Shammai? Because of the tsar. You'll create tsar, you'll be the tsar, he'll be the tsar. Rabbi Yisrael Matiyah, Tabotzecha doesn't include mitzvah. Getting your daughter married, that's a mitzvah. Teaching your kid Torah is a mitzvah. So it involves you with money on the side, but that's not. It's a mitzvah. And therefore, you're allowed to be menachem avos, you're allowed to be menachem avos. All right, Bono. Shabbos in the Lizoi. For full Troy Beloved. Shabbos! Oh, I think we gotta see this. What is it? Oh, Shabbos in the Lizoi. Shabbos Kodesh in the Lizoi. Lizoi. All right, what does it mean? Shabbos is not a time to scream and daven and being paid. Shabbos in the Lizoi, no more sockets. In other words, you're telling the sick, don't worry about it. You don't have to daven today, and you'll still have a refuah roiva lavo. Huh? Okay. Thank you. There goes one more step. You're highly interactive. Not only is Shabbos not going to disturb you, and not only is Shabbos not going to hurt you, Shabbos will help you. If you don't cry in Shabbos, you must have a Shabbos like you're supposed to. You're not supposed to cry. You're not supposed to daven. For that, totally interactive. It could help you. The Shabbos itself will be miraculous. That is based on the base. If you don't know, I'm not going to react to the level about Holy Source. You're not supposed to. Exactly what you say to us. You say Shabbos in the room. The Buddha says, you say, I'm not going to react to the level. I can go to whatever I want to say about Holy Israel. He speaks in all the time. Major places now in the world in Davin that we should be helped. And it's important for today also. You're going to be, I mean, Baruch tells Baisha, I ain't going to say so-and-so is going to be sick from corona. When does he say so? On Rosh Hashanah. He's going to be sick from corona. He's going to die from corona. How can we say that? Very good. It's nice sorrow of a rabbin with that today. The rabbins get together in daven and break that zera. It's better than the another fact is that perhaps Baruch Hu is going to that a person is sick. Daven, they should help him. That he didn't say. They didn't say he should become sick. And that's it. Sick. Undo that zera. You see I'm there? I'm not going to be rapping my laptop the same colleague. If Yossi says you have to involve the other person, you can't just talk about the same thing. There's so many Israel. If you say today, says Gemara 70, there's a book Shavna. Because Sasek. If you notice, you sound like his brother. When you walk in, You say, hello, how you doing? Just in there. That was but we had the Rambam of Menina and the Prophet Rahman is great. You sit to the Shalom and you end off with the word of Shalom as a Prophet. You sit to rest in the Manazah of Omar and Khanina. This is the very point. You sit to the Koilim says Pesach. Sorry to see your events and Koilim show. You have a Koilim to daven for him. Together with all the Koilim. The man can go to like the Zikah. It's a show Koilim. Brother Hanino, the question is not from the bit. We're back to things. It's hardly less when people play them on Shabbos because to bring you, the visitor, to be sad on Shabbos. You see somebody you know, a loved one is sick, it's not good for the Shabbos. It doesn't allow them to
somewhere out there.
visit before Shabbos. That's not a possibility. It's been okay. But it's really not a deal because it makes yourself when I went behind the Muslim, sitting on my looking, sometimes he said it in less than a photo. I said, just remember you. You saw one. One hour he's sitting there name. Rahmani is Purina Islam. Remember you. Take the other option. How can you talk in Aramaic? One up. The Lord you saw him trouble looking around me. A person should never talk in Aramaic. When we're looking at the show, trouble looking around me. Hey, Malachi, I'm sorry, I'm Loy. A person should not talk in Aramaic because the Malachim won't help him out. What is going on here? Everybody asks. You know what to ask. A Malach for anything. A Malach could be a Shliach. A Malach can help him with Filahin. I have unbelievable finishes. The Malach read a human's mind. Just show me with your fingers. But a Malach can read a human mind. No. He says no. Everybody's saying no. What's wrong with you? Why are you saying yes? What's his name? Yes! Melbourne, Australia! In Melbourne, Australia, you guys play upside down. That's why. You're on the other side of the world. This means no, I got it. What's that? Why do you say no? Why do you say that a mouth could read your mind? Where are you getting this from? Yeah, why do you say yes? Where do you get it from? Malachim, because Baruch knows everything. Malach knows everything. Because your messengers from HaKadosh Baruch told them, do so and so, say so and so. But they can read that brother. He was not saying, both sides looking tasteless. You're not going to believe your eyes. The guy from Melbourne, Australia, is having a coffin, is macabre in their face. Places there are not saying Malachi and Shores Makim Beloshon Arami. The man of Gabriel, only Gabriel knows Aramaic. And the place says, the Tema. Dafilu Mat. I couldn't believe it when I read it. A Malach knows the thoughts of a human heart. Lashon Arami and Yodim. How could it be that a Malach doesn't know Aramaic? That's like he doesn't even answer it. When he has a full on it, the little boy says, how does places know this? Supposing that we learned to drop this down from the name that if a person is convinced that his tefillah is going to take effect and to work, he's ma'ayin the tefillah, then it's tayeva. The malachim don't bring it up as a barber. How does the malach know what he thinks? Whether he thought it's going to be effective or not? It's like Gemara says the woman goes, the malach understands people's machshava. All right. This piece of information here. Amazing. From the Gemara, the question is if Rabbi Elazar would daven in Aramaic, how did the Malachim help him bring up the field that was bar? Yes, he was not davening to a Malach. Big Shiloh. Rafi Rachamim, Yisu Rachamenu. You're not allowed to say, you're not allowed to say. We don't call to the tasting Shalom, Shalom Aleichem, all these things. Big Shiloh. So from here, there's nothing Gemara. You can ask him out. So no, this stuff. Dani Karila the Shechinoim or Rabbi Isai, a sick person, the Shechina is with that sick person. You don't need him out. I thought that was right there and there. So you're davening in Aramaic, Hashem understands all the shaylas. We don't need those malachim. We bypass the malachim. Gomer up, how do I know that the Shechina supports the sick? She has another welcome here. Maybe it means comes to visit. Here's the halacha. Do not sit on the bed. You know these guys? The guy is dying from who knows what, and his friend comes, sits on his bed, and the sick guy is starting to roll and pushing this thing. They don't sit on his bed. Why? Not because of the uncomfortable waiting time, but it's powerful sitting there. The way I got he say, don't sit on a chair. Yep. So the Misatif in here is a lotion of no covered. You wear a towel, you sit there in fear because the smoke is right there. The smoke is everywhere. Like as a person, he's a little bit more. When he's not in the ocean in front of him, he's sitting on the mountain, he's sitting by his head. You never explain to them how his word. What do you do? It says, the ocean will follow him. It's a don't sit in front of him. Rav says sit on the ground. Or, Moses points out, you can sit lower than him. Today, in the hospital beds, they're so high, it's usually not an issue. You sit on a chair. Not going to be a problem. Omer Robin. The night of his book is going to Safel Ayimah in both things of Pharaoh giving sustenance. Remember, another stuff now. Bula Yikir Lara Nera Marabba feels the voice in Kenya. Said, look good. Rabban said, don't read in front of a candle. Even if the candle is 2 floors up, you might come to a disease up. That's the thing Mardoy is a certain measure. Women, so a piece of wood they use for animals, but people are starting boxes of it, even 10 stories high. Moreover, there is a flood, whether happens a low degree, pretty topic, but it is discussed. How come all of a sudden now there's no low flood? But one person is not allowed to read. That was Xavier. So there are 2 people, but how you look up in the Mishnah, you're not allowed to read. Because 2 people, one of the laws of the country, can't be that part. You're reading the same subject, you're allowed to read. You're trying to discuss the reading of the same book, separate book. I'm not going to do after last order the other muscle. You're around the bounce. Bonfire. So everybody's singing separately. So even if one people, you might just and nobody will stop. Another special rule. Person is a person who never reads just the point. Even in the UK, he doesn't read just the point. So you're not concerned that it will read just the point. Basically, a person should not read just the flame. Should not read in front of the flame because it might come to read just the flame. Over here, it's cool. Especially the Haley, don't worry about me. I'm all the culture. I can read, I won't read just the flame. Tamachas. What's Tamachas? Tamachas is part of Jewish life. Read, and he wanted to read just. Some say, actually readjusted him. You know what I'm going to say? Oh my. Hamad, look how beautiful Chacham's words are. So you ever make a line there? They made us a panel. They're poor, give us a panel in the the people. Rav Nosson, I'm there, the Gemara itself says, part of the heat, not some say. Rav Nosson says, he actually readjusted the flame because of that thing. Passing, he wrote in his little notebook, Ani Yishma, Elisha. I Yishma, Arisi the Jesus. I read and I readjusted the flame. Very good Shabbos. You better be something goes, but it's just when the something will be built of the practice. I see a fat, and that's fat practice. The person want to ask you, I had a little practice. How many people use that practice? Why does it say practice flame? Why practice flame? I'll bring on practice. Why did they say practice flame? Okay, you want to be nice and be to cover this. So why? Anybody have a good parent? Listen to his parents. Maybe you like it. Because he's also over on the he's over on a chata. That's it. But he was over on the Rabbanon not to sit next to his flame. For that, add a little extra shmeina. First you think of chata. Add a little shmeina. What do you find? What about it? I'm going to be out there. It's a shame. If I had air, been out of my face, it starts screaming. It's a first, I don't know what, and I hope it's not, Rashi. Shani Rishma ben Elisha Hoyer with Mason Maxima of Living Cherokee. Look at what happens. You tell me, Rabbi says that a fucking person doesn't have to worry about it. You can sit next to the flame. Look, Rishma ben Elisha. Srika. He gave brachas to Srika. He's both. He asked him to give him a bracha. They're more kosher than him. He is not the candle, so any other kosher. Why not? You're talking about other kosher that never touches or readjusts a candle. Well, he's still readjust candles. When it came to Torah, he didn't wait for his servant to come and readjust it. Jumped in, he had to wait for the second, he readjusted it. Oh, you're making that to me, I'll give you Torah. Because the Gemara writes, guys are welcome to the Davin. It's 8:04. I know. A few more minutes. We have luxury, listening more Torah because of Corona. Only Chodesh Shabbos, but we have a contradiction. It says in one bright spot that a servant could check his cup to make sure that it's not dirty. You could serve it to his master. He goes like this. Okay, this is good. Now I want to ask you a question. We just learned that you cannot differentiate between wife's clothes and your clothes. How come all of a sudden when it comes to a cup, I can check what the star on there? The Ran unbeliever, you're gonna like this. The Ran says, because when it comes to hygiene, cleanliness, I was not to use this star on there. You hear this cleanliness? You gotta be clean, you gotta stay safe. Corona. Shamish birthday cuts his cars on there. The guy is the way you think, but on the other hand, there's a guy that says you should not check Laura on there. Look at This is the distinction between a servant who has a full-time job and is extremely concerned to lose his job. So he has to make sure that the cup is very clean and he's not going to get fired. So we're concerned that we will readjust the candle. There's a guy that's a temporary labor. He is not so concerned about his job. He won't care. He won't look. Another side is we're talking about the permanent servant. What happened? You went out on YouTube? Cover the Mishnah when the candle is made out of olive oil, it's palm oil, the concern you might use that. Nef, kerosene, it's so smelly that nobody's going to use it because if you readjust it, your fingers will smell. Then you have to go make your master's food. That's a fact. What if the guy is a temporary labor servant, but he has olive oil? Could he readjust it? Could he read Lorna? Could he look at the? I'm sorry. Could he look at the Hayden Lorna? Other Rav says Rav halacha. He's allowed to. Very more came. Don't tell people in public this halacha because it might come to be mizalv in the halacha that becomes you make in another area. No, you could say the halacha. Final story. Reviewing the Rav equal to Rav Asi. Reviewing the old Rav Asi. What? No. Come Shama, come public the noise. Yeah. Oh, geez. How's it possible? Let's see. He's just saying with it. I'm frozen. I'm a little frozen, but they can hear me. He's saying you can hear, but I'm obviously okay. Maybe it's the internet. Reviewing the Abbey, the Bear Vasi, come Shami, we're almost finished in it. Come Shami, come Buddy, the noise is driving. So the sleeping went and use the candle to check the candle. Or like the Visu, so his wife said, listen to this lesson how you talk to a husband. You marry with other donkeys. My master, my husband, my master. You don't do so. On my leg. On my law, Shafke. He told his wife, leave him alone. Rabbi Srila. He goes like you're doing. Okay, so we'll stop here up on your side. Have a wonderful, safe, enjoyable. Oh, he said, Nakas Yoch in the Yoitzre day. Have a wonderful day. Turn me off. What happened? All right, Rabbi Sai. Goya. Who's that? Yosef Irvin and his kids. Ever and his kid. The first girl that's listening to the Zoom. No, we had all this stuff. Nati, is that you? Did you hear the story I said all the way in the beginning? You better go back. You're gonna cry. It's about you. You gotta go back online. You gotta go back online. Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Today's share is being sponsored. Giving Moshe Ben, Yisrael Leva Levi. Heavy business. I should have changed the book. I printed it the way they sent it. From Pennsylvania, Yanana. Yesterday, what's that? So you can change out the, not a problem. Let's put this over here. Because you see what you're looking at here. Yesterday, I received this in the mail. You able to see this? From a viewer who I have never met in my life. It says, presented to Rebbetzin Peggy Stefanski, to my wife. A beautiful present. This is a piece of art from Yona Weiner, the famous. It happens to be that my wife's father, my wife is very familiar with this artist. He has it, Mr. Willem. It's a beautiful piece, and it says, my Zakian, but the name of the Gisto, that's who you drive a Rabbanon, the nothing is right by the Osman Bay Rabbanon, they think the Maran Drop. How do women merit eternity? By sending their children to learn English, and by sending their husbands to learn Mishnah and Gemara on a voice side. Unbelievable. It could have come at a better time. Everybody's sad about this year. I'm going to hang it right here for this year. I can't imagine how much time and effort this person put in. It came from Mr. and Mrs. Avram Tukowski. I remember him. He actually sent me me an email saying that because of me, he started wearing a hat during benching. First time in 40 years. Not anybody else? All right, we're going to continue Vita. What's going on? Zoom is still here. How many people are on Zoom right now? No? I see Dr. Epstein. I see Kennedy. Oh, I see. I see Chaim. They can't hear me at all? Oh, they can hear me. I see a very sick Yeshua. Guys, I hope they didn't have corona. Couldn't happen because he's our barista. The voice up. Hey. Just on Purim. No Purim a week ago. I couldn't believe it. The Kiddush Hashem, Purim morning, over 85 people in cheer. Today, we're sitting here with Mordechai Seltzer and Gershon Ben Moshe, just to man the cameras and make sure that everything's here. Unbelievable. Only the Yetzer Hara, that's all he's doing, is trying to stop this momentum. Rabbi said also, I don't know if you know, you have to push join audio. Because people are saying that they don't hear, there's issues with it. Oh, no, Fix is online. Get involved with that. What's going on here? I have a 48-inch screen TV right in front of me. I'm going right through YouTube into the screen, and I see the oil because if I'm sitting here things, I see Mendy to my left, I see Ram to my right, I see Yeshua, I see Will, I see Avi, I see Dr. Epstein, the whole oil is here. Menachem Mata is all in the back front, so by the bathroom, wave Menachem. The only problem is with Menachem, I'm nervous. I'm not making a mistake, and nobody's going to fix it. It's terrible. Okay, so Avram Pikachi, Avram Pikachi, beautiful, beautiful presence. Let me read a couple of emails here. Just a few, unlimited. Here's our friend, Joseph Diaz. If you want to know what he looks like, he's the one that's in charge of Zecher Nishma stuff, and he uploads all the WhatsApps. Usually takes him 4 hours a night just to do the WhatsApp. Here he is learning with Lively David, our in-house Torah man that comes every single morning but doesn't have internet, so we had to go to his house to watch the show live. And we have 2 devices here, and we're learning together. Beautiful. What else do we have here? We have an email from Jonathan Stefan. I thought today's show was one of your best you have given. I disagree, but he says so. You could feel the tsar as he started, but as you kept learning, you could feel how you came alive. I guess that part you want to say was the best. It's a great message for us. But the way that's the way to overcome this nonsense is to double our learning. However, just because you're doing shit from home doesn't mean you don't have to live up to your high standards. First, you missed 6 words. Or of Yosef, Hilchos Rabbasim B'Shabbos. Wow. Are you sure? I don't know. I have to go back and see. Omer of Yosef, Hilchos Rabbasim B'Shabbos. I went back to double check, and he started saying, in the name of the skeptic, the story giving out $100 in the streets of Chicago. But more critically, how could you drink your water without us hearing your amazing shots? Luzzy. Talking about Luzzy, yesterday was the first time that, in a very, very long time, that I missed the yelling like this. No mean at all. It was shocking for Lincoln and Myra. And I was reminded of a story by the Sucker friend. Sometimes you have to break the halacha. That's the way to do the time of the Torah. Beautiful story by Sucker friend. boyfriend was going to a wedding and they wanted to have a milk on the way or miss the pickup. It was one or the other. And they told him to find Epstein. He was right next to our house in Kensington. And he said, Muslim condominium, that would be people so that the person is not the top. Thank you very much. And one of the Bukhari said, but Rebbe, I'm over 20 years old and I've never missed a million in my life. And Kai Muslim said, type is not sport. There are streets. If you have to break something to become a mitzvah, that's what you do. And that's why I told Lozi. Yes, he's never missed the chakra since his bar mitzvah, which 3 months ago. It's not for us. To not be selfish to other people. We are young. We will try to get over this with nothing, with minor symptoms. But not to be selfish to the whole people, not to overload the medical system. 49 people, so many from 149 people. How can you critically, how can you drink water without hearing the amazing chocolate? But we can't put 5 million in the for long, that's 30 million for life. Keep up the great work, Jonathan. I'm sorry for embarrassing Jonathan. I know I'm Stefanski, but I'm an emotional type of Stefanski. It's different. It's in between. I'm a little crazy, but a little emotional. I'm sure, yes, I'm sure anyone sitting in your house greatly appreciate all your amazing singing. Yes, that was an issue. I don't know. Today he's not going to be such a big deal. There's someone tired around of his songs. Okay. Another email from Moshe G, and then we're going to have to jump on this 10 minutes in. So you shared today, we mentioned 2 points regarding coronavirus, which is very important to speak out. I spoke about this in Shiri. Number 1, it's a Messiah. We need to make sure not to let ourselves get casting down. We must have a proper duty during times to get our direction from our rebellion adequacy. Number 2, we should use extra time off of work to build our avodas Hashem. As Dora is an excellent idea for those who have additional hours. Please repeat what I see here. However, I would like to take and add another point which I feel must be spoken out. Number 3, the coronavirus is affecting everyone. All people who are affected are either getting hurt or having to change their daily lives because of it. Whenever Hashem sends us something that does, sends us something that does these things, we must do a test on that and look into our lives and see why Hashem did this stuff. So, I did mention that in one of the 8-minute docs. You have to check this stuff. Regarding the shir and the fact that people cannot attend, every single person must seek the proper guidance by Hashem and see why he's very effective. We all this together, we will use Hashem, overcome this crazy time, and observe the Metallica and Mashiach, this cadence, only good news, Moshe Green. Fine. Another one from Canada, appreciate the shir very much, said woman. And here, in Kensington, these I used to learn with. There's a guy learning with the son. This is yesterday's dog. You can see in my house. It's yesterday. What you see here is wearing a mask. In Kensington. Also, I noticed here cassettes. Who in the world has cassettes? It says prophets, Navi, something about Navi. Hashem Yerachim. What? Forget to the rest. There's many more for different days. Some daily Gemara round up the base. Some base on the bottom. Be'emes Amru Chazans. The Mishnah says that a chazan, let's go back to the Mishnah. A chazan on Daf with Aleph and the Aleph says, all the way down to the Mishnah. The emes Amru, in reality, the emes is, a chazan, I think you know this story, the chazan, the bakayro or the gabai, he takes a look at where the kids are holding the little finish on Friday night when they're learning for the candle on the Elohim Yisrael. He shouldn't be with them. So, does he look? Does he check it out? Does he not check it out? What exactly does he do? The Emes Amru, the Emes facial Roya, he's allowed to look in the Chumash, in the Torah. My love, look at it. Shouldn't that mean that he's allowed to read it? What it means is, that he's looking to see the beginning of the parashas. Once he's familiar with it, he'll start remembering it, and then the next day, when other people get at least in those days, get an aliyah, you read your aliyah. You can help him out, says Rashi. You say, yeah, she was heard in the Kibbutz Carmel, he gives you the Kaimim, etc. The Kaimim Rabbi Bar Shmuel, Abu Misadu Roshi Parashiyotso. All he does is he takes a look to get organized, but he doesn't read from the Torah. So put a Parashalai, but he doesn't read the whole thing. They say, we're holding that he's giving him an hour on the top. And then children would read these the whole parsha to the light of the candle, right? Talking, though you're saying the Rosh Parsha stuff, no, they also only read the beginning of the parsha. Here in Exodus, we have a page of full quickly. There's almost 60 of them. Where all the kids know the entire Hamisha Kids. I have a few records there. You mention any word, anywhere they start reading. So they needed to. That's how it was in those days, I guess, as well. They just saw the beginning of the parrot. That was enough for them. Just going, but they didn't read from the Sefer Torah. What he's saying, Shanik Promotus knows the famous is that. But he also likes to do it. Since there's a Rebbe here, I started laughing when I read Rashi, top Rashi. They must Rabbi Aleim in posting Yavashim Dover. Children never extend their hands for anything. But people don't know, even in the say, LRP Rabbi, when the Rebbe says you can move, they move. Exactly like our children today. They listen exactly to what you tell them. They don't move a finger without the Rebbe's permission. Now, if I ask you, come up with your own shot. Why are children different than adults? Listen to what one of the Rishonim says on the side of our Gemara. This is going. Think about it. Why is it sharp? This is amazing. Children want to go home. So if the light goes out, you're not going to fiddle with it and readjust the flame. You got to go out. Rebbe, time to go home. Says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah that in Zav, he had an emission and his wife is Shmeya, she's a Zav, but they couldn't even put together. Why? They'll come to a sin. Beautiful. Why Yisrael is so careful when it comes to that. Alright. Dr. Epstein, are you right alone before you alone? You can say that? Oh, there's even shade on the bottom with the red earphone. Also in my building. 2 people in my building. Unbelievable. And here's nothing from the story yesterday. Somebody had Jonathan asked me, why were they so depressed? Why is that so depressed? I wasn't. I just finished reading the email from George, a soldier in Missouri that's starting to do tshuva and starting to do the statement of top. And I literally was crying, was bawling, and he's talking about Muffy. How he met Muffy, and I asked Muffy, is it true? And Muffy said, yes. He remembers the soldier. He doesn't remember. He remembers he met him in Missouri. Unbelievable. Where you're at the top, I've heard from parts of the Tahara Yisrael. Look at Klal Yisrael, how careful they are with the Tahara. I know other people are saying this. It's hard. You never understood what this Tahara and Puddah. You can't touch this. If you touch this, this becomes a shame, a Rishon, and the Rishon becomes a shame. We're going to go 4 doctrines about Puddah and Tahara coming up. Great stuff. And now, for the first time in my life, I can really understand what it means. If I touch you, you have an invisible virus roaming around, and you're going to infect somebody else. That's Tumah. That's not what it is. We can kind of visualize it now. Tumah Tahara, you have to stay back Daled Amos. How much do we have to stay back? 2 meters. Daled Amos and Tumah Tahara. Unbelievable. The Klal Yisrael is extremely careful about Tumah Tahara, like I said a few times. They actually they killed somebody and they said, get this body out of here. They weren't careful about your sister, but they were careful about Tumah Tahara. There's no need to tell somebody that his wife is Leah and he is sorry, oh, don't eat a meal with your tummy wife because you might come to sin. You might be with, because she's tummy. He's not going to come close to her because it might make his bread tummy. The sin he's not worried about. Bread being tummy he's worried about. The our missions, they're both tummy anyways, so he had no reason to be not good on tummy bread. He had to warn him, hey, you have to make it zero. You can be over an issue of being with his other. So Shamino Le'yot Atar Machneya. And the Le'yot Atar Machneya. This doesn't mention anything about a part person should not eat a meal with his male wife that he might have an affair with it. Because the fact that she's tummy will distance him completely from it. Another thing is, these are all the people that are watching. Okay, the Zoom people don't see what's going on, but the YouTube people. Okay, it says, Lo yochal zov parush in zov amar. The zov is careful about eating his food with that marrow. He has to be careful not to sit down with the zov who's on amaretz. Amaretz. Family are going to answer because he might. Easy with him. What does that mean? If you might give that to him a habit, so what's the big deal? He's coming already. What is he going to feed him? No coming food. Elaine is saying after that, the warm flame. He's going to give him coming food. That's not the problem. Let's go back. If you might give that to him a habit, so what? If he's used to being with him. Elaine is saying after that, warm flame. Maybe he'll give him coming food. Horus, God's going to name up, and every time a Zaf Horus touches something, if the Zaf coming gives him, even if the Zaf coming didn't give him, he picks up a cup of water from it. Normal bite says, we have to win this garden out. Wasn't exactly a cup of water. You know what I mean? Because they're going to have to some stuff. I'm right back. Hey, there is something after them, garden saying, Abba says, Chapter 1 is this Amor. Perhaps he's not careful, you might give him something that doesn't freeze him nice. Oh my, go by the Oretz and ask him like, it's not a problem because most of the Oretz do take things so nice. What's the problem? Let's make it zero. We try to discuss it anyway, zero. You might not, don't sit with him because you don't sit with him, he might give you something that he might have not taken things so nice because the trouble double. Some of you struggle at so used to it, you have to let us go and maybe beneath our might feed him for a month. Yeah. But when the Zav becomes tired, the Zav is tired now, and he's still his friend and just his house, and then he'll give him something coming, and he'll make him coming all over again. Says the Gemara Barley, you go, and a husband and wife in the same bed, what happens? Wow. Sorry, just 1 second. Do we lose you guys? Yes or no? Because the Bible said that we lost you. It looks like we lost you. Okay, we all look lost. Fine, welcome back, Rabbi Shai. By the way, you're from Melbourne, Australia, right? I didn't recognize the gentleman from Melbourne, Australia, but now I know who he is. He's Theo Abraham's brother from Melbourne, Australia. Beautiful. New Sugar, Rabbi Shai. Are we on? Are we live? Thumbs up? Are we on? We're all asleep. Oh, Zoom is asleep. How about now? You guys hear me? Oh, okay, great. We don't know what happened. We just went out for a second. It's now Yiboilu, Musugu. Mida Mausha Tishan and Balo, he did exalt, who did exalt. We all know the answer to this question. The Gemara takes us to this fact. When a woman who's in need of being in the same bed with her husband, when the both wearing clothes. Rashi explains that it wasn't the derech to wear clothes. They made a wearing clothes thing is a hecker. They know not to be a over anything. Omar Abiyah says, we all know that it's also, let's see why. Omar Abiyah is a tough one. I'll prove it to you. Oh, you know you're not allowed to eat pasta bacala. However, chicken is only also in the Rabban. Can you cook chicken on the same table as somebody else who's eating dairy? Bisham may say, Oila is chicken, then in Nepal. Obviously, don't eat it. Dairy Bisham. No, you're right, it's the Rabbanon. Nevertheless, it's also how you do Yosef Bialik. Awesome. It's also to put on the same table the Rabbanon together with milk. The Rabbanon meat chicken. What do you see? If you can't put chicken and cheese on the same table, so you can't have a husband and wife in the same bed, 3 sleeps. And also, like a day says the Gemara now, over there, there's only one person that might come to sin, nobody's going to remind him. But by a husband and wife, they remind each other. There's another very great reason in that is that there's no hecker. You can tell you not to eat chicken and cheese. But over here, they're both wearing clothing, there's a hecker. Rashi, you're right, it's a very good reason, but we have a better reason. They always, the minds, to remind each other that's a better reason. The Gemara is going to bring up that reason. Often we start the day for the day of Shani, and I'll prove you. The Shani Seva says we say, you know, we're like a snap, so no, you know, you're not just an apple. Two guests, one eats mussels, one eats fish, one eats dairy, one eats meat on one table. The other basso doesn't even, not chicken, basso. Even meat, which is very well. Very flashy. Tomorrow, that's not just great food, but I think Omer Afkonim Barani and Yeshua, we don't know the same Akim says, it's because they don't know each other. They're not going to come and pick food from another person. Okay? It's a disaster, but to know each other, it's not a great life. And by us, the husband and wife, I hope they know each other. They know each other, so therefore they might come to this and just by nothing. They might come to each other's place. I still, that's on this because you like it. They don't speak each other. Says tomorrow, the husband and wife, we have two people that are going to remind each other. Plus, we have a husband who's going to be not the there from those days. Therefore, we're not going to come to see. Take it out and make us have another proof. So I don't have proof yet. Is the husband allowed to be with a neighbor? Take it out and make us have another image. That's an oil for us. Not called. The husband says the same thing, same words, in a different way. Starts from a different point of the raya. This my Allah. All around front of my army is full of tunnels and the previous said they know each other. Also, husband and wife, close, they know each other. Tomorrow from days Ika, over there by the mythics and places. They remind each other that there's no hecker, there's nothing special on the table that looks different. Okay, because they always, we have two adults that remind each other, and another reason they can shoot, and there's a difference in the way they are embedded doing things. Why do we do all this? We're going back to our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says that his Zav and his Zava do not eat at the same table. Why? Lest they come to sin. What about the fact that here tells them they'll remind each other? Yes, they'll remind each other. But there's no shino, there's no hecker by a Zaman Azava. Zaman Azava is not wearing different type of clothing. Over here, they're wearing clothing. That's the shino. Finally, the Gemara says we already know. Toshma Ela Harim Leocho. We're talking about a great guy. Didn't eat in the mountain. They know they also. Oh, you really make this slow. Really put his eyes. Like, you really make strong. There's issues with him. Guess what? He's a great guy. He was never with Ish's Ish. Like, Isha Mida Lo Yisrael, and he's never with a Mida. It says Ish's Ish, and Yaki is Mida. That's what the heck. Not just Isha or Mida. The way one from the other. My Ish's Ish, and the big days. The big day also, just like with somebody else's wife, you know how to keep together, even though you're clothed in the same bed. Good. That answers our question. When you both clothed, it's us. Why are you not allowed to be with the HSA? You both clothed. Rashi says that if you're not allowed to be in the same room with the HSA, so certainly you're not allowed to be in the same bed even though you're clothed. Rashi says, I don't think you know that. You have to be in such a situation and not be over it. You don't even need to come on. Rashi's snap of music. Mami no. So from here we learn this a lot. So we learn the Rebbe this goes in. Don't think this little. Somewhere we go. Lord also heard Ella. Proven to give you a rise of that. Give a rise of it's only give you a rise. The active self. Remember, El Kosher Aid the Sorrow with 6 years with Galilee's earth. It's talking now. Rashi, look at Rashi, the bottom Rashi. You are right. That's what the Torah is. Step number 2 is the Issur Rabbanan. The only Issur is keep choose Basa. That's what the Rabbanan. So the dogs, the evil big dog. How can you do that? One like in the Mikvah. The dog says zero isn't it? It's an incredible shikha. Zero Issur. Who the big dog? Who the big boys? No Issur. So why are you explaining the learning Rashi? Yeah, Rashi's talking about Amida. His own wife. There's no Issur. You're going on the Shindi and Yidi away and told it. Not that's a song. Either right. That's how we do it. Anyways, this is the second. Don't use this tool. Says the Gemara. Ulo. Now the awesome base. We don't have awesome base. This is also one of those Gemaras that you're looking for. You have to find out. Oh, I think it's exciting. All these comics think it's a great Christie thing. Well, yeah, the awesome when he came home from his memory, I guess he used to come home very one time. It says we can already that's cool that Bussy out there for value, sister on request, I mean not being value, and some say honor. He could be there every day, but he contradicts himself. You're not allowed to be scared for Rayas eating your own sister. It's a it's a famous saying in the Gemara, it's brought up many times. Somebody that's an alcoholic that's an AA. You don't tell them, go buy me alcohol. You don't tell them, go through the vineyard. You say, go around. Avoid it. You don't tell somebody, sit next to everybody. Literally, I mean, you're telling us. So first, go around and around. Eternally seek out, don't come closer. A lot of people, this is how we learn, like, by the secret with the Galis Erva. Seems like this is really the concept of Kirva, Ashaka, brought down here in, actually, in the phase. Places, yeah, places brings it here. The concept of Ashaka, Rashi wouldn't mark the Hoshim After, and the other, not to give a key from to him, his wife. They secret with the Galis Erva, and they took it, Rabbanim took it, and extended it to other things to make it focus, to make Siyagim to the Torah. Okay, one of the Bailey stories. Mice of the Talmud Ephod, we're holding 4 lines from the bottom. Mice of the Talmud Ephod. The Talmud was unbelievable, a tremendous Talmud Ephod. Shoshana Harbe learned a lot of things. The Torah Harbe and a lot of Torah. The Shimon, Tanida Bacham, Shimon, we live in Brooklyn. What's an Amoret? Somebody that doesn't serve Tanida Bacham, who doesn't see Allah Almighty. You serve Tanida Bacham. You do everything right. And makes the Fatziyama, and he died early death. Basically, and his wife took his children to also get a Ripasiyama, and he Hazarta, and the other conceals, and the other drugs, and wherever he took his children, he said, how is this possible? The boys explained to me, why did my husband die? It says in the Torah, Torah, we're doing right now. Learning Torah. It's not about the daf, it's about the yomi. Even in Corona virus, we have to learn every single day. It's not an excuse. Yes, you don't have a lot of us don't have to face that. You don't have the others to face that. This is the first time it's been out. The first time. Yeah, don't share the screen with everybody. Please don't share the screen. I can only do that. Sharing the screen, please take that off. That's the right thing. Debbie got me asking, please take it off your screen. Thank you. So, yeah. All right. I don't even know what I was saying. Yes, I was. Oh, yeah. 25 years, we go with a family. Here's Arya. Arya, you heard his name. Rabbi said, look in the bottom right corner. That's my favorite Arya. Hey, you'd have a screen. Child, that's not me. So show me around here. Okay. So, yeah, my wife doesn't know what to do. She never cleans. You guys never cleaned the house maybe one time. She doesn't know what it means to clean the house with Pesach. We leave the donuts and the bagels on the table. We lock the door, shut the door, and run all down. My kids think that the stay there is running out of this room and going to their grandfather's room and grabbing up equipment and run back to the room and go to sleep. They have no idea. You know what a Seder is. Hashem Yerachim. My wife she has no idea. I don't know recipes. I don't have a single dish. No, don't start sending dishes now on Amazon. It's going to come here anyway. Don't worry about it. We're going to take care of it. But I did buy an oven yesterday. We have an oven because our oven here makes sense, not even self-clean, believe it or not. My wife, who has 4 ovens in America, she has an oven that opens up halfway because the guy put the handle like this, so she has to sneak it in, and she size double, and it's not self-clean. The sacrifice of my wife, and that's why she deserves this. All right, anyways. Okay. Some daily, you Like that. And Torah is our life. It doesn't matter where we are. Bali Shoshana Harba. How is it possible that your husband, he learned too much Torah? The Torah Harba. Machine is coming up on my everything. Now, later back to Yom again, 10 minutes. Without fail, 10 minutes. Below Haya, Rabbi's not going anywhere. You all stuck in your houses. It's a 3-hour show today. Below Haya. Nobody can answer it. Great question. I'm not passing Saraf yet. The one time I was with her, who's talking? What's going on? Not you, but I can't hear myself. I can hear it. Joseph is saying 10 minutes. You make the volume by me lower. It's not a muting, it's some reason. Make it lower. Right. Where's that sound coming out of? That sound. No.
That's true. Right? Now I know. I wouldn't say it. I just have to say Monte beforehand.
Don't even know. Yeah, in the middle of a great story. You ruin the whole. You gotta start over the story. Who's talking here in person? Who? Did you notice? Who's talking here? Who's talking here? Moira, the God is information. Places over here says because he knew what questions to ask him. And he says, she told me the whole story. She says, Elio, what's going on? What's happening? You made me do so. You're wondering, how did it go straight to me though? One can ask you, how are you careful with what tomorrow goes straight? You made me do so. It's kind of an uncomfortable question to ask. You made me do so. Now, how do you treat me when you need me? Umrali, Has Shalom, Afidu, handling like that. You never touch me, my people. So he asks her, you made me do this now. So, according to Rashi, the woman with the rice is only coming 7 days. She's down on the 7th day she go to the mikvah, no matter if she's still down for 7 days. That was reversed. I'm zooming to her. So anyways, you may need though, you see what's going on here. I'm gonna figure it out. This way. Okay, you guys know how to read. It's only numbers. We're going, it's only numbers backwards. This is legal, the right stuff. You guys, how many times have you seen this chart? 100? Okay, you put it on. Beautiful. Good job, Gershon. Wow. If I was sitting here by myself, you're wondering why you're sitting here. That's why I would have never, ever been able to put that over. The problem is that every session on Zoom resets itself and the unmuting and the flipping and everything. Okay, we'll get into it. That's what the right says. She go to the. I think maybe she saw down 7 in the morning, the 7th day in the morning. She goes to mikvah that night. She's tired. Rashi says he's talking about the 11 days. These are the days of Ziva that she sees. 3 days in a row, she comes to the Torah. 2 days on the time. All the Rishonim say that we're talking about is Araisa with the Tosfos. She finished this. Says Tosfos amazing. In those days they would go to the mikvah on day 7, but they marked it in another 7 days of Tumah, like we're marking today. So they go to the mikvah twice. One. It's interesting. So this time of Chacham is a double. He said to himself, with the right soul, she's not even coming to come. I'm just being marked. So let me stay in the same bed. What's the big deal? That's what she says. You made me Libuna Mawetz. I mean, how you learn it. According to Rashi, it's very hard. She's a Zava. So what he didn't know was the Zika, pushing it, it's precious. But she wasn't anything. She was completely part of their house. She already went to the mikvah. She just came out. She had another 7 days because of the rabbi. Basically, good about it. Al-Khalili, the Shosai, you ate and drank it, which is, so a little bit of a problem. But here's the problem. Yoshan Ini B'Kiru Kosa. He slept together with me, Kiru Kosa, touching vegetables. We also died to Abba Baraka, but he never had any intent to be over that day. That's much. Marty Law. So Tosis points out, this is Eliyahu Novi, he knew what question to ask. As soon as she said Nida, no problem, he said, but what about Nida? What about the following week? He knew to ask that because he's Eliyahu Novi. The Marty Law and Eliyahu Novi told him, but he deserves to die. He loves us coming to Torah because he didn't respect for the Torah. I think that's something to come to the next one. I forgot his name. Wait. Right above Australia. Yeah. He's just waiting to say. One place. Hey, you're from Melbourne, Australia, right? Right. Now I know who you are. You came to visit. You're saying Doctor. Okay. You have any interesting fellows from different countries? Anybody from different countries? You're from a different country. Where are you from? Top left. Okay. Whatever. I can't hear you. Yeah, that's it. Where are you from? USA. What are you doing up so late? You gotta go to sleep. Where? Downton, Indiana. My sister used to live there. Rabbi Katz. She's my brother-in-law. Beautiful. Okay. Small world. Go to the Gemara. So some say, well, Daddy, fine. Where are you? Hey, Donnie, shout out. Darian Torah. How many people do we have right now on Zoom? 61 people on Zoom. Rabbi said we got to get it up to 500. It's your job. You have nothing to do on your hands. Go out there and recruit people for Torah. And go out. You have fun. So, sorry, Omer Torah, at least you can to most of these people. You have to be misrachik from Anida. And some people say it's on the Rabbanon, as we said in Toshis. That's also a Suba. And Rashi says he's the Issur of the Sikra. You didn't respect the Torah, but even when you learn, you deserve to die. Even if it's the Rabbanon, if you're over the Rabbanon, the Shemana enough of the human bite you as we had in the beginning of Prophet. Yosef Avimi Omar. Explain, listen, he's a tremendous brother. He had a huge bed, he had a double king-size bed. And there's no problem with Kir Basar, there's no Kir Basar. They were very far from each other. That was the problem, though. He thought it's okay, and that's why he died. Now, places asked the question, Hanki ben Layiv, who was given, Michal was given the and Shaul took, I'm sorry, Michal was engaged maybe to David HaMelech, and Shaul took her, Michal, and gave her to Palpatine Lion. What did he do? He took a knife, we know the story, he took a carrot, a sword, and put it between himself on the same bed, and he said, any of us cross over, you're going to die by this way. But how was he allowed to do so? He just said, Nadavi was one bed, but that's why he died, because he's on one bed. So his Taisva is shocking. Either there's no Yichud, there's open there's a rabbi, and he's very far from him, or he held, like Shaul, that she wasn't engaged to David. Let's just go to that story. Why was she engaged to David? David paid maybe for her, gave her father the hides, etc. Because my plug is Gemara, right? Milva Shuka Daikam, Milva Daikam Shuka. Okay. But it's an interesting question. It's an interesting story possible. The Marova, I mean, there's so many to answer this question. Why did he die, or what did he think? I think by the way, Sina Maxi Bitter than that. She was wearing pajamas, pants, Sina, and the top nuts on. So that's why he wasn't places to be over, because he was with the big duck. Hey, with the big duck, it was only halfway, and that was the problem. Says the Mishnah. We learned in the last Mishnah that you're not allowed to check your clothing for ice or read from a sefer, the Oraner, the candlelight. Then this Mishnah continues, but Eilu Minah Halachos, and these two halachos that we just learned how to check your clothing and Torah, as we know we explained. These two halachos, but Eilu Minah Halachos, over the Aliyahs, and then you can just be going to Olu and back there. In his attic, Hananya ben Kistia, they instituted 18 halachos. The Shammai won. What happens is the Mishnah that day, they had the vote, and they were lucky. The Shammai had more people to be suing. They were able to vote in 18 halachos according to the Shammai over this. You guys Dvarim goes with the and also Dvarim is the 18 things. And we are going to go through a lot of these 18 things, all these 18 things. And that's why we have 4 daf of Sunnah and Tahara. When we're done with this, we're going to understand Corona a lot better. We're going to understand Tahara a lot better. But for now, it's not that bad. All the way up by Rav Yosef, Eilutam, there's a thing with the Vachon about it. In other words, this Mishnah, the beginning of the 18, towards the continuation of the last Mishnah, and we're including those 2 halachas, that you're not allowed to check your clothing or an air. You know how to read from a book or an air. And that's also, that was instituted in that attic that day. Tomorrow, what does that mean? David now. Tomorrow is this, the Vav, Moisef. We're going with the community in the last mission. Those 2 halachas. Oh, Elusa. No, starting 18 halachas from this mission. The deal in the name of Hamon, it's going to continue from here on. Ain't part of them around there.
How long have you been doing stand-up? How long have you been doing stand-up? I'm trying to sound smart, bro. Don't try to sound smart. Smart. There's no
all right. Talking here as if nobody's watching. Ain't Poilim Laura there. He's asking if I know somebody. I think so. But I don't want to embarrass myself. Ain't Poilim Laura there. Ain't Poilim Laura there. It says the 2 halachas in last week. Can't take out lights, Loriner, it's a Loriner, make her Loriner. And it says immediately, hey, when I love it, those 2 halachas are part of the 18. Mama doesn't get any here than that. We have a full price that says Loriner halachas are part of the 18. They will now live on our mission. We have to be burst above. It's a continuation of last week's mission. Banon, explains Rashi, they made a Megillah. You're not allowed to write down any stories about that. It's also, but they wrote down the Yom the days they cannot fast on. There was a lot of them. I think it was in the 35 days. Why? These are days that Chaistok came out of sorrow. They came out of Bella. This sorrow happened to them in this city. They made a day, a Yom Tov. This sorrow happened another day. You can't fast this day, that day. In order not to forget these days, they wrote it down in a scroll, and it's called Megillah. I'm sure Rabbi Schoenberg, I don't think he's watching it. He is. I'm sure he has the scroll somewhere. You see it, Rabbi Schoenberg? Okay. He wrote it, so he must have the Guinness of Torah. They love the Tsaras, in other words, not the Tsar. end of the story, coming out of it, like today, we're gonna come out of this sorrow. And we're gonna look back and we're gonna make a yontif, we're gonna sing. Like I don't know if you saw that video of that Israeli, the first Israeli that came out of intensive care, the first Israeli that fought Corona, and he's a Sephardi. He didn't look like he was very religious, and he said, "Shema Yisrael," and he started crying. And then he said, "Shefiyonu with the Shem Hashem, Shefiyonu Bikim Mon Ubiyon Hashem," coming out of a tzara, being healed, getting out of it. Who wrote the sefer? Wait a minute, we also love Yom Tovim, but not Nasa. So what does it look like? I don't know my speaking. If you try to write everything down, you're never going to accomplish it. A shaitan Yitzchak. We say in Israel, and Sefer Lim Bayot. If you have no brains, you have no problem. If you're a shaitan, you're something's missing. You don't even know that something happening. You don't know something's being funny. You don't know anything. We're so lucky. Says we don't even know what was going to do to us. Yeah, we're sitting here. We think it's a time. Sorry, saved us. We push it, don't know. You can't make a yontif for things you don't know. Yesterday you were saved from a car accident. You don't know it. If you knew it, you'd make a yontif. So what are you making on the Bible when you don't know? Everything in your life is a yontif. Yeah. Okay. My daughter is supposed to be in America, and I'm supposed to be in America for Pesach. But this morning, at 2 in the morning, I find out that my father-in-law has corona, and my daughter found out that her father-in-law has corona. So, who knows? We don't know. Maybe I have corona. That's a different one. Don't know. Yeah. Keep on moving. No, sorry. Okay, same kind of concept. That means that person doesn't feel the axe, doesn't feel a knife, he's dead. We don't feel, we're numb. We're numb to what's going on. We have kindness all the time, but it's all recent for us. What are you talking about? It's famous. So it's another one. A dead person can feel the worm going into his body like a human being feels a needle. Some say it's referring to the okay, we'll agree. The fire is referring to the meat, the flesh, not the dead. The meat is dead, not the person that is dead as meat. The meat is dead on a live person. In other words, let's say you have a tremendous wound that didn't heal, that meat is taken to cook it, nothing happens. And that's your amen. That's how makes it a fire by the people. So you know, I don't know if you know around. Around the place, so it's a toy. The canary, the fish, the toy. You have to think, canary, the fish, the mother who you can see yourself. Today, you open up Tanakh, we have it. Testament side. Without Tanakh, we wouldn't have the testament. Why? So it's very associated with the there's many seals in the festival. It's not for us to understand. Three. It doesn't festival, but a slave cannot be an availor. Everybody knows no one can eat an availor. So Hananiah went to the attic and he learned until he said Shah. We know, and this is simple. Once you know the answer, it's tough. You learn. You learn. You learn it many times. A plan to take a katas, a bird, and with a storm do the weekend, and that's an availor if you do it outside of your house, outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But in the Beis Hamikdash, it's kosher for the kohen. Says the pasuk in Testament. So be careful. That's only the Beis Hamikdash. You kohen, just because you can eat an availor in Beis Hamikdash, you can eat an availor. Referring to that kohen that's eating a malika. Now, so what do they do? They told me carry something. He sat up in that wheel, and they gave him 300 barrels of oil. Here again, once again, 300 barrels. He had 300 barrels numerous times of wine. And what's with Yalta broke the 300, I don't remember, it's 300, 400. She's mad at her husband, she broke the barrels of one. A little bit of a business. You know, also, you look at too, the 300 and less than business. But anyway, in a lot of oil, you sit there and the right distribution and save for yourself. Let's just touch this for a little bit. We'll go back to this tomorrow. No nas dobrego. My minus minus osób znam. Hey, to jest organizacją. So, is this straightforward? Yes, it's not easy. When it comes to Puma, when it comes to Corona, you got to have Puma. This guy's dead. He's the worst. He's the hardest Puma. If a Puma touches a person, he goes down one level. So it always goes down one level. You're contagious. Oh, I like that. Puma is contagious. Touches a person, he becomes an Avatuma. Or a person himself could be an Avatuma. This is a preparation for when Mashiach comes. That's what I'm telling you. You were on your phone before. This is, we don't know what Puma is, but when Mashiach comes, we have to imagine, you have to know the distances. You have to understand what to do and what not to do. Read a piece of fruit. The virus goes in the fruit for hours, they say. You gotta be careful, don't touch it. Avatuma touches another person, he becomes a Rishon. If a Rishon touches the fruit, that fruit becomes a Sheni. Now, a Sheni cannot make a person tummy. In order for a person to become tummy, I have to touch Avatuma. A Sheni cannot make anything tummy. However, it could make Truma. Think about Truma. Like an old man. Old man is susceptible to corona. The older you get, the more caution you get, you're more susceptible. You become more and more, what's the word? I'm just even, nobody says to help me. What's the word? Sensitive. Sensitive to Truma. Very good. So Truma is sensitive to Sheni. Touch him, which is more cautious than Truma, is sensitive to Shlishi. And we're not going to get into it. Paraduma is the most sensitive. It's sensitive to Chalitza. Okay. If a person touches an apple that's a Sheni, is he coming? No. What happens if a person eats an apple that's Sheni? That's what we're talking about. Mr. Abbanon is coming. Also, Rishon, if a person eats food that's a Rishon with Puma touched, Avatuma, he becomes a Sheni. He goes down one step and becomes a Sheni. Also Sheni, when a person eats food that's a Sheni, he shouldn't become Sheni at all, and neither if he eats Rishon, he shouldn't become Sheni. What should he become if he's a Sheni? The person should become a Shlishi, right? He always goes down one step. No. He stays the same. Now we're going to have to see the Gemara why. And if you drink liquids that are coming. Now in liquids there's no Rishon and Sheni. Liquids always goes up on Madregi. Even if you start off with a Sheni liquid, let's say a liquid touches the Rishon. So the liquid became a Sheni. But no, liquid always goes back to the Rishon. That's also something we just recently referenced. A person that bathed himself after he went to the mikvah in his car, but he's waiting for the nightfall, Erev Shabbat, he's a full rush, and he bathed himself in water, he becomes tummy again. Why? These are all the Rabbanim. We don't want people to think that what's being to carry you is your back. It's the mikvah that's being to carry you. So what do? I tell you, go to the bath, you run tummy again. Be careful. This is not a bath. This is a shower. And this is not a person that went to the mikvah. Person that's hard. Just pour water on him. Amen. All this will be explained. Yes. Explain this. That's safer. And if you touch the Sefer Torah, you become Tamei. Sefer Torah, the most public thing. No, you touch the top. That's why everybody will look this. Because you don't touch the Sefer Torah. Tamei. Why? Gemara. Now you're dying in your hands. That true young, number 8 is a true young. A person that went to the mikvah is waiting for shkia to happen in order for him to become completely dark. So if he touches truma, what does it become? I forgot to mention this. What was the beginning of the word? It's not able. Notice, it doesn't say mitzvah. Tamei gives you the ability to be mitzvah something else. I become contagious. I'm a carrier, and I give it over to somebody else. Poison is not a carrier. Poison becomes himself sick. He becomes self-harming. Doesn't have the ability to give it to another person. He's sterile. I don't know how to call it. When it comes to corona, I don't know how it works. A person that becomes sick, but doesn't make other people sick. That's the Rabbanan. All these Rabbanan, they are poison trips. They make tuna no good. You can't eat it because the tuna became awesome. But the tuna doesn't have the ability to go ahead and infect another food or whatever. And finally, we're going to stop right here. And food and vessels, number 9, number 10 on the list, became Tamei. Not a person that became Tamei, but food and mashkin that became Tamei through one of the 7 liquids. Have a wonderful day. I love you all. I miss you all. Let's do this together. The boy said, giving everybody tremendous physics. What is he saying about Tehillim? We should say Tehillim. One capital Tehillim. You know what? Beautiful idea. Here, give me a second. So I don't want to mess up. Oi, shmo bekoli, yeno zem gashivoy, bikoy tachanoy, ima boy noy, Oya Yisrael, and my wife's gonna kill me, okay?
Did she say, well, hell no?
Have a beautiful day, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a chazik, everybody.
So you almost got attacked. What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that loves playground. I've never seen Rocky Western that looks like a boy. He can play both roles. He's a predator and a victim. It's rough. Yeah, it's like how that works. No, just kind of hard to find, like, people well, you're looking at me. I mean, but, no, I don't think you're East African women's type. I mean, it's cool, but, yeah, you almost scissored with a migrant. Something going on. What detention center we can put these two Mexican women out exactly? Canadian horse and balls.
Another one. In honor of the birthday of the I have to give you a opinion up also. Okay, you do that. And you want to ask, why is this guy around? You want to be around. And I would like to do this. And that would be good. I'll show the email. Look at it. Hey, very big is to say that. That was not easy. I started my day with this guy who looks a lot better. Now, we never quite a lot to make it to 502. I hope I can see them tomorrow. Nice. I said yesterday.
Well, there was no Camp Patterson this episode. While there was no Armand's kid, there was no Ari Matty. There is one person who is here tonight. Who is going to blow your mind absolute shreds on positive. Because he's the record holder for all time appearances on the show and interviews on the show. Living member of the receiving member of the Tony Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, you might know him as the Montenegro Mauler. Memphis Strangler, the Manila Umbrella. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I was wondering if it would be possible to send me the login information just in case. How do people log in? How do they log in?
Pro tip, if you ever get to meet Bone Thugs and Harmony, don't ask which one of you is Harmony. I used to seal the deal with girls in college by going to their apartment and offering to clean their bathroom, and then I would unseal the deal by taking a shit afterwards. I'm starting an Ultimate Frisbee Fantasy League, and we're already bankrupt. I did have two goals on the league was Happy Sack is illegal in the offseason.
most fun thing to do right now is the chat that you got with Tony. You can connect to Tony, I actually recently invented an anti-gravity ball. It doesn't work, but I was also pretty high when I invented it. Okay, that's my time. Thank you, Tony. Lights out. All right, here's another one. Have you known the past that you're making sure I want to send the picture? I've been in New York, and I was just
Literally came up into the green room vomiting and sick as shit. He had a fever. And they literally wheeled him out like 10 minutes ago. Are you serious? Yeah. Wait, shut up. No, seriously. He seemed really sick. Y'all disinfected this right? I swear to God, he literally fell out. He vomited a bunch in the green room, and I've been joking all the time. His urination seems super sick. You know, Antonio has a germaphobe person. And then he starts vomiting, and he hits his head a little bit on the ground. It really wasn't that serious. It wasn't a bad thing.
That's nice.
Out
Okay,
in a
wow.
stretcher out front.
I feel bad that I didn't see him sooner.
So I'm just happy to be here
I don't
right
know if
now.
I can.
Literally, no, seriously. I mean, I was excited about being here tonight and everything. And I'm joking with this ass like,
Every
dude,
morning,
touch
but
me.
if I watch the live here, I
Literally,
get a
I'm
new
trying to
insight
touch me.
as
He's
to
joking
what
around.
the amazing
He stutters so much. You aren't going to understand what he's saying to my fucking ass. I'm just trying to be nice, but he ended up vomiting.
All of that at once,
Vomited in his head. Vomited a bunch. And he made this weird voice. And we all kind of looked at him. And he got all Jesus on the red pants Jesus. Yeah, I got all red pants. Girlfriend. Skinny wife. She had it. He stuttered when he vomited. With my stuff. I don't feel so good.
Yeah, go to Dr. Now.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but no, it seemed like he was more scared.
Or go to the conference guy.
Sadness in there.
Yeah.
What's going on in your life, William? You're a superstar. Gosh, finally, I'm too.
This was the guy learning to doc now. You know what his name is?
So do I.
Read his name right here. The man from Saturday night. Don't try to find this thing.
To me, ordering my 2 pizzas.
All right. Something here that you can.
Start wondering if the freeze is like shit. Jared has. I think to install. Yeah, Tony, it's mad if you scream at all. Just up right there. It's like a tomato. My goodness gracious, the people are not going to enjoy this. It's like if Gallagher came down with a watermelon out of jail. One of your trademarks is in your name.
These are the best things.
Wait, I think your third very good people is. Hold on a second. No, it really hurts.
This is my and touch the food.
That really hurt. This is all the stuff on pizza. Is that all? It's like a Supreme. Is it Supreme? Okay, what was on the other?
It's your plumbing hands. You want your hands. Look at that. You don't want your hands. Touch. Move your hands.
Clenching up, ladies and gentlemen.
Not coming.
So blind.
A site connected. If you can't use the instituted that most winners. The very strong shit. Some of the viewers who want to lower the best, you know, would make something only
Extra cheese.
might be the
Sour.
These are part of the 18 investments that the
Extra cheese.
And then
What else was on?
with,
Zoom doesn't have it.
and that's what we're going to be discussing today. We're going to start today. I don't know if this is
I love it. So you
difficult.
need to
That's difficult.
road out there, especially on the sport. I got two chicken wings here. It was kind of funny. Dean Madonia, the guys who saw the show, it's very fun. And I guess Florida, opened up my chicken wings, and I thought immediately we were going to go into when the chicken wings spoiled. Because it smelled kind of like spoiled chicken, but it was actually just as hard. So then I ended up forcing myself to eat it, watching Forensic Files in the hotel room after it was all there was gross.
You are a human being that helped the best person.
It was fun, slept an hour and a half.
Start listening as well, which we're going to be discussing this later. You are
Shout outs to
Puma always is down to one level. But this is how I feel like how every being or a sleep. Personally, they become a weak one. One step less than they are.
stupid ass is funny because I think everybody kind of knows.
As a father,
Lucky
you
every now
can
and then there was
differ
kind
one
of
another. But the reason
genuinely was a little. So if you can say you're
one
sorry,
step less than
I'm sorry. Lisa, shout out to my
Rich.
Oh, I get it.
We're talking about it. That's a fundamental thing that you, all those nine things,
Wow. So your girlfriend's
nine things right
grandmother
here in the
passed
list,
away. She's
all
up in
those
heaven
nine things,
eating.
and they make the Puma a solution. Puma
She's up in heaven. She's wonderful. She's so
becomes a
She was so very nice. I do to me. I greatly appreciate her love. She was very enabling to your bad habits. I remember that. Now she's a very nice pizza. Tony. You can have all the topics you want in heaven. Absolutely. So William, what else? How do we get you driven on this thing? Tell these people what's going on.
This now is the Avatuma. This now fucking like Puma, lemon become a Orisha.
Yes, you can also register
And
there. Yeah, that is the
Orisha,
register
I become
so you just register and have to.
the guy is Orisha.
Pray for Jerry Nathan.
What happens if the guy eats a cherry? He goes down one
Jared,
step.
the Canadian, is 3 times in this election. So we know anything about how it works.
Other reason I'm going to unnecessary. Somebody eats a sandwich, they create a seal for the Puma no longer use it. Lying is happening. Down in mouth. They don't create Puma for the Puma. That means that's long enough to make something called Puma. It itself is coming to connect.
William, we love you. Nice to meet you. William Lightsound Montgomery, Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Street, the Montenegro Mauler, Virginia Ham, the Triangle Brady, all the things. It's incredible. Krista Stefanos on tour, get tickets at Crazy Comedy on the Phoenix in Miami. Crazy Chaos is also putting out long clips of his stand-up on YouTube every Sunday at Crispy Comedy on
Family dedicated to next year. You are.
CHRISD Comedy. And yeah, that's great. Joe DeRosa, ladies and gentlemen, JoeDeRosa.com. He's doing a Christmas show in Massachusetts, December 7th. He also has the great Joey Roses, one of my favorite sandwich shops in the world. Fully operational in New York City, hopefully coming here to Austin, Texas. A lot of great stuff happening thanks to HelloFresh and Mando for sponsoring this episode. I want one more time for the best ambient life, everybody.
Entertaining.
Guys, check out sunsetfreakfoods.com. I'll be
We're talking
seeing you
about
guys.
all
Good
of
night,
our
everybody.
things.
Love you.
And if you're a state, but you know what happens to the children? So that one cannot be really weather. What does it? You don't can remain in the region. You don't want to reach. You want to get to the training. You're going to go all the local research. If you need a research, you research. You remain in the training. Training. Right? That's how it's research. What happens if you need a research? You go down steps to the training. Touches. You need a research. You become a training. You become a training. But here's what's interesting. The article saying if you eat a shady, so when you feel instead of going down to a sushi, become a shady. So Rashi explains that we find the concept that if food is moist or has water on it, so notice over here, I was mentioning yesterday, here's a that water, mashed liquid, all seven liquids, even if they are a shade. In other words, they became contaminated by a return, water goes upwards, follow the yellow arrow, and always becomes a return with a Rabbanan. Rabbanan says all liquids are okay. Listen, if my bread is touching, has a little liquid on the outside, and I touch my bread with something else, look like this is a thing, and it touches my wet bread, my wet bread becomes a shady. You know why? Because the liquid on the bread turns into a juice. So liquid oil turns into so the wet liquid, those liquids make my bread a shady. So now we're going to have a situation where shady makes a shady. Now, my shady touches the liquid that touches my bread, the bread becomes a shady because the liquid is a return, and then the bread will go down one step from the return and become a shady. So then you should have it. If I eat a shady, I remain a shady. Why did I find something like that? That is one of the hardest things in the world.
We are here. This is indeed the number one live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by Squarespace, Game Time, Hims, Talkspace, and ZipRecruiter. Make some fucking noise, people. You're here, live at the mothership. One more time for the best damn band in all the fucking land. That is indeed the Kill Tony band. Irvine Horns over there, Carlos Sosa, Fernando Castillo. And of course, the Powerball, how could I possibly fucking forget? Roll, ladies and gentlemen. And Michael Gonzalez. Carne Quesadilla. Building on the electric guitar, ladies and gentlemen, John Dees on the keys, and this is indeed D-Madness on the bass guitar. Still Brian Redman. My goodness. Unbelievable. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
Sunset comedy club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out their secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Ready to start tonight's episode? Ladies and gentlemen, two of the greatest guests ever graced the stages of Kill Tony. These are guys that were with us early on in the Valley Room, and then in the main room, and then here, and then there, and everywhere in between. Two comedy store legends, two of the greatest touring comedians of our entire fucking last 2 decades in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for two of our favorites, the great Russell Peters and Sam Tripoli. Here we fucking go. Tripoli and Russell Peters. I figured, why not have a brown invasion on October 7th? That's right. Very fitting. Yeah, it's true. There's already another brown bomber over there. Holy shit, man. I fucked up when I said that, I guess. I didn't even think it was gonna hear it. Make some noise for my guests. They're here. Russell Peters, tour starts in Chicago. Tickets at RussellPeters.com, SamTripoli.com for Sam's tour, everybody. Two of my favorites, two guys that know a lot about the art form. You guys have been up to 226 signups tonight or across the street. Mark four choices, hoping and praying that their name gets pulled out of this bucket. If it happens, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up there, or else they bring out the anchor as Hollywood Bear, which interrupts their set by three golden age that actually flew out of the bucket. So we're going to go with that one, and in the meantime, we're going to start the show with a little stand-up comedy from a legend. How many of you are fans of the show? How many of you are here because you heard it was a hip, cool thing to do? Well, this guy is a legend in the history of the show. I mean, what can I say? 4 years ago, he was sleeping in his van addicted to open mics. He is one of the true living, thriving members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, sing it if you know the words. This is Hans Camp. Thank you guys. Good to be here. I'm pretty good at the Tokyo Drift. I've been working on my Texas Drift. I'm trying to get distracted by my phone. My car is totally. Israel is fighting Palestine. I think they're on season 3. When the dragons come out, huh? I can't wait to find out how to strap a flashlight to a Roomba, because then it's over for you guys. All these fucking feminists say that we have to be attracted to fat women now. Boy, somebody can accuse us of rape too. Nowadays, it's considered rude if you don't rape fat chicks. Go rape them. Man, thank you so much. Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, one of the all-time greats from the show. I'm saying in the new minute. I love it. Quote great rock solid. Look at your big happy Asian face. Thank you, Tony. You know, I have long face. I feel like father, like son. I feel like we like the Asian. Oh, wow. Incredible. Very sure. And it's incredible that I don't believe I've been insulted. But if I am, that was meant to be a compliment. He said that I'm kind of Asian and long face. That's that. My sweet, sweet boy. Or indeed, my Asian son. Sam Tripoli, what do you think of this young buck? Powerful 1 minute, brother. Powerful
shameless. Also, if somebody in debt
Sounds like the
of
70s.
but also shameless.
Bonds, you look fantastic tonight. What's going on?
Both of
I
those
got another one of these shirts with no collar.
people become
I,
ashamed of themselves.
got a compliment on one, so I bought like 5 in different
They
colors.
make that humor
Fashion is now just another thing that you can itemize it and just get it over with.
of shame is humor.
My goodness, absolutely amazing. What's the point with the no collar thing? I don't really get it. It's a look. It's pasty. It's creepy. I just feel like collars are so your dad's generation, and the kids nowadays, we don't believe in collars, man.
The uncle is saying
It's very Enter the Dragon. Check out the
Or
Enter the BTS.
the uncle. So what happens is,
What is the fattest girl you've ever been with? If you had to guess the weight of the biggest girl, what did it take to take you? What kind of night did you have to have then? Let's first give me a weight. Probably 300. Yeah, baby. The episode is truly big, guys. I don't know if you heard that noise. That's the sound of the Kill Tony show really starting. Here we go. We got something to work with. 300 pounds of fucking micro ones. Yes. Whatever you gotta do to get that green card, Phil. So, how do you end up once? Tell us, what did you drink? Started a bunch with like sake and gravy. She was a Tinder date. It was my 20s. I really was thinking. I had a whole decade where I played fucking anything and I played like 3 people. Were you doing her nails? It was a whole decade where I didn't do anything. It was really weird. Going on for until you made it popular. That's true. That is true. Comes in odds and her sizes. Even Rick Diaz is getting played now. It's incredible. I've been able to do the only thing Jeremy Nathan is eating girls watching right now. He's just making it film this really great at it. Hans, what else is going on in life? Anything else crazy? I'm having a great time on tour every weekend. I saw that my beautiful girlfriend, she is not cheating on me. You gotta believe, Hans, you gotta believe. I mean, even if she is, I got access to her whenever I want, so. That sounds like love right there. What do you think she's gonna say when she hears you say that? It was 10 years where you were fucked every time. And you had sex 3 times. One of them being a chick 300 pounds. So your batting average was between 3 with 300 girls for a decade. And she now knows that about you that you're that easy and such low expectations. How do you think she's calling in the girl from a decade ago? We have her on the line. She is. Oh, she's calling now. She heard it first. Redman's so good at sound effects. The phone ring happens after the big noises, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost like Tarantino-esque, the timelines with his soundboards. You think he does it on purpose, like a creative genius. Is there anything you want to say to the girl? She is on the line. I don't know if you hear that. Oh, there she is calling now. Again, no, she's calling with an old cell phone now. Thank you so much. Oh, she's grateful. She thanks you. She loves watching me work. Okay. Great stuff, Hans. Anything else? I love you guys. I have a good gun. I have an ankle holster. So, oh, wow. Just all joke for that. Very good. So that was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. Yeah. All right, your first fucking call tonight. I don't know if you guys know how this fucking shit works. sports, but this is what we need, everybody. We pick it up, and it might be somebody's first time. Could be someone that's here trying to make it, that's been working at this for 2 decades straight. Anything can happen now. The whole thing's improvised. This is 60 seconds uninterrupted from Mark Pugh. Straight out of the bucket, we're going to meet them all together, and then I'm going to interview them. Mark Pugh. Alright, let's wrap this shit up. Hey, white people, how y'all doing? Alright, fuck y'all. I just moved to Austin to do stand-up comedy. I'm gonna move back. I don't like none of this shit y'all got. This shit weird as hell. Like, you know, they say, oh, Clubhouse weird. We can stop. Y'all need to get weird. Come on. Fuck it, they're all calling for shit, but fucking restaurants on the same trees and shit, so they toilet tissue hard as fuck. So when I'm getting my ass on business, that blood, I think that on my period. I don't like. I'm from Louisiana, and all my girls got big booties in Louisiana. I came back here, no booties. I seen one white girl on 6th Street last week. She had a fat ass. I ain't want to say nothing to her because I hate her. She was bald headed. I didn't want to say nothing, but she looked so good from my eyes. So I was like, I'm gonna say something. So I walked in, and I touched her. She looked like the skin of the back. I'm gonna go time. She turned around. I was like, nigga, that's Joe Rogan. Hi, Mark. You're funny. So the only girl that you've seen with an ass was Joe Rogan. Yeah, I'm ready to go home. Slots the date ladies and gentlemen. So we have a on now. I'm sure the phone is going to ring any second. How long have you been on stand-up? Say about 8 years. 8 years. All of it there in Louisiana. Yeah, most of it. The main thing is the shower afterwards. They forgot that they're mixed. That's why they. Are you really? Take a shower. Unless somebody in here want to get a job, we're going to get a job. Just relax. It's very easy. Very easy. We got you. We got you covered. What are you good at? What do you do for work? What do you do? Let me guess. You work on some cell phone kiosks or something like that. No, that's his people shit. We're very picky about who we employ. You're not like this in Shreveport, Louisiana? No, you're not like this. I'll tell you, we're out stretching off my tour.
Nothing happened, right?
They don't want to bring my wallet. Or else they will be the wallet. I'll end up stuck in Shreveport. So that an ID you can't get on an airplane up is because of these people. So, Mark, what have you been doing with work? What are you doing? We'll get you a job immediately. Texas has been center of the gig economy. I eat pussy real good. Okie dokie. Have fun in Shreveport. You know what I mean? You're out here eating out pussy. You gotta know you pussy eating goddamn Louisiana. I think Hans Kim knows a chick you can talk to. It's probably your type by the descriptions that we got from her too. White people eating ass. Are you eating ass? Yeah, that's like my first kid.
Like you got your picture, you got really baby. That's the baby. Wow. Okay, so you learn with the baby. Sorry, I can't see everybody. It's like overwhelming. Yeah, how many guys are online now? 71. But I really recommend this. If you're on, try to get up and Zoom because that's a different experience. Melbourne is waving his hand. We're South Africa. And we have Lady Freeman from Mansala who's going to sing with us soon. I can't believe it's South Bend, Indiana. That's right, South Bend, Indiana. And we have Bruce Davis from New York. Chicago. Where's Dr. Epstein from my building? Where is he?
So what have you done for work in the past?
Did you try anywhere other than on the side of buildings? I recommend it's not so this is American because the time difference. If I do away, people are going to say, go to the Knicks club. I don't have no choice. So why?
What's it like on being raised in the main
streets
streets of Shreveport?
And I take a shower
Some
and
stuff
it's
that you
good.
don't
If I go to the
live
Knicks and I take a shower, I'm bad. It doesn't make sense. Everybody that goes to the Knicks club, next. This one is easy. And amazing. The safest. Anything is player up. Anything
There's someone calling in.
it's a safer player up. This is my food.
I love it. So you've been to jail.
No,
You dodged it. You dodged that and you dodged murder. Amazing.
I gotta go there, but it's another. It's crazy. People crazy. They ask for help. They said, "What are you
Trying to do that.
the same safe, the same hard. Why? Well, I trust my country. Both countries. People saw and realized
Amazing
that
stuff.
the
What do you do
fights
for
are
fun,
what we're
Mark?
doing. They get in and we started eating this.
Oh, shit.
Oh, the yummy, delicious they declare us. We started eating what they declare us, and they moved to the
Any other special skills and
Don't worry
talents?
about it. We had a touch of shape and we had to make there's our money. People don't talk about themselves. Hey, what happened? Burning. Next. Design my voice not for safe or posting. This is not in the way.
So you tell Michael to be my rap. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hey, that's
Pretty cool,
fun
yeah.
to say
Good
something,
enough.
right?
What do you want?
If I just touch
All
the
right,
safe
ladies and gentlemen,
that's like
Mark
people,
Pugh.
you know, the guys that the safer they when somebody does blood, you say take that photo today. 10 minutes from Yosef. I don't see space. No, it's not Yosef. Go yeah. I don't know 10 minutes is Corona. Corona is 10 minutes. Anyway, where you going? I got meetings. I got my girl to take care of. She's the head of the seminary. Poor guy. That's the story of the girl that you didn't put that down. All right, look at me up. Yeah. You're not gonna get to this one. Try to hold the guitar. Don't have any time. My voice not my favorite voice. Public record, the way to go. Public record, best seminary in Israel. We're both sides. You know I'm sitting with shit in my computer. Every time my voice not my favorite voice. That's too much.
That was almost
Why? The school year of Ireland.
amazing stuff.
What if I
You're
never
a hell of a
did?
comedian and a very, very funny man. How long have you been in town for?
Hold on to Sapphira. Naked mother, you don't have a plus two hand with Sapphira. Nick Bar Oro. You're going to be buried naked.
Have you on the secret show? And you gotta make a whole handmade jump. Thanks so much, Sir Mark.
This is a good one. This, all you get is a little country.
You just gotta kick out of it.
This is very naked.
Good as it
Oh,
can go.
there you go. I don't believe it.
Oh, it's lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Heidi, can I get another one of these Mamma Jammas? One of mine. spots like Todd's space, it can be challenging to find a meet with a therapist that's the right fit. Todd's space is so accessible for personalized treatment to meet online from anywhere in availability. Text your therapist at any time, plus therapy free costs. Todd's space is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. Most insured members have a $0 copay rebate at Todd's space with daily virtual therapy provider. Makes getting their healthy need easy, accessible, and affordable. Talks Space cares about providing mental health resources to generous need. I agree. You can easily sign up online and get therapy in always this provider that is a great fit for your needs. They're available 48 hours across the state providers at no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting more convenient because you can take your appointments with the comfort of your save your home and even talk between sessions. Like sending messages to your therapist, Talkspace provides personalized treatment for individuals couples. We help LGBTQIA plus community with parents and teen listeners of this podcast. If you get any newborn self-care as well, Talkspace, Talkspace.com/talk. Enter promo code SWEET0 to match with a licensed therapist today. Talkspace.com/Tony and enter code SWEET0. That's Talkspace.com/Tony. Code SWEET0. Geez Louise, we've made it along from the summer without basketball, but don't worry, the NBA's back and they need you because you get all the basketball action. Our partners over at DraftKings right now, all new customers spend $5 more and get $200 in bonus bets download the DraftKings app and sign in using our promo code SALTY. The crowd is yours. And so you know I love Father's Day. You know I'm going to be thanks to the series.
Hello.
Stay action and use your $200 in bonus bets.
Many years later, it was
DraftKings touchdown. Guess what? Sports betting is not yet available in your state. Don't worry, you can still join in on all the fun with DraftKings Daily Fantasy and have the shot to win cash prizes. Do yourself a big favor. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers use promo code Tony and bet just $5 on any wager. Get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's promo code Tony. All day at the DraftKings Sportsbook. The crowd is yours. All right, your second bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Sarah Sloan. 60 Seconds Uninterrupted by Sarah Sloan. Who's never going to meet her all together. Make some noise for Sarah, everybody. Sarah Sloan.
I look like the type of girl that would have accused Harvey Weinstein of sexually harassing me, but like nobody would believe me. Harvey would look me up and down and be like, I'm sorry, sweetie, it's just how you're in the legal trouble. But he's a bad man, and I would be required to give testimony, and I would talk about the terrible things he said to me in the hotel room. He says things like, I asked you to leave 15 times. Don't take your socks off. You need more sizes. No, I'm never going to make you the star of Handmaid's Goes Trans. A lot of guys have been calling me mid lately. Talking about my appearance. At this point, not this great mother caller.
Okay, man, good man.
Thank you for calling.
You don't want to put a discussion on.
Yes, Sarah Sloan. Welcome, very funny. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. How long have you been in stand-up? 2 years now. 2 years. That's incredible. What did you do in between then and Wayne's World?
And this guy was really fucking cute. What
That's a
happened?
long time. I love it. What do you do for work?
I work at a medical school front desk, so it's really front desk that way. The doctor has been
So big some sick guy comes in, like it's a work. Amazing. Do you meet a lot of guys doing that?
If a Sarah touches the person becomes a return. And if they're return, the person touches you, the person becomes a return.
So rarely do we see the truly self-deprecating
But the
female
Marvin Matthews and I, what
you know
people
what I
are
mean? Like it's like
discussing,
they kind of
he
dab
ain't
on it,
never
like,
matching
oh,
my boy.
you're all sweaty and mean.
If
But you're
it's
different.
the case that I'm telling you now, but it's Sarah.
It's like, oh
It's
man, I
case
got
with
my
Sarah.
survivor day.
Your
No,
right
what
to
the heck
me.
with this?
That is
That's
a their right
so rare, such a rare fruit. You always get like an awkward silly
I'm
funny
not
person.
talking soft
I
drawings.
really everybody talks you, right?
Started.
My mom is perfect. How about your
In
little
terms
brother
of
where you stole
masking,
that
we have
t-shirt
two
from?
categories. You have
You
a
dress
adult.
like you always dress like you
A
just got
person
out
who
of
has
the
an
medical
addiction or a
office.
woman who has an addiction.
Or test.
They are considered not so much.
So tell us, Sarah,
And
what
therefore,
have you
if
been
they
doing
touch
in your life?
vessels,
You just
taking
started
them from
stand-up
food,
2 years ago. What else have you
those
been
become
doing?
a retail.
I wanted to move out here and live from East
I'm not
Texas
sure
area
that.
to Tyler, Texas.
From the
This
retail.
summer I
And
moved
one of
in,
those
so
guys there is
yeah,
the
I
boss.
needed a job. I finished the degree,
Okay.
finished all
That's
that.
all they're right. They're passing.
Passion in business.
He's passing. He's up to pass a payment
So
of
yeah,
food.
it's
But they're right.
yeah, super fun.
Next category is the site. A sheriff that touches liquid goes
So what do you do for fun, Sarah?
liquid. Since the sheriff himself is only have a certain
Usually I'm visiting my family at home.
it's another category.
Whoa, you go to actual church?
Usually twice a week.
Is liquid become a retail?
Yeah.
But only food, not vessels. A sheriff liquid cannot
Do you
make
go there
vessels.
just to get molested?
And then finally we have the third category that the body category. And that's what liquid. Those liquids become a retail with your
With that
body and
confessional
can
scream,
contaminate
she could be in class, right?
and contaminate the body. You went to the therapy to do their ass. That's inside.
It's a non-denominational, so like,
Oh, otherwise, I don't have to die.
raise your hands in the air like you know.
You can't be talking about your liquids that are very right because the people are not taking something to the people.
There's paintings going on. The other side is like
I don't even imagine to that. I was asking a boy,
it's like a
not your dying.
it's just like one of those like
Why were these happening? Why is it a whole shit necessary to make it a fun and now by liquid that will by now? Because liquid technology don't have it. Actually, means that you did before. If you have red, if you want to make it fun, you only make it fun, you just throw liquid on. But after the step, make sure it's not so. Yeah, that's a problem. Red, but it becomes fun. Well, you liquid themselves don't do that. They are liquid. So we simply
Sarah, have you ever tried being a lesbian?
So we made it
That's
focus
the
on
question
hormone
that
instead.
everybody in the room wants to
Even
ask.
liquid.
I, as the
Funny,
host,
for them, they were so nice to above
have
this
to
stuff.
do
And
it
the
to you.
reason why
The
is
world wants to know.
liquid that becomes funny.
The same reason why everybody wonders why I'm not gay. I'm fine. I'm not up here complaining like you.
Coming in, are also.
Have you ever tried it? Have you
What are
ever
they
thought
talking
about
about?
it? You know
More
what
than a
Tony
sheriff.
is, Tony?
Both of them. No. One thing you can do in action. Yeah, but look, I really love content.
Party off, Garth.
Why
Party
don't you
off.
look at me? Now we're holding. Taylor should have been
Have you ever
the
had a
last
lesbian
one for
experience?
today.
No,
Number 9.
my sweet mate did ask me one time at a party. She's like, "Do you want to make out?" I said,
How would
"You really don't want to?"
what kind of liquid
That
touch
was
the
so
sleep?
expensive.
Now,
Why did you say you really don't want to?
Because I really didn't want to kiss him. Yeah, I
You're like, you really don't want to.
I want a man and I want a man back.
Wow. When's the last time you were with a man?
Look at me,
the voice
Tony.
of this is very true.
When's the last time you kissed a boy?
Never had my
Nothing is
first kiss, Tony.
about
No way.
liquid touch.
That's not true. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sam Tree. Yes, the survey said it. Sam.
Corona.
Would you like to give Sam a
Contaminated
kiss?
by Corona.
I know.
No. Okay, no, stop the music. Stop the music. Consent's a big deal here.
Yes.
Stop the fucking
Very
music.
French.
Chick will literally
As
lose
the
the plot.
show. As the government
It
says.
was clear to me again, they took advantage of me. Next thing you
Now
know,
you
this
understand it,
Armenian
Colin.
guy had his tongue down my throat. I was squirting holy water out of my church
It's
pussy.
just like him because it's the patients that they took.
Oh, this guy's seated up. I'm
Create
out of here.
this kind of
Lord and Savior.
That's usually
man with the fan on top of his head. Here he is. Akiva, you gotta pay attention here. What's going on? Hang out in the south with him? You're not, you can't have your trust on. All right. Hello, Chef tomorrow. Never do it. Hello, and Tom, I heard about three things. But the time you didn't argue about three, I see you are not. Where's your son, Dr. Factor? Where's your little son? Oh, he's the little Baysham and his son argued about 300 things. Literally 300. 100 times the best of everything. But it's very important that they argued about 18 things and one trying to learn about it. Then I'm going to begin with the base episode tonight. The detail also in the government is known. Maybe hello, baby. And they said, don't burn it.
You're in Austin now? I'm back to Lake June. You moved in late June. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do something special right now.
Well, I gotta go to this story.
At the HEB Center on New Year's Eve. At some point during the show, we'll be bringing you out only exclusively to do an impression of a horse. Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't think we're gonna nobody stopped me
directly in her life, find out that she is doing something at an arena in her hometown on New Year's Eve. And it's vomiting all over the world. And in this great country where there's so many great things and great opportunities for free speech, yes, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. In this amazing country where some people have around the world, there's a lot of people who never get a chance to do your horse impression. They don't allow that in a lot of places, but goddamn, you just saw a lonely woman get the opportunity of her life. How about one more time for Sarah Sly?
That's happy after the mayor told me goes in. It wasn't coming here.
I'm not following that horse
Sorry, you
impression.
don't see the talk to me for me. When you see the value,
The Dave Chappelle horse impression.
And to wash your hands.
How was Scott Tony? Well, we got through 2 videos of Jim and horse impression. You're tired. Your next fucking focus by the name of Trey Lee, 60 seconds uninterrupted. Minute interview. Trey Lee.
By the way, ladies,
Just want to choose.
what? Great day.
Oh my goodness.
That guy has our background.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing it seriously, but I got finger missing. Yeah, it's incredible. I don't know what's production. I don't know what is going on here. There's some type of festival happening outside. It doesn't sound like it here. Dre Lee, welcome. How are you? First time ever. I've never called
Go YouTube.
Crazy ass casts. Final boss, video game cat lady. You're a cat lady and a cat lady super cat too. Holy shit. That's like, keep going.
Nothing else.
What
Sorry, you turn off YouTube. We messed up on YouTube because the microphone wasn't attached to me. I didn't have anybody to tell me during the shoot.
Siding with Redman on this one. Canadian healthcare's crazy when they try to get you to kill yourself. I actually just found out because my dad actually has Pearson and
Well, it's like, where are your kids, Justin? It's so fun because I'm in a building. Yeah, are we live on YouTube? A good develop, the voice develop. You can lower that light. I have my gun. Some stuff in here. How many people are on Zoom right now? 71 people on Zoom. Wow. Okay. What do we have? First of all, a tremendous mazel tov for Dr. Samuel. on the birth of his granddaughter, Mazda. Dr. Shamrock is Menachem Max's father-in-law. Mazda, Dr. Shamrock. Oh, yeah, Rabbi Leader. That's right. He had also a granddaughter. Mazel Tov, Rabbi Leader, Mazel Tov, Dr. Shamrock. All right. Oh yeah, we said Mazel Tov. Judah David, his daughter got engaged, so Mazel Tov to him. All right, so we're gonna start with a little bit of emails here. So Rabbi Isai, first of all, it's the first Shabbos that we're in complete isolation. Rabbi Langer, Rabbi Langer, Mazel Tov to you. And on the marriage of a granddaughter, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. I believe it is the first Shabbos, maybe in history. I don't know. But so many shuls, so many yeshivas that closed down. Not all. I know there's some, but let's say 75% of shuls in the world. The voice of everybody hears you. So you gotta lower it a little bit. I know I'm home now and the family's all excited. You gotta lower it down. I was just thinking one machshava, just one machshava to myself. I'm looking off. What can we learn from this? From this whole situation? The famous Zohar. People say, what do I fear? So and so does an avera. What do I fear? So and so does a mitzvah. Holy Israel already. There's the famous Zohar. Person's on a boat. And he takes a big drill and starts drilling in his room. And so what are you doing in it? The boat says, it's my room. It's my issue. It's not your issue. He said, no, we're all in this together. And sometimes you think to yourself, so what? If I'm learning a little prayer here, I'm learning a daf, I'm in my house, nobody sees me. No, it has an ashpah. Obviously, it has an ashpah on you. It has ashpah on your family. And it has ashpah on your Yisrael. And now, for the first time, I feel it. I see it myself. One guy in China had ashpah on the whole world. And that the Ras, when it comes to Torah, it's, as the Gemara says, many more times. How many more times? 520 times. If you learn here the hashpah that you have on somebody else, now we see it. Because now we understand what sweetness means and how you get accepted by something and to be effective in Torah. That was just the thing that I had. You say to yourself, what I'm doing here is nothing to do with anybody. Yes, it does have to do with everybody. It's all related. Email, tell me Broker with Ellie. I want to express my first apology to you and your family. I'd also like to thank you for the amazing team that makes you so happy. By the way, this is the first time in I finished Shas St. here in Chicago, for 8 years, here another 2+ years, 10 years, first time that I had a woman present at my definition. My own daughter is sitting there, I know she's great. Bye-bye! My grandson is here. Okay. I want to express my first apology. The amazing thing that makes me so happy. Fine. I want to thank as well, and most important, you mentioned several times, the Chabura and then entire Chabura. Today, the entire Chabura is online, we're on Zoom, and wants to thank you guys. Because you're showing up, even on Zoom, it says, in parentheses, listen to the count, even such physical as it's not, as our rebellion. I never did the back in my life until I watched the Sima Shas and the 8-minute ad came up and I stopped. I guess he means like that in Super World News, whatever. And I was walking, it says on the daily shiur. In fact, I made a passage on Sunday night. Yes, a Corona passage. And I went to sleep at 5:30 a.m. I would not go to sleep. I told myself to please the God. All right, that's tremendous, unbelievable. That's the way it has to be. No matter what, you do the God. The possible is a challenge, but it keeps you reminding the test that Hashem says every day. You take something to the challenge, you make from it good. You see the good in everything. You alluded to this in here today about something big is going on. I went to my daughter and I'm convinced that the second must know something big. I really start something to look at our parents' feeling. Yeah, we had such momentum. We did breakfast, everybody's in. Everybody loves it. It's Kishma. And we said Shabbos is a different time. By the way, are you guys enjoying Shabbos? I'm loving it. Anybody here enjoying Shabbos? Anybody? The boy side. I got two, I got three, I got a bunch of people enjoying Shabbos. Shabbos is unbelievable. The Smaras, the Geschmack. And then comes the Yetzer and tries to interrupt us. And we are not going to let him. I'm just ad-libbing here. We are not going to let him. May we all be Mechazik and our illuminating tefillah. In these unprecedented times, but most importantly, our Bein Adam Chaver. Good point. If people are in need, and you can help even a phone call to make someone laugh and to get the sorry for them. So when you have all these case, these fears that is in the presence of God, there's an additional reason that we're all able to eat the carbon Pesach shortly. Amen. Reminded, when I was giving shiur in Chicago, this must have been at least 50 years ago. A trip I walked in, and I knew his dad went up to there and he got divorced. And he took him in, and he learned this super that the kid was familiar with. And we asked questions, and everything was good, and he never came back and he never gave a report. So when she was over, I called up his mother, but she didn't pick up. So I left a message on the answering machine. He was like, you know, the answering machine thing? It went to distance, you leave a message, there's a cassette, you play it back. And I left a letter and said, you know, your son is amazing. He has such good passions. I didn't even have the answer to them. It's beautiful. He's great in learning. I hung up. And like 2 weeks later, the father came over to me and he said, I want you to know that she walks around with this tape and she shows it to people. She cries when she shows it to people. I had no idea. I just left it. 20 seconds. That's all it took. 20 seconds. You can call anybody up and make a good difference in somebody's life. All right. No jokes. This continues. No jokes. I struggle in these times to make sugar buffers. But the guys, nothing can stop me. As I said to my Yeshiva son, my daughter's hospital. I think he's referring to me. I'm not 100% sure. But, you know, I'll take it. You made me have such a Yetzer heart of learning. It's a great life. You made me have a Yetzer heart of learning. That's right. You read correctly. Now, some people say, may we all meet in shiur in Eretz HaKodesh b'Mehera. Yes. I miss Rav Nachman's undertones. So where's Mr. Kornberg? Is he out there? There he is. Do you miss Mr. Rav Nachman says his undertone? Nachman says to sit right next to me and he says every single word of the Gemara. He's not listening else, it's good. Some people get it right. He says he misses Rav Nachman's undertone. It's because of him I repeat every word. This I don't like so much. And your new mic lets me know when you're hungry since you started the new video equipment. Ouch. Yeah, I have bad eating habits. So now, Rabbi Sai, I can't make fun of my wife. I can't make fun of my kids. I can't say Yishkoyach. I can't say the Chulu. I can't even have a growling stomach. I'm done. I'm done. This is terrible. Wow. We got a follower from Zimbabwe. Talking about safaris. Where is he? I forgot his name. What's his name? He's somewhere. Edward from Zimbabwe with the Israeli flag. Way to go, Zimbabwe. We got South Africa and we got Zimbabwe. And we got Gimel right over there. Jimmy Weiss is waiting for Gimel. Gimmel's online. All right, you can shut off the thing. Wouldn't miss it. Thank you. Attached is a Corona Sheriff reference in Midwood, Brooklyn. See attached picture. Eva and the young boss. Here's the Sheriff reference that's supposed to be in Midwood. You guys see it? Anyway, so here's the guy that sent this beautiful email to Koya. One more? Yeah, I know. We're supposed to be learning now. This one is an old one. I never read this one, but I just thought it's funny because it's Motzei Shabbos. Just would like to say that I really enjoyed doing your share. First of all, the energy, the shit that come right out through the screens, real Stefanski energy. It's a pleasure to look at such a stellar little kid. Stellar little kid. Always clean shaven. The hair is always neat. Same student shirt. Plus, Motzei Shabbos. Hi. I had to read it. But really, the way you explain it out with all the visuals and what it does, not to leave out all the covering the shares. Keep it lively. Hashem should bless you to play up and time to keep on teaching Torah for many more years. But you should dance at your grandson's wedding together with your wife. He's the one that said something, the beautiful painting that we already hung at the entrance to my house here when we're not together. Zimbabwe, what's going on, man? I thought 30 minutes from Jonathan Stefanski. Is it shutting off YouTube every time it calls? And then what happens? Sorry, YouTube. Zok Daily Gemara Daftar is on the ballot. Unbelievable. We're learning Torah together. Unbelievable. We got this one on the dollar. Omar Rav Yehuda Omar Shmuel. Shmona Asu Gazu, Shmona Asu Nefetu. We're talking about Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, the students of Hillel. The students of Shammai got together in the attic, and they went through everything. They argued on 18 things, but the halacha came out with the Shammai because it was really Shammai that created the same. The Tanya was here's my focus. It says everybody keep everything. Boy, they are nothing to. There was no time. That they argued and they had to figure out what the Shammai. This is my focus on all the things. And Sila is reading the Shammai the following way. So the rest of my focus, you fall Amar. Which way? Show me 5 months, never do Shammai. There are only 3 focus in the Rebbe, not the student, not the Shammai themselves. Hillel and Shammai. Only 3. I find it fascinating. And it's all 3. The halacha is legal. If I use it, argue with over 100 times that amount. Please, argue my focus. The Rebbe is only. As we're going to see today, what are the 3 focus? Rather, my focus, how much dough you have to make in order to not start. And if you have a mitzvah, you know a mitzvah needs 40 saw. When you're trying to fill it up with 40 saw of the water, comes a trickle and pours in simple water into the mitzvah. How much water do you need to pour in? Then we have famous composers that we had on the second about Rudolph and his race. Here's the first one for you. Shammai Omer Mikal Palo. In order to be higher, because Palo, you need much better sound today too. Little Omer Mikal Palo. Now, we can either move fighter, or we can talk about this pair now, or soon come down version. Goes like this. The player says that your Chaim Tala lives from Omer. How much is an Omer? A serious acre. 1/10 of an acre. Okay, if you want to go to the outro according to many different pictures here. There's something called Asklav Voodoo. Eifo, Sod, Kav, Yud. Yes, Voodoo is given above down by so memorize this stuff. Part of the room. What's going on is as follows. We need to come up with a 1/10 of an acre. So an acre equals 432 acres. What's a 1/10 of 400? 43.2. Wait, remember that? Power. Real power. That's 8. 5. 43. 43 and 2. Now, I tell you about Megavan Barfa. An acre is also 18 times. 18 times. So, if you take 10% of 18 is 1.8. What we really need to get to 2. How do you get to 2? 10% of 18. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Well, it does. In Gemara language, they used to always figure once it's done, your final number. So if your final number is 20, 10% of that is 2. In other words, if you have 4, what's 1 out of 4? 25%. But in our language, you take the 1 and put it after the 4, so you have 5. And what's 1 out of 4? 20. 20%. It's a fifth. It's either the total number, or like we do today, 1 is 25%, or 1 is 20%, depending on how you look at it. 1 is 25% of 4, if you're starting with 4, or if you're ending up with 5, so 1 is 20% of 5. Same thing here. The A-bar is 18 times. But depending, if you look at it beforehand or afterhand, the bar or the bar. If it's in the bar, you do the final number. You take 10% of the challenge, which is 2 times. So that's my point to be telling this. Now we still argue they both admit that it's 2 times. What Beishamai says, the 2 times is for 2 meals. So it's really 1 time. Beishamai in this case are master. They're saying, need to be master's power. A woman, when she's taking a cow at home, she has to be master's power even from a smaller amount full of cow. They still say, look, always makes 2 times. They both admit that that's what an Omer is. That's suicide. It's 10 to the cow. Fine, let's see what's happening. Shammai Omer Mikal Palo. from one cup. You need to learn there, you can buy it. You need 2 cups. All the learning, you learn to give it there, you learn to give it there. Not like Shaman, not like Purim, but like Tam, the Mepsa. Tam, the Mepsa, higher the Tam. Now, where do they come up with the Tam? First of all, Chachamim don't hold of this in the back. We're not going with the final amount. It's 10% of the 18. I got one. But here's something else that happened. You took all the measurements and 6, let's say, went to 5 loaves. In Yerushalayim, they decided because inflation or whatever, they took all the measurements. I mean, 6 into 5, or 1.2 into 1. Anyway, you want to look at it. Mela, 7.2 loaves. By the way, when you do this for egg, 4 times 7.2 egg, 7.2 went to 6. Great. Well, Mela, Chachamim had a new shear called we're not talking about the measurements that Shammai and Hillel had in those days, which are Nubariyas, if they had in the desert. They had something else, Yerushalmi, which you don't have. Then there was another time that there was inflation, and they went back down from 6 to 5 again in Tzipori. Now, Amru, Habashis, Rugoyim, and went from 6 to 5. Now it's 5. Habashis, Rugoyim, 5 in wood. A wood, and a Rebbe. Yossi Oimer. Go through if you guys want, you can stick around and go through the whole rest and everything. Alright. So Yossi, he says that the eggs in the Midbar were slightly larger than what we have today. Slightly larger, you gotta add a little bit. 5%, let's add. Exactly at 5, no problem. A little bit above 5% more. Now, that's my focus number 1. Let's go to my focus number 2. We have a mikvah. When I lived in Kensington, I went through the mikvah in my own house. Check it out, I reached 4 feet. 50% out. 7, I'm not going to say the middle digit, 4. So I know a little bit about mikvah. So, shukra, one of the things we needed to do is, we needed to get water, rainwater, into the mikvah, into the boys, in our shukra. Now, what happens if one of my brothers comes along, yes, he's chilling off, we're at 35 soft, and he doesn't have patience, he takes some bottled water, he takes some water from the sink, and pours it in. It's potentially possible home when you have to start all over again. Once you have our volume soft, once you have the 40 soft, you can add as much water as you want. Connected, that's what they do. They have the 1 bar full of rainwater, there's a little hole, and then they persist the water. Now, how much water from the shuvah, from the ruins, the mikvah water, says, remember Hillel, the famous Hillel from the roof, we found him as a piece of ice on the skylight. That's Hillel, that's the Rebbe. Hillel, remember him by Shuvim. One him. Now we didn't get this word here. Him is Look. In terms of Gemara language, you're supposed to say 12 love, not a him. Ryan Shur Poislim, Es HaMikvah. I have other Lomar, Bill Shay Rabbi. He heard it from his Rebbe. Italian. One of the Gary from the Zugas. Final Zug, who's the final Zug? And Sama. Who's the first Zug? That's the Yossi Ben Yezer. Yossi Ben Yezer, we had the other day. The five Zugas, the beginning and the end. Five other name Russian Rabbi. Sham Rabbi Kisha Rabbi. No. Oh, you need Chicago. 3 times that amount. 36 years. Less than 36. Over here, Shaman is maker. They say, if you pour in a ton of sinking water, even 12 loaves, even 24 loaves, not possible. 36 loaves, only then does it become possible. That's how fun you are. Look at the reason, we don't care about all of the Shaman. After bow, they are dealing with Shaman. Two guys that used to admit they were the word. Two Gardim. They do this, the women, but weavers, why weavers? Really, weaving, the Shara Ashka. They used to hang out in Shara Ashka. You know where that is, right? You know where it is. And he said in the name of Shmai B'Achai. They should look in my in place of all you need is 3. That's it. You gotta start all over. He moved as Israel. Someone said Allah is like this. You testify. You have Silo says 12. Shammai says 26. Yafa Common, you say, whatever, they said like you do. Come see their weavers. Oh, I like it. This is both say you have to see the most amazing Rashi. Says Rashi inside. I'm waiting until everybody gets it. They Gardim Shara Ashko. Got it? Everybody has it. This Rashi. Incredible. The receptors they do is with fire. Explains the receptors they do. You don't know who's going to shame them nothing. Who cares what these guys did for them? The shame of Klaiman, and where they live with Shara Ashko. Weimar, no one should prevent himself from going to the Beis HaMedrash. There's nothing lower than a dargi. Listen to this. So the person is a dargi. All he does with his life is he sows, he stitches, he weeds, he's a nomad. He can never ever become a king, and he can never ever become a kohen gadol. So if a guy is an electrician, and I'm saying electrician because I was an electrician once for a year and a half since I started out. I wanted to go to the bottom. I wanted to do real estate in the bottom. I worked for my wife's uncle for a year and a half. I started off at $9.75. Children, I got $9.75. Don't mess with me. I used to bench pipe in Chicago. You have to do electric through conduit, through metal pipes. You can't just throw wire through a wall. I know how to make a nice 90-degree angle on a pipe. So if you are a garbage man, the lowest of the low, then you're going to say to yourself, man, who am I to learn about the other? Who am I to be Torah? I'm still a nobody. Without me on, the Kedushin, they charge you tonight. What neighborhood did he live? In the worst neighborhood. I don't even know what it is today. Say Harlem. Recharge is on the Shara Ashboys. food days, since they decided to learn Torah, so they're mentioning the Gemara. They outdo Hillel and Shammai and Chachamim and everybody. The halach is based on these gardim. It's amazing music. Nobody should say that. Themselves that they're low and they're not worthy of learning Torah. Everybody's learning Torah, and whoever learns Torah, we could pass in Allah of the ties for generations based on these people. Now, if you're two stokes, just gardim that never learn Torah, we didn't look at that. But because they learn Torah, like the Gemara, like that, what's the third machlokes? We don't just the second leading with us right before Shabbos. We're very familiar with this. The second starts off with it. It's confused throughout the whole Mishnah. So I'll say outside. If a woman sees down, then anything she touches from that point on, any food, we're talking about food, is comments. Those days were very much like this. Obviously, when the halacha is that the dam is matano when it leaves the car and leaves the wood. You have to take time to stay with inside until it comes out. If she sees dam as 12 o'clock, the rest of the car at 11 o'clock, it's an hour to get out. So for all the food that she touched, that hour, 11 o'clock, this is weird. Shammai only, all I know from Diane Compton. No! From the moment she sees down, that's when she's Mikhail. Everything before that, even though physically it's almost impossible for it to happen instantaneously, she must have touched something. What did she touch? When was her time to touch a fruit? 26 seconds ago? That's fine. Diane Compton from this moment on. When I remember he's so mafia. Goes all the way back to the last time she did a Zika. That's it, Zika. And today is we did a safe pension solution. All the way there. So let's go back a month, 2 months, 5 months, whatever the last time she did a Zika. Every food that she touched, every food she touched in between, that's corona. If there is so for this test to come back now, so we have to go back a few weeks. By the way, my shver does not have corona. Fake news. The only reason why he has corona, he took the test and he just got these guys. Just found out that eventually he doesn't. The Satan Rebbe does have. I don't know. Zok the Gemara. Now, people in Yomim Harbe says it. Even if it means many, many days. Say something. I'll just say it outside real quickly. They go by the least amount of time. So it's either 24 hours or the last. So let's say she did a Bdika 5 hours ago, you go by the Bdika because it's the least amount of hours. Let's say she did a Bdika 2 days ago, you go, Mazbog every leader, I see you now, from Alayka, Mazbog. Let's say she did a Bdika 2 days ago, so you go by the next day, so you go only 24 hours back. So whatever is the least amount. What's it called? Ella Meis Lo'ez, Min Ma'ed, it's the least. Are you getting what you would you would give them in mind, again, so if you do a Bdika, that could be less than 24 hours. If it was less time, 24 hours. Those are the three machlokes. That's the Gemara. What's the first machlokes? The first machlokes that ever existed. I'm just white. Yeah, Moshe Rabbeinu gives the Torah, everything was great. The halacha is what the first machlokes. I believe it's this right here. Moika, he's a low this mode. If a person is a carbon double. On Yontif, you do you have to lean all your weight on the carbon's head. But leaning your weight on the carbon's head consists of being like riding an animal. You know how to ride an animal, Yontif. So what do? To do it before Yontif, you can't do it because it has to be smicha, courage, it has to be right away. You know the lesson is, you got the lesson. I don't even know that help you out. Let's see if I can. Now, we need to learn it. We should unmute. What's the lesson on both sides? Oh, take it. Very good. Take it. Layers. Anybody? What do you say, layers? What are they saying? I don't hear. What? Take it. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Stay up. Mute them. Put them on back. Mute. Come on. Yeah, you gotta mute them. Go ahead for both sides. 90 people on Zoom. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. We're getting close to the zero numbers that we had on Moshe Shabbos. Last week, Moshe Shabbos, we had over 100 people. Okay, so I understand some of you are very, very busy at home. Got to deal. It's hard to learn at home sometimes. People are running around, repeating. But the learners, listeners. Bill says if you have bring a card on one thing, you do smicha. Bishamayot. Shalom this month. You don't do smicha. So we have another machloek. There's a fourth machloek. Telling us to come around here, they to let the people before. This is the old machloek. This is the beginning of time, way before Shammai and Hillel. This is already by the Zubas, the beginning of the Zubas. We're not counting a machloek that Shammai and Hillel re-argue over. These are old machloek. As the Gemara, somebody who's carrying the grapes. Why does he want to have grapes? As it turns out, he wants to have grapes and he wants to make wine. Versus grapes for raisins. Because wine, I want to have the outcome of these grapes. I want to have wine. I want to have the liquid that comes out. Not on the Gemara. I can always go like this. This is how I learned. But that you just go into. All right. Anyway, you know that in order to make something tamei, and we had it the other day, you have to pour a little water on it. Now, one of the mashkin, one of the seven happens to be grape juice or wine. So if you have grape juice that comes out of the grape, it should be much of the kabel tima. Ready, susceptible. But that's only if I want this liquid to touch my grapes. Does this guy want the liquids to start coming out of his grapes? Just pick them. He wants to bring it to the factory. He doesn't want it to come out in his truck. So Shabbos says, because I could use a waterproof flea, I can have a flea with fire on the inside, and it's going to catch all my juice anyway. And when you use that juice, so I'm okay with it. Therefore, Shammai, no, I have to say I want here's number 4. There's more dominate that means that doesn't get wasn't excessively good on Shammai. Hillel actually admits to Shammai, the halachas of Shammai, that it is Machshir Kabbalah. So that's not considered met. Talking about Misugya. If you're just joining us now, and if you're just starting class right now, because you want to do tshuva and you want to learn a little Torah, because you're in Thanksgiving, you realize that we need to learn Torah, starting with brand new Masechta. Well, the Masechta Shabbos got this book of an hour. Yossi ben Yoezer is Shveda, Yossi ben Yochanan is Yerushalayim. Who are these? These are the first of the Zugas. They are probably the ones that started that whole machlokas about Sricha, not Sricha, but the first machlokas. Was you to know I learned so I'm not this. Now the Gemara is going to rip apart everything that we learned the other day. We mentioned it in passing. This exact halacha, that they are the ones that said that dirt from any other country is metallic. Why? We're going to see, because perhaps Stein is not talking to his father with nothing while we're learning. What are you doing over there? You think I don't see you? All right. Great. Team is unbelievable. Everybody's behaving besides Scott. Terrible, terrible. Look at that. Avi Dargir, is that you, Avi? Avi with the son of the behaving? And Yeshua, everybody is still, no, it looks better. It looks like he's not sitting there. He got the test and he's good. Ooh, happy anniversary, Yosef Diaz. Who's he? Who's Yosef Diaz? Wow. Okay. So now, the Goyim are not very careful with the graves. They can bury somebody anywhere. Happy anniversary, not birthday. What do you call it? Happy anniversary to him and his wife. Great. So, since Goyim are not marking your page, so you don't know where somebody was buried, not buried, so you have to be concerned that perhaps somebody buried somebody somewhere. They allowed it. Now there's a small little piece. The essence, it's the oira in the ground somewhere, and you're going to bring this, you're going to hold it, you're going to touch it. The dirt is coming. And they said that glassware, not plastic, but glass is also coming. As the Gemara, it's not basically you as a it's much later, at a different time, the Rabbana that were 80 years before the Urban Habayit. Uh-oh. Am I stuck? Am I stuck? What's I'm stuck? No, do me a favor. Everybody's on. I see it. Uh-oh. You guys see me or not? Up or down? See me or not? You don't see me, but they can hear me. You're gonna restart. They can hear, but they can't see. I see you guys. That's very interesting. I can see you guys. But the voice that we have to move, keep on moving because YouTubers are still watching. Don't forget about YouTube. We have 91 guys on Zoom. How many guys do we have at that? Well, this is not good. Everybody's back? We're off? Can you hear me? Yes? Hear me? You guys see me or no?
fucking fool goes by the name of Chase Moat. Here comes Chase Moat, everybody.
It's a horror, the boys.
I've been thinking about sobriety lately. I think alcohol makes you dumb, but weed makes you autistic.
How's it going, guys, on YouTube?
I got a buddy that can identify any car, any car, every time we drive. I'm like, oh shit, that's no, that's a Toyota Scion. Oh shit,
He says it's on. I said something to his on. I didn't do it, but it's on. It's on. Okay, you are on, but we're not the host. You're muted. Can you hear me? The voice said, can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hear me? See me? He's saying no. It's a horror, it's everything.
You're fucking drunk, absolutely amazing. Hi Chase, how are you? I'm doing good. Very good. How long you been doing stand-up? Going on 40. Where at? Alabama. All of it in Alabama? Yeah. How long you been on the show?
Yeah, maybe we should show them. Bear with us 2 minutes when we got this show.
You call me the Birmingham Bomber?
Oh, all these guys are.
Is your friend know what kind of car that is? It changes every day, dude. It's a trip. It's a whole
Okay, we're on. We're on. Volume. Good. Great. Let's do this. Your boy say, new circuit. I call this a new apology. Why did it happen? We don't know. We're very new to Zoom. I apologize to everybody on YouTube as well because we have 90 something people on Zoom. You had to be considered for that. Yossi Ben Yoezer said Yossi Ben Yoezer is line goes to all the time about ask the Gemara or Rabbanon the Shmoni Shona goes. Not Yossi Ben Yoezer. It's somebody else. The Rabbanon 80 years. What does that mean? Don't have Kahana. It's a color of Yishmael Rabbi Yossi. When Yishmael, the son of Rabbi Yossi, became ill. Don't know Rebbe, he's the famous Rabbi Yossi. So they wanted to hear before Rabbi Shmuel leaves this world. They wanted to hear from him what his father said. Maybe there's something new that they didn't hear. Shokoloi, Rebbe, Shmuel, and Marlon Shayim Shloisha tell us at least 2-3 things from Rabbi Yossi. Go ahead, Kaptamar Abba, this is what my father basically said. May we Shmonim Shana actually started Abayis 180 years before Korban Abayis, the second Bayis. Hoshta Malchus or Rishal Yisrael, the Romans came in there. We already feel that they're coming. 180 years before. Shmonim Shana actually started Abayis, and 80 years beforehand, and this is what we're talking about, the Rabbanon of 80 years. This is where it is. Goes from Shema al Eretz or Amin. You're the one that made a zero of Tumah on Eretz Amin. About to speak this on last week, which we are not going to be discussing about. And 40 years before the Korban Abayis, Sanhedrin, 71, they moved to Chanuyos, next door, not too far away, next door. Here's somebody in a car, that's unbelievable. I like this guy's running Zoom in a car. I think his name is Ellie. I could read his name, yeah, that guy. Very nice. Beautiful. He's in a bidud in his own car. What's the difference right now where they move things? Omar is Yitzchak, there's no more penalty. Somebody owes pay or any kind of class, no more. The plus is why not? Bezdin, you don't even need a Sanhedrin. But you don't need them to be where they are. And by the way, in order to get in the process, you need a full Sanhedrin of 71. But even the small 23 one could do it. However, once the main Sanhedrin moves from their Mishkas HaGazis to their place that's supposed to be in the Amidas, even it's next door to Amidas, no more even the fashions. If you name it, okay, so we have a question. It says that Yossi said that before he died, that his father said that the Chachamim before the Churban, they're the ones that instituted Tumah on the dirt of Eretz Am. Hey, why are you telling me it's Yossi? Why are you telling me it's Zugos? So if you're going to tell me that maybe the Zugos, Yossi Eliezer, and the other Yossi were both in 80 years before the Churban Abayim, but Daniel, make sure that you can design. So just for something. But Daniel, the Shimon Gamliel, the Shimon. So Hillel Azaken, which we discussed, his son, these are the Nisim that went in as Yerusha, like the Rebbe, these are the Rebbe's children. Hillel, and then his son, Shimon, and then his son, Rebbe Gamliel, and then his son, Rebbe Shimon. As Rashi points out, he's Rebbe Shimon from Arubi Malchus. Only their grandson is the famous Rebbe Shimon ben Gamliel later on. We're not talking about him. These four, Noah, and Yosef, and Tmeah, so, with 100 years before, Reuben Abai Sheni, he had Hillel and his son and his grandson, his great-grandson, Yosef. That's Hillel. Who is Hillel's Rebbe? Shmayan HaFachah. There was the last, there was one before the last of the Zugos. And Yosef Eliezer was 5 before them. It can't be that Yosef Eliezer was in that time. 80 years before the program. They were way before, 100 years before. Couple hundred years later. Tomorrow. Way before. 4 Dars before. Says the Gemara is going to make a few attempts until we get to the final thing. And also, Gozer Agusha. Yosef Eliezer was Gozer on a lump of dirt from Eretz Amim. What? Yisrael Kabir. So, this. Basically, what the Moshe will do is say that there's different stages of the thing. This stage right here, the attempt that the Moshe saying right now is very difficult because when you make such an attempt, when you make it Zayah, you want to prepare for the people who actually obey by the go by the Zayah, they don't make fun of it. You can't make a Zayah and a TV from Lamega, or they just ridicule it completely. When you have Tumah, when Tumah gets Kameh, becomes Kameh, that's the goodness, the right. But to tell me that a Tumah that touched a piece of dirt that came from America, because maybe a guy buried his grandfather in his backyard, and then some other guy came with a tractor and plowed it and made a matzah meal out of his grandfather's bones, and you have a little tiny piece of his bone. You're going to say, what? And for that, I'm going to burn my Tumah? Because that's touching? This is the beginning. These goes out to the story about here. Pretty really cool. Now, you were airborne over America, nothing happens. There's no oil. There's no anything coming out of the ground. What? So Rabbanan Nishmanim Shana also. Many years later, what did the Rabbanan Nishmanim Shana do? Those are zero. He said, you know what, let's add something. Let's say that somebody was in the airspace is also coming in Pittsburgh, in America, in England, and in Zimbabwe, and South Africa. That's toilet. What does toilet mean? That's typical for any second Rabbanan that you have on Tuma, you toilet. Let it hang. You don't burn it. You just leave it. Burning is like ask the Gemara, you died. Right when they instituted the zero, and you have to wash your hands before you touch Tuma, or any hands that are not washed and you touch Tuma, you must burn it. But that's a one-time thing, and that's only by your diet. Out of the 9 things we learned yesterday, only your diet was the strict you burn. No. Yeah, it says you're dying is very important. The Gemara understands that you're dying only and not a fire. Dying with the kids is very close. Coming up in the lake. Says the Gemara also seems Debbie, I do show you those that I do over the smoke. So, what to say? That Yossi ben Yoyazer, the first Yisur that ever existed, they instituted Zera, and he said that bird is not to be bird. It's only midwife. You're going to make it Zera, perhaps somebody's buried in there, there's a little bone, the touches my tumor, only the tumor. What he's doing, put in a box, shut inside. The Avish, here, what I do, and the airspace nothing. That's Rabbanan, the Shmanim Shana, and then came another thing. Roger and Jusha, this was very added. Now, once you, like Bibi, right? Once I think it's a good idea, but to go out of the house, and then all of a sudden he hits you, don't go out of the house. But that completely, you could go beyond this and that, and then tomorrow he's going to come, and then he gets his job, and you're in the house. It's like, you're trying also, you go slowly, don't just jump in and tell the idol, hey, you have to work 24/7 and make me heaven. Do it a little bit. God will go. Okay? Rosa Agush to this way, I'll be with it. Wait a minute. There's a third step here you forgot about. You forgot about Usha. Usha is many years later. But how did Usha go? It's not even it's not even Rabbanan or Shmanim Shana. It's later. After the Churban Usha. Now, I'll keep this big with Sofen is Tumah. Not to burn this Tumah, because it's 6 speakers going on. I'll Sofen base up class. Look at this class. Famous field that, according to Rashi, is buried in a field and we don't know where the grave is. Places ask, that's in the Mishnah, that's one of the 3 cases of base of class. That happens to be a very raisa. I like to say, it says places it's Rabbanan. It's where they buried somebody and they plowed it over and now he's dealing with small friends. But it's based up there. But something with the whole base of class is a subject. You don't know where either according to us, you don't know. You don't know where the grave is, you don't know where the pieces of bones are. But something like that, but Maritime, that's our city. All dirt. Dirt from Pittsburgh. You have to bring to them. So this solution. Val something big the Amoritz. All clothing in Amoritz that touches Tumah, burn the Tumah. Why? Because maybe the Amoritz's wife sat on the clothing. What is that called? What is that called? Medrash. Plus, Megan, she doesn't even have to touch it. So that's why we say all our charges today are all coming from the Megan. And something came in and saw you find a vessel. Oh, look what I found. In those days, a fleet cost $1,000. Cost that much. The guy had to sit there and imagine pouring the metal and shaking it for hours. If you find a key, and you don't want to do a service of labor, but you have to assume that it's coming. Maybe someone else touched it. That key touches it too, man. Now, something to write them. Ooh. Spit is really bad. It has cologne on it. But more importantly, it might have seed on it. You don't know. Maybe a zog or zog a spit, and that's the kum that's avakum in the right. So that touches my. When I was a kid, I lived in Paraguay. That's all I remember. I remember the non-Jews. I'm not going to mention what kind. Constantly spitting. I don't know. It was a thing then. I don't think it was anymore. Every 2 seconds, people are spitting. So next place it's a Zava. Maybe it's one of those. No, I have to assume that maybe it's a Ziva. Now, Meirag Gulayin is also one of the liquids that comes out of a Zava that are coming to the Raisa, the Avakuma. But what happened here is you found it right next to Meiragli Behema. Meiragli Behema of an animal are not coming. So now you have a really respect statement because you have, it could be, what you're looking at here, this urine you're looking at could be from an animal. That's one topic. And even if it's a human, it could be not a Zava. That's a suffix. If it's touched, it's physically touched, you have to bring it to it. Al Vaday Magon, if you certainly touch, the suffix is also, and servant is actually burn it to it. There's the oath. I'm a suffix Magon, and we add, that's a piece here. And this is really a suspect. You have a piece of dirt that came from Kutzlars. This piece of dirt is a huge suffix. I don't know, maybe there's a piece of both, maybe not. I mean, the chances are very slim. But it's a big suffix. And now I have a suffix if I even touch it. Look, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe not. But not because of Corona, we can understand what the problem is. If somebody's a suffix, put them in quarantine, you do it, no? A lot of time. I mean, it hits home a lot better now. No, it's a big deal. It's coming. It's something. No. Something got to be careful. So much things worse than Corona. We don't know why, but it's worse. So we know the concept that anytime you have a septic, it's a rabbin, we had it in the beginning, it's a septic, car. And here we have a double suffix. So what do you do? It's where you get a subject my gun, which is a yuckin, darkness. Return the, wait a minute. Don't be so fast to burn. Let's do a split. So let's put it aside. It's a rabbin, like we always do. To hurry into the suffering of the Zava stuff. Ain't no straight. Steak on Kulisho school. These 6 figures are recent. What are you telling me that this is coming that it is before the program? Or it's the beginning of the sequence? Before I let's say, this is way later, Rusha. This whole concept of dirt, good stars are coming. Says the Gemara, okay, let me make it straight. Hello, up. This means those are Rusha because my view of this makes a lot of sense. The beginning of the Zuba is they took the dirt and they said, let's make it holy. Let's not burn it. Thank you, Nachum. Let's not burn it. Let me notify you. Let's not burn it. Let's put it aside. The Avir Revolution, and don't do anything about the airspace. Nothing. The also got Ben and Shmuel Shana later on. And this is years later, 2 years later. Gozer Agusha Israel, they said, okay, let's up it up a little bit. One step more than what we had until I said this fruit, you can't eat it. But don't burn it, put it aside in a box. There's another burn it, let's make it like a very nice. Oh, the Avira to the point. Oh, did I just skip? Sorry. And also, those are good some days Avira like but also sorry. Yeah, nobody's taking. The man is messed up, and all these guys are going like this. Rabbanon said, "Well, you gotta step it up." So what do? They didn't step up. The touching is step up the ear. Ear space now became the same as touching. Even ear space is. Wait, if I take an apple and I go like this over Fitzgerald, the apple I cannot eat. I don't burn it. I put it aside. Also do Usha. And the third Takana. Yes, so in fact, every single one of these things is right. There's Xera from the Joyce Eliezer. There's Xera from Rabbanon Shana. And finally, there's Xera Usha. So each one took it to another level. Also, the Usha goes around Usha. They took a piece of dirt. So instead of the king Kaila, you actually burn it. The zero to the Kaila, but they didn't take off the ears. So what do we have? The final thing. What do we have today? Dirt. From Florence, burn. If you touch too much of the dirt, you have to burn the tumor. But if your fruit went in the ear space of Florence, all you do is put it aside, you'll burn it, but you cannot eat it. Some daily tomorrow, can speak this my time to go to wrap on tomorrow. What's wrong with the last one? Why is the tumor? It's not mentioning the time. And when you're going to start this, oh, you last, you also open up because the glass is similar to the glass. How do you create glass with sand? And therefore, it's similar to a sea glass. I didn't have a chance, laser show for tomorrow. I want to make a chart of the differences between furtherware, a Pintaris, and a clean barzel, metal. What comes to mind is that a Pintaris is the common territory. We're going to see tomorrow a lot more. If I stick on a vela, if my hand is a mouse, and I go like this inside my cup, then my cup, without touching it, my cup becomes common. Whereas metal, let's say I have a becker, and I do the same thing, I put a mask into my Kiddush cup, it doesn't become. What else? If you have two different ways, you have flatware, does not become common. The barzel is. What other things are there? There's about 4 or 5 differences. Okay? We're going to see some of them here. Now, also, earthenware, once it becomes common, you don't go to the mikvah. There's nothing true with it. You can break it, and then it will become hard. Now you're dealing with a broken food. Metal, when it becomes common, you hook it in the mikvah, and it's done. So now we just compared glassware to earthenware. Because we said that glass is created the same way earthenware is created, with salt. So Gemara, Shavim, Rabbanon, they made glass masculine like Paris, like earthenware, and therefore they said it's tummy. Or if you're going to say the glassware is like Paris, you have to compare it to Paris in everything. And that's like the egg, like the mikvah. You know you can take a glassware and dunk it in the mikvah and it becomes tar, but you cannot do so with earthenware. But if it's like earthenware, because it's created like earthenware, you shouldn't be able to put it in the mikvah. But now, how do I know I can put glassware in the mikvah? It says in Mishnah, the English makes it indicated. What creates a chatzitza? Meaning, if I put a clean in the mikvah, it's not a good vila. Something that I can't, something that's on top of my clean, and it bothers me. I don't want it to be there. That'll create a chatzitza. A zephyr hard. I put tar on my clean. I don't want tar there, and the water never got to my clean because it's preventing water to be clean. Oh! It says glassware in the mikvah. So I could put a glass in the mikvah. Just make sure there's no tar on it, there's no mar on it. So can you put a glass in the mikvah or not? If you're comparing it to this Paris, I shouldn't be able to put it in the mikvah. What's wrong now? What? I mean, not Ellie. Lady said that someone was disgusting. Oh, you're ready with your guitar. Hold on, we're not done. 2 more minutes. Hold on. I didn't know. That's a nice surprise for you. Okay, nice. You know, my boy said he'd stick around on Zoom and we're going to have a stick of cruises, he said. But I don't know, he's going like this. Why are you going like this, Lane? That's all right. I saw you. Don't think I'm not watching. Okay. Come on, man. You're right, you're right. Says the Gemara, glassware is not going to do it. What happened was, I had a little hole in my glass, and I want to fix it. So what do I do to fix my glass? I scoop it up, I put a little lead, and I put the lead into my hole. You imagine I used to live in those days. I have a nice glass, and I'm like, but the little hole, don't look, because you have to cover it, but on my glass, turned white, but it's glass. No. According to a mayor, we're looking at a metal clean. Other than it's going to go sneak boy. The hate of the Dolphin Armor, he filled it up, he filled up the hole with lead. Oh my, I fell all that. It's all. What is a clean? Whatever keeps the clean together. If at this point in time, I wouldn't have a clean because I didn't have my lead, so the lead is what's. My clean is a piece of lead. Unbelievable. That we're going to be finishing today. The point is Mayor. This week is Chicago. Point of Chachamim is we don't say that this glass is a broken glass, like a broken piece of Perez. No, you have to go by the minor. And the minor, you have a piece of. You have a piece of, how do you say, lead. A piece of lead that's holding up my clean. That my clean turns into a metal clean. Have a wonderful week. If you stick around, we're going to have some fun now. We're going to smooth it out. We're going to have a little bit of a pizza. Yes? Lady, you're ready? Petting horses. I'll do everybody to move it on for a few minutes.
So that's great. What else does Estonia specialize in?
Are you searching? Bring the back one.
D-Rob, Ellie, and Yosef. With Turkey, thanks. This is from Noam Parnas from Silver Spoon. I noticed that you tend to mention the number of live viewers on video. I'd like to hear you also mention the total number of people viewing the previous day's video. Combination of live, YouTube, Torah Anytime, Zoom, everything. Okay, so first of all, we are on Torah Anytime. We are on the app. We have an app. Min Doc, right? So on the app alone, according to you on the World Tour, the one that runs the app, I don't know if it's on now. We have 1,000 views a day on the app. And on YouTube, from the beginning of Shabbos, I don't know, some days we had 1,200, 1,400, we had Dollar that had 2,500 views. So with everything, Torah Anytime, the app, which one? Average 1,600. Friday's always a very weak day. So we're trying to get 800. So we're pushing 3,000 views a day, probably. 3,000, it's a lot of views. I don't know. I can't go every day and tell you the numbers. Then you're gonna have to do yourself. Many people, especially viewers here in the U.S., who watch the recorded 2 hours later. I think those numbers would be a big visit for everyone. Everyone involved. For example, it's one thing to say there are 45 people watching live at the same time. It's another thing to know that between those who watch live and those who watch the recorded later that day, there are 150 people or more involved in this shit. Sometimes it's close to 3,000, 150. Even though I'm watching the shit delayed by 2 hours, we that's usually the case over the weekend. So I feel like I'm a part of the sphere, not just a spectator. Wow. You're only on Zoom. The last night Zoom we had 91 people. That's beautiful. That's it. Keep on going. There's no reason why we shouldn't have at least 80 people on Zoom. 80 people that come every morning. Maybe we can go to the scene and end this pandemic scene of beautifully children here. The here is original home, hopeful, non part of the screen. Barely. One more. I'm not going to read this whole thing. This is from Jay Friedman. He's a photographer in Chicago, and I remember him very well because I used to be a painter many years ago, and he was a photographer at many castles. Satin photo at Comcast.net. Really, I'm not understanding how you look at the room. You keep seeing only see the 7 people in front of you. I guess he's writing this when there were 7 people that whole day. Now there's only 2. The scene of Chicago brought together probably 150 units from all different backgrounds to celebrate together, and I was the only person from my share with 10, meaning that this is only a very small portion of those doing that the idea. If only with the 1 week later, finishing brothers, that scene would have looked much different. Well, it didn't happen at all. At this point, the CRC has asked that all shows be cooked, stowed, blah, blah, blah. Now for the Victoria, we're all wondering why this is happening and what to learn from it. I guess his point is, don't just look at it as 7 people, there's many other people there. What could we learn from all with this? According to Jake Friedman in Chicago, I propose the following: that the whole reason for the internet to exist is for this moment in our life. Why else do you think that Torah Anytime and all the other learning organizations, the next time you look at your 17th senior company, you should keep in mind that your classes go worldwide. In reality, you have thousands of students. Remember, photography has to life. Everything you see is just a matter of perspective. Keep it hunting one. You love social media. So play out today. Okay. That's enough for today. We have a very short document. So we are discussing the difference. We're discussing Facebook. We made it a comment on Facebook. said that the last rear is Mikama. Now, read the chart. There's Steris, Earth, and metal. Where does glass rear fit into the whole thing? Yesterday we said that glass is like ferrous. And therefore, you cannot be playable glass in the mikvah. The fact that we said it, you could be playable glass in the mikvah, that's because somebody put a hole in the glass and filled it up with metal. So the glass became metal. So here are the 5 things that we have here. We have super clean ferrous and super clean body. Super means it's flat. That's flat. But it's a clean. That's a cutting board from metal. Cutting board is tough. So if it's made out of metal, it becomes pellet. Check. If it's made out of ferrous, it's not ferrous. Then you have the concept of Mugabe. Does something become coming from the exterior? Furthermore, does not become coming if you touch it. If a dead ferret touches, furthermore, it doesn't become coming. Glass does become coming. You see, there's a little glass here. Metal becomes coming. Glass is like metal. And then we have a question: if you fix up something, does it become coming again? Metal, you see, fix it, you drill a hole in it, it loses its tuma, you fix it, it becomes coming again. Ferrous, it doesn't. Glass, this is like ferrous. Vila, you could playable a piece of metal in the mikvah. You cannot be playable and get rid of tuma to ferrous earthenware. Glass is like earthenware that we said yesterday. Obvious. Ooh. Here. The way it works is, I'm very proud of my drawing. Let me show you. If I take a sheriff, how would you do it? If I take a sheriff and put it inside earthenware, without it touching the earthenware, the thing becomes covered. I love it. See that? It's hanging. This guy is dead. That's dead. 5. So when it comes to a metal cleat, that doesn't work. A hanging ferret in the metal cleat doesn't work. And the glass also doesn't work. So the question is, what is glass? Did you guys see the little glass here? Glass. What is glass? That's why we said glass is like ferrous. And therefore, you cannot be playing glass. We want to make it doesn't work to get rid of things. Ask the Gemara about Tasnevi Bay, the last 2 words. Elamiyaka. Loy Mitamu Mikama. If you're comparing glass to earthenware, touch glass on the outside like this with the sheret, it should not become common. And the fact is, it does become common. Why? Just compare it to earthenware. A lot of times, the players, the nesses, another type of different pollutions, alum, some sort of natural resource, some salt. But Mikami, they become coming. So this one we already spoke about. Ferrous becomes coming from the ear. It doesn't touch anything. It just in the ear space of the tree becomes coming. In addition to that, if the kli is already coming, then it could make something else coming. It could take a perfectly non-coming apple and make that apple coming just by being in the airspace of that flight. Coming mid operator. Oh, see this? This is a fleet. This also has a bottom. The bottom is sort of a fleet. So fleet terrace could also be Nakama this way. If you stick something in here, the whole fleet becomes common. And if it's already common, you stick a piece of fleet in this part of it, the back, the underneath. See? This is a better example. See this guy? Yes. It has some sort of base keyboard over it. Not the big part, but this small part on the bottom. That's my Ferreira. The Haiti is not. I mean, you got bam. Don't become permanent. Thing if you touch them over here on the outside. You see what? Custom. If you break it, this area. First, you break it. Alright, now just make a simple deal. Clean message, play carrots. Two different messages are there. Only these two things mentioned, a play carrots, everywhere, and that's a type of everywhere. Two different messages are there. Now then you definitely the light, but not glassy. Now this is on the field. You're gonna tell me the glassware, which is examinable product, we'll discuss it. Yesterday we discussed it. Either I said glassware isn't component. You tell me glassware is worse than the source? The source doesn't become common. You got them? If I touch a food, earthenware on the outside, not common. The glass is worse than the original, than the rice. How can it be? Mario, I mean, he's the people probably isn't the glassware. If it breaks, I didn't. In those days, you take the broken pieces and you throw them oven again. You start all over again. You make a new piece of glass. You don't do it. I guess it's crazy to do so. So being looking clean myself, metalware, anytime it breaks, you solder it back together again, and everything's great. And glassware is the same thing. You take a broken glass and you make it new. Yeah, obviously, in the big time, as I'm saying, I know you can do it. I'm saying we don't do it. So, therefore, glassware is similar to metalware. It's similar to metalware, but just as similar to earthenware. So, pick and choose. Sometimes we say glass is like metal. Sometimes we say glass is like earthenware. Okay. So if it's like metal, is that chart? Over here, Faisal. Number 3 in the chart. That Tuma does not go back. Not, you can't reclaim the Tuma. Once you break it, you break it. And glass is like ferrous. You see there's a picture of a glass. Metal is different. Now, why does metal, if I drill a hole through metal, and then I fix it, it comes back. So if I drill a hole in the metal with the rice, it's not coming anymore. It's not coming anymore. The tumor goes away. If I fix the metal, then the tumor comes back. Now glass should be on this side. It should be like metal. We just compared glass to metal. So let it have that look. I like metal, but if I fix the glass, it should become coming again. And now the evolution doesn't show the continue that way. To be like metal this time. Play my buffers. You pay him, then you can lay him. That's what it means. Left. a cutting board. But it has to be a kli. You fashion for a kli, but it's flat. It doesn't have a base keyboard for the tableya, and if it could receive something of those made. This brew, if the metal breaks, fire, it's completely fine. Those are the Osman Kalim, but if you fix the metal, usually to what's in the sun, it does go back to original symbol. You got to please skip this one. So now, if you're comparing glass, you say, since glass, I could take all the broken pieces, put them back together, again, and make it new, then it's similar to metal. So let it be similar to metal. And this one off as well. But it says by scoopers, play action, play scoopers, guys should be down. All the places where we make Russell, we compare everything to leather, and that's how the base keyboard, you pay him guys. You have to have a base keyboard, you have to be able to put something in it, it can't be flat, it's not laying. If it's partial, it's flat, it's hard, and if it accepts something, it's fine. It's really sorry. And if it breaks, it's not awesome. And Halen is one of these things is if I fix it, and I make it a again, it only becomes common from here on out. It doesn't take back the original kimo like a metal would. In other words, glass is different than metal. Why is glass different than metal? We find a lot of those things in the prayer light. Glass can only become common if I fix it from here on out, but not retroactive. Whereas metal, if I punch a hole through the metal, fine. If I fix the hole in the metal, then I recapture the kimo that I had in the tree yesterday. Not so by tomorrow. At the end of the day, the whole, like you said yesterday, the concept of kimo in glass is only the Rabbana. The kimo yishana the Rabbana. And to say that it captures kimo is a secondary Rabbana. Kimo very right, so when I'm talking about a tree that's metal, very right, then Rabbanan stuck in one from the fourth to the Yishana. I can go backward and recapture my thing I had yesterday. The Rabbanan. But when I'm discussing a tree that's the Rabbanan, glass is the Rabbanan, well, piece of the Rabbanan, then I'm not going to take one Rabbanan and add another Rabbanan on top of it and say that it recaptures Torah from yesterday. As for tomorrow, let's go back to the list. The first on the list is chicken. Lead. Lead plate. If it's metal, it's coming. If it's made out of earthenware, flat piece of earthenware, cutting board made out of earthenware is not a cobblestone. Where does glass fit into the picture? This little glass here, it's like earthenware. Why? Why is it not like metal? Okay, but you just said that if something's very right, so I do put it on this glass. Now, typically not a flat piece of metal is in the toilet. So why isn't glass that's flat coming? Says the Gemara, I do the Rabbanon and Shkaya. I think the Rabbanon still had to show people. But wait a minute, the glass is the Rabbanon. You have to remember that. It's very important to remember the glass is the Rabbanon. Why is it important to remember? We alluded to it yesterday. Because anytime you have the Rabbanon and if someone with the Rabbanon touches fruit, what you do is toilet. You just let it stay. You don't do anything to it. You let it rot on its own. You can't take physical action and burn it like you burn something that became coming to their right. Why? The Rabbana. The burn Shuma is Issa Dayasi. Why are you going to go burn something the Rabbana said you can? We have to show that this is the Rabbana. Don't go ahead and burn this. We did have yesterday the sixth spanker. So that we burn. Those are the only things we burn. But everything else, including food that touches these palim that are midrabanan, you don't burn. Hey, the list of allow you do know the touch. That's that. Now we turn the page. How much time do I have, Jonathan? 5 minutes, he said. 5 minutes for that design of the day. I have plenty of time here. Everybody have a good night, sir. You got Yaakov. Jesse Gemara. Ravashi on that. Ravashi has another challenge. La'olam, Rufi, Sarah's Gummy. Glass. You have to consider glass, food, earthenware, and everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. Kosher is like carrots. In other words, it's plant, it's not a cobble from it. That's great. Migaboy, wait a minute, I don't know. Now that it can become tummy again, you don't recapture yesterday's tumor, it's not carrots. If you can't be covered in the mikvah, like carrots. What about this? Obvious. This we said works in carrots. Does this work in a glass? According to Rav Ashi, believe it or not, places points out in Amid Aleph, the small little places, if you look at these places, they're amazing places. Place in Amid Aleph says, Elam Ata, Lord will come when we got bones, small places. And then it goes, in the middle, the hustle is coming back, sorry, you can shine the the hard and the time we got bones, we can hear certain different. They want you to live, I got the time. Speaking of Neymar, it says, Ein Hafinami. But glass, Ein Hafinami, is the common this year. The hard they come about they know to the stairs. So if it's with comma in its ear space, it can be listed during the discuss ear space. It says Nesser, the stairs, and the third thing to be glass. Full place with comma we got that. It's not completely like of the stairs and Nesser. Because at the end of the day, you see over here, glass is mekama from the outside. If you touch the outside of the clip, where you hold it, it's coming. So you can't be in that list. But it's very interesting to note. When it says Ravashi Omar, the first line of Ravashi Omar, Lo'ilam Mitzvah Teres on it means that glass is exactly like Mitzvah Teres. Because under Ravashi Omar, you put a mouse, a dead mouse, into the clean surface, into glass, without touching the glass, the ear catches the color, and the whole flea becomes humble. Now we go past the left leg time when we got bones. Wait a minute. If it's exactly like underwear, what in the world if you touch Osiris to the glass? It does become Kamei, further where it does not become Kamei. So the Ravashi right to get glass is see-through. So if it's see-through, the outer layer has the same halakha as the inner layer. You see this, it does use it. You see the inside. So remember the outside is also like the inside. And just like the inside is Mikhail Puma, so to the outside. A kiddush about glass. But here's what happens. All the halachas are like stairs. We compare glass to stairs to earthenware, and not to said, he said, Imam bin Shadda speaking Sudanese. We discussed this. The Bible here doesn't discuss it at all. There's a whole Masechet called Masechet Sudas. We're going to discuss it there, basis. We're going to be there together. Shabbos, everything, and we're going to sail all the way to Sudas. But again, this thing is equivalent. Whether or not it's Sudas, they're right, so they're upon them, we're not getting into it. And Shimon said that certainly do not create the concept of Sudas. All people was, but in those times, somebody, a man would get married, and he'd tell his wife, you see this? This is your Sudas. And I'm putting it right over here. Now, he had nothing to lose by getting it there, because he already set aside. He already lost some money. It's out of his pocket. He would steal the money to put on the side for him. So he got it. Whatever you do. He divorces 10 seconds. So he came along and he said no. The woman could ask for anything. Now the husband has to think twice before divorce. So because he might take, she might take his most valued asset. But what's the second thing that we're discussing? It wasn't too long of cleaning my cup. And he decided that there's still on metal. That's the Gemara. See my cup is there, right? So what are you talking about? It's a Hesed, the Midian, by so took the Midian, and part of the Pasuk. Just continue the Pasuk. That's how Barza, the field. One of the things is Barza, metal. And it says that they come in. What do you do? It's metal, and metal is Mikab. You tell me that Shimon Shadda invented a common metal. The mitzvah passes the Gemara and then the Shimon Shadda. Fact that metal you can capture after I take a hole in it, I destroy the metal, and the rice of it someone flies away. This clean the giant hole in it is or fill in the hole and make a nice catch. Then the tumor that I started out with comes back to that. That's what he invented. We go around. Nice of the Tzina Malka. There was a queen called Tzina Malka. You all remember her. We just learned about her in the Seventh Bracha. She was Yanai's wife. Remember what happened there? Yanai took all the family to come in, but the big tzaddik, he needs to bench. Oh, how am I going to bench? I just told everybody, but he would have bench. I'm not going to compare them to anybody. That's a good but, it's tzaddikim today. Got it down to me. So, kills all the goyim, but then he has to bench. So what do? He tells his wife. I need a double. So, I got one, I hit one, but promise me you're not going to do anything for me. So he promises her, who does he pull out? Shimon ben Shadda. Who's Shimon ben Shadda? Brother. So there we go back. Now that we know that story, that's what we pointed out. Here's the archaeology. But it's the shock to know the history. Ma'aseh Tzina Malka. Causes our Mishnah. Seems like, to me, it seems like that Yana is gone. He's dead. Right? The wife is making a big feast there. What does the wife have to do with anything? She made a Mishnah with nuts for her son. The Mitnu Chokri Leh, says Rashi, Tumas Meis. In other words, makes sense. If we get all fancy payment of the kingdom, and a guy drops dead at the meal. That's probably the story. He drops dead. If a guy drops dead at the meal, what happens? Everything in the room becomes humming. Now she's up a street. She has an option. She could wait 7 days for them to become tired, plus a whole process of to sprinkle every tree with the mechatos, the paraduma, the water. She has a grade 8 chest. She's the queen. She can do whatever she wants. There's many people working with her. She takes a drill. Now, she herself calls one of the servants to make a hole in every single queen. Every queen, a giant hole. As we're going to see soon, that's to be the size of pomegranate. Massive. And then every queen becomes hard, and immediately she repairs them. So you can use the payload right away. The Mikro Kokala, the Shabraton, the Shibaiton, the Shijoton, the Shanaston, the Tzera. When she gives them to the flow, the rich one, he solders them, and also in the king Chadashim. Brand new, everything is new, local. Then the Chachamim, he said a second ago, Shimon ben Shefta, those are Kuma Prima Chacham. It's Shimon ben Shefta. So when the Gemara here says Chachamim, it's referring to her brother. Because his sister, no, that's not good with you. Yahoo, I'm going to make it a color that all payload made out of metal are going to recapture the Kuma from whatever it was before. So these payload were coming from a snake, and with the rising from the hole in it, a giant hole, no more Kuma, and now that you fixed it, they all become Kuma snakes. You still have to go through the whole process of sprinkling it on the third day of the seventh day, and turning the liquid on to reach the end. Time on, if you get it, not just over there. You don't want to forget that the whole country is sprinkling with the water of the fountain. You're not going to know it exists anymore. You have a much easier way to get out of it. So the Gemara on Ibn and the Omar, knowing the Torah, if this same Rav Shimon said that really captured the Tumah applies only to Tumah's mace, when there's a mace that touched it and was in the oil, great, it makes sense, because to Tumah's mace, you need a little bit of sprinkling of the parag in the water. And then you might come to this. And remember, what if you hold that this applies? That no one fits over there? Yes. Physically, you're here with us. It's not as a physical. And if this applies to all Tumahs, why in the world would someone instead of say that if I share it, but then now it's touching my food, and then I made a hole in my food, and then I fixed it. The hole, the food becomes hard again. Why would you say that it's coming like a sheriff? What if somebody, you don't make hatas on a sheriff's stomach? Why would you say it's over there? By going in come on, bye. Sheriff, Shema, Loik, Koveno, the thing all that. So as Rashi points out, the closure Rashi, you have to make a hole this size. Not everybody wants to make a hole this size. You might not make a hole this size. You may make a hole, make a mistake. This, by the way, is probably not even the size of a pomegranate. Maybe a little smaller. So it's confusing. Therefore, this is what happens when you're in lockdown. I couldn't get a real pomegranate. So you got to do it. Whatever you have. This looks like a pomegranate to me. Yeah. Okay. It even has the stem on top. Yeah, beautiful. So we have to remember, Abaye says maybe he won't make the proper size one. Rava Amari, Zero, Shama, Yoru, Kilo, Bashirma, Oil. So might come to say, you don't even need a way to stand down. Look, you make a hole, 10 minutes later, you catch it, you're good to go. You can use it free. What happens to the halacha? Even after you put it in the mikvah, after wait until nightfall. Even go free, forget about a human being. Where's the practical difference between Abaye and Rava? Again, Abaye says maybe you won't make this the right size hole. Rava says people might say that you don't need to go to, you don't even have to put the guy takes flattens it out. So Rashi has two talking the opposite of each other. He says he likes the shot that if it's flat, nobody Nobody's gonna say that you don't have to go to the mixer, you don't have to wait until nighttime. Because everybody sees it's a brand new food. But in terms of how big the hole has to be, people might be confused there. So that's his preferable style. The 30 food, you have that's not a problem. I have a way out of it. I have a so I can take a metal plate, flatten it out like a pancake, and then start over again. And nobody's going to confuse and say, oh, look, if you flattened it out, then maybe I don't have to wait until the nighttime for the food to become cold. Because everybody sees you're dealing with a brand new food. He doesn't have it. Okay. So, you guys remember how many of the 18 we learned so far? We have the 9 things that have to do with full Kuma. That was the whole list. We had that as a 2 days ago. That was one. Plus we had in our for Mishnah 2 things. We had that you shouldn't read the light of a candle. You shouldn't rip your clothes off lights. We have a total of 11. So these 18 things that they passed like the Shabbat. Out of 300, that night they passed 18 of the Shabbat. What else is there on the list? It's now. How many have paid in that? Because or the count will make show them. Have a picture. Mordecai will testify that this picture came out at 7:07. Here's a Tilo. Here's a downspout. And here's a tree. People do this today. They want to conserve our water. We capture the water. This is downstream. I'm not sure that this tree is 40 stuff, but it's huge. It's a good example for what we're talking about. One of the things we're talking about. How many have capturing water? Now, as we discussed yesterday, a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. If you produce 3 saw of mayim shuvim, let's start all over again. You have to redo all the rainwater. In other words, before you have the 40 saw, you produce 3 saw of mayim shuvim. No good. You pass all the rainwater you gathered beforehand. Who says it? The 2 Gardim, the 2 guys that had the worst job in the world, and you live in the worst neighborhood in the world, and they testified as 3 saw. Remember? Yeah. Now, this guy goes ahead, and we're discussing our mind streams of what's considered, what type of mind stream. How does it become mind stream? Avenia failed that as a tino. Put any vessel underneath this downspout. The powder that makes starting in order to receive the rainwater. That became whether it's like in this picture. Price points out it could be even a 40 saw. If it's so huge, 40 saw, the size of a mikvah, basically the size of a refrigerator bicycle, then it's not the kind of primitive. But it's primitive. It's not important. The point is, any type of food, any size, doesn't matter what it's made out of. That was very common, very small tailor, but significant food. That's what it's made out of, even if it's made out of stone, it's made out of gumbo, and made out of mud or whatever, like glowing. And usually, 99% of the time, Rashi says they're glowing bone wool, made out of waste. Over here, suddenly Rashi says science, marble. No one understands why Rashi changes his Rashi and always says glowing bone wool. But there is a chapter that says science in French means gum. Okay, regardless, doesn't matter. The point is, it's any type of clean oysterness on mikvah. Because now you receive the water. It's not rainwater. It's mayim shuvim. You grab it, you gather it, it becomes mayim shuvim. Here's my focus that we're going to pass like the Shaman. The Shaman says it doesn't matter whether you put it there on purpose, you got it there, it's wow. But when it comes to Shu'ubin, you have to have das, you have to have in mind. The Shaman says it's fine, even if you forget it there, it's enough. The Silo, the Parim, the Shekha, the source, the notes, since I have to have in mind to do my time Shubin, to gather it, if I forget it, it's not considered my Shubin, it's kosher for a mikvah. It doesn't ruin my mikvah. And the halacha was asking like the Shach. And they still, like we said the other day, last night, that they still, the following day, admitted to the Shama that they happen to be right. Omar Rabbi Meir, Nimru V'Rabu B'Shama B'Shol. This is one of the 18 things that there were more people. They played a trick today. They got them. They cornered them in the attic, and there were more B'Shamai than B'Shilo, more Talmidim, and they forced them. And they said, "Okay, I love the B'Sham." What if it's not under a downside? It's not in the middle of my backyard and I forgot it here. And it so happens to rain, like yesterday, everyone says it's raining on the court, and for no reason you have a tree out there and it gathers over water. Then we kind of master that it's not considered my tree. You have no intent. Over there is zero intent. Sorry. Rashi comes along and Rashi, a dying Machlokes in first communion. Says the Rashi, no, it's not true. Bishana never forced a soul on this matter, and the soul never admitted to Bishana on this. This is not one of the 18. And if it's not one of the 18, who's the halacha like always? Shisila. So if it's not one of the 18, how many do you have on the list according to your Rashi? 17. Amar Rav Nisharshion. Rav Amri. Now we're just going to explain what the halacha is. Hakol moedim k'shenicham b'shas kishur ovim leyu. If you place this vessel underneath your downspout when it's thundering outside, the clouds are gathering, it's no brainer that it's about to rain in 10 seconds. Rashi sticks in a very interesting thing here. Rashi says, and it didn't rain. And you went on to do your business, and then it rained. Kishur oven. Then everybody agreed that it's a pizur oven. But if I place my vessel underneath the downspout, listen to this. This is a big problem. I place it underneath the downspout. I say, you know what? It might rain in a month from now. We're in Israel. Doesn't rain all summer. I put it in the summer. Is that good enough? Is that enough das? No. Even according to the Torah, that's not enough. It's not going to happen now. It's not imminent. It might happen in a week. It might happen in 2 weeks. In a month. And at the end of the day, it didn't rain. That's not considered das. Very interesting. I love das. That's not das. Today I had das. And at the end of the day, it didn't rain. It didn't happen quick enough. Close enough to my das. That's not considered das. You got a hackle for you. Told everybody, if I put my vessel underneath the downspout with these no clouds at all, that's not considered that. They're never flowing to you from the fence. Now, this is different than what Rashi said. Over here, he put it underneath the downspout and there were a lot of clouds. Rashi's case before, it didn't rain. Okay, it didn't rain, but there was still a lot of clouds. And then later on it rained. Here what happened was, the clouds went away. And then the clouds came back. The question is, the fact that the clouds went away is That Mivaka is that. It physically takes away. Das. You can't have das on something that doesn't exist. I had das on these clouds. And these clouds, bye-bye. The fact that new clouds came in, that doesn't help my machshava. My machshava wasn't on these clouds, it was on different clouds. It is positive because of this constant. My son of both machshava. So according to Beis Hillel, his machshava is gone. And therefore, what do I have right now? I have rainwater. I don't have my shuvim because my machshava to have my shuvim to gather this water is batal Allah. My savar and Bishamai hold loy batal. No, I had a machshava, and machshava came to fruition at the end of the day, and therefore this water in my tree is considered my shuvim, and three saw this is no good. Now, I do admit though, if I put the tree in my backyard, then the rainwater, that's not considered. Now the Gemara just goes back. Uller, if you always don't much like it, and then you can come in there, well, if you do, of course, Yossi, I only have 17 things on the list, because if Yossi doesn't count the summer home between the sun and the rain, so I'm stupid, he says it's not true, that was like Bishul, and because of the Levitic Bishamai. Where does Yossi have 18? I'm not by Yitzchak. My sister neither my Risason. Boy by your dog. So does we had also. We hold the fundamental that a girl that's a day old can become a leader. It's very rare, but it's possible. Allah has been. And therefore, we can't trust them. If they tell you that this girl is not a leader, you can't trust them. Maybe she is, and they're telling you up to. But they hold Allah as me. They also been Zev. Yosef ben Zev, Shalom Aleichem. If anybody wants to know what Yosef ben Zev looks like, he's right over there. I know my screen's on the bottom over there. Number like 6 down. Wave Yosef. Say Shalom Aleichem. Okay, Yosef ben Zev. Another Chicago. What do you look so like? So therefore, Chachamim instituted the Kana and said, every girl that comes from Tusi, remember the Tusi line. The plug is whether it is the real game or fake game or the game that is supposed to be game because the line is not. Every single Tusi girl is a needle in the day she was born. That was a Tashpana, it was a second that the Shammai beats the Silla, a Beshula, reason we found that Tahafa, it's 40. Have a wonderful day, and now we're going to say a particular Tehillah. See how my Lord. Oh, it's me, Mama, please. I don't know. Well, guys.
It's a problem over there, I guess. Your parents live here? No, they're refugees. Oh, I love the refugees. They did Lord Hill. Yeah, refugees. Yeah. They're the biggest. No, I came here. I came to like. Okay, Reckon, how many butt noises do you have for this time of life?
Are we live?
Jesus, Jack, racist.
Document Salts is in the house. Lauren Fix is in the house. We got Official from Baltimore. We got Muffy. Who else do we have? This is unbelievable. Robert Lings. I got my neighbor that lives 2 floors below me, Dr. Epstein. Oh, we got the Burgeoning Kid from Chicago. Is it snowing in Chicago today? It's snowing in Chicago today.
Special treat. It's a long walk from the back if you want to rock and roll. This guy is neither a regular nor technically a golden ticket winner, but he is a legend.
There's a problem with
Show's
computers.
history. He is America's favorite uncle. You know him. You love him. This is
Okay.
a brand new minute from
Boys side. Let's get going. What do we have here? Okay, first of all, email from Steve. We're related. Today's Dr. Zion. We're holding on the bottom of Dr. Zion Day 2 on the bottom. Today happens to be the final day of the studio of Plymouth. So Plymouth is not your thing. Hey, look at that gentleman over there with his earphones. Treadmill on Zoom, listening to the guy. Unbelievable. Our buddy from Clifton. He got off it. What'd you say? I couldn't hear it. Wow. He's not excited that we're finishing the studio tour. It's beautiful. Okay, I hope there are other people out there like that. I'm enjoying the tour, but if it's not your piece of cake, you gotta mute everybody, you know? If it's not your piece of cake, then today is the final day, and actually we're starting with Brad Mission at the end of the day. New studio, New York. Red Belly Shmita. This is from a guy. My Yeshiva Darkei Torah. Way to go. That's where I went when I was a kid for 3 years. One of the many schools I went to when I lived in Morocco. I mean, yeah, when I lived in Morocco, my father sent me to Borough Park. Not just for a wife. But I did a has now been closed for over a week. Thus, I cannot learn with my regular Chavrusa, whom I learned at Yoru with. But Baruch Hashem, on Monday, March 16th, at 2 o'clock, no, it doesn't say 2 o'clock, I found this year on Torah anytime. What a life. So anyways, we are on Torah anytime, and if just for this buffer finding our sheer, it was worth the hassle of getting on Torah anytime. Because this was a hassle. We're over 700 Magidin Shurim trying to get up to Torah anytime. And we are delighted and very excited that we're on Torah anytime. What a lifesaver it was. Thank you so much. We look forward to continue to be part of the year as you get through this Corona thing. Be beautiful. I think he said something to say. Oh yeah. The subject is fan from the say. I also went to the stage, so I have a thing. This our boy says tremendous. This is a lot for me. This somebody forwarded to me. Nothing we don't. Thanks. I know you. Now, although I purposely stay a day behind in the hearing, so I can't make any comments that will be picked up by you guys, please pass on to Belly that the smiley. Even though I'm a Chabadnik and he's a chronic, I enjoy seeing truly Mashiach times. It is a tremendous thing at that site. I'm not your, if you open up the dictionary and look for chronic, you're not going to see me. I'm going to see a guy from Zuckerman wearing his phone all day long. But I am a chronic and I have very sure my struggles. I'm a black and white kind of guy, but I love all you. In fact, in our shir, we have all sorts of you. We have wrestlers, modern orthodox, we have Rabbanim, we have Torah guys, we have Magid Shir, we have a number of Daviyanim Magid in the Mishir. So we are a united nation, we love all you. And one thing I learned, as I was getting older, I'm older still, that every group of Yidden has something very, very positive to offer, and we have to learn from all Yidden. Whether it's Chesed, or Simcha, Zerdadus, running out to the whole world, Yishiyah in Beijing, and staying in Beijing, doing the Mageifa, not leaving. Tons of things to learn from all Yidden, and we have to learn from all Yidden. And now is a special time to give us Akhet, Abdus. Just look at the screen there, look at all the kinds of Yidden. They're not cheers, they're all Khaled. All right. We have Avi. Polka radio over there. All right. Anyways, there's another one. This is from Marty Dowd, a good friend of mine in Chicago. We are full remaining in place here and enduring. The snow is falling, as are many of our great people are shaking I think that's what we meant. Maybe he's talking about the region that have it. All right, don't read this out loud, blah, blah, blah. I really appreciate how much I smuggle you through this data and your skill should multiply like your investment. Okay, thank you so much. I should have not read this whole thing. Moshe Tzvi. Moshe Tzvi, I love you. Hope to see you soon. And, do we have time for one more? No, okay. Don't get a dress, we'll get to yours a little later. Don't say the Gemara. Dr. Zion based on bottom. Read up. What is that? Give to me because mine is to run after me. Give them to. I'm already ready to go. This mic. So we're talking about the 18 Takanas that the Shammai got together and they decided that halacha out of 300 they gave 18 to the Shammai as well. What else is it? It's not. All I'm encountering with these Hashemah, the Oivi, I might say, I understand. Let's go back to it. Homer is part now. So it goes like this. Midori Raisa, in order for there to be a tumah of oil hametz, right? And you touch a dead body. We have it. The worst tumah in the world is mace. He's the grandfather's own tumah. If you touch a body, remove the body. Now there's also something called the oil hametz. If you are above the body of the mace, then you become tumah. If any object is over the body of the mace, it becomes tumah. But there's another Allah. If there is a oil, if there is an actual tent, a ceiling above the mace, above the body, and the body is somewhere below that ceiling. So anything under the ceiling is covered. Now, how thick does that ceiling have to be to the right side? It has to be 1 tefach thick. So if I take a broom, thick as 10, and I put it over the dead body, and the body's over here, but there's something else over here. With the right, so it's not comfortable because this is very thin. It has to be at least a tefach. Says the Gemara, Mardeya is a goat. You all know what a goat is, but just in case you don't know what a goat is, this is a goat. The stick. This is to get your animal to move. Sometimes in the circus, you use this little guy over here, give him a little jab, and the animal starts moving. We had this notion the other day also, the goat, and Mardeya. There's a very specific size. As you see over here, it's 1/3 of a tefach in diameter, and the circumference, 7 whatever, just times 3. So it's 1/3 of a tefach, and we'll round it out to 1/4 tefach in circumference. Here, Yaakov, you understand what's going on here? Yeah, okay, good. Taking this over, understand. Great. So this is the Mardeya. Everybody knew the size. There's 1/3 of a tefach. So the Gemara, although Midai so I need a 4 tefach to be above the mace. One of the 18 tefanas is it could be also as thin as this goat, as this Mardeya. Yeah, 1/3 of a tefach. Under is Tarfon. Tarfon is very excited. It's Bonai. I'm going to tell my children to do Allah and do takas. It's terrible, this halacha. In fact, I believe that because he said this right here, if I remember correctly, his sons were nifted. I didn't see it brought down here, but I hope I am not wrong about this. I remember somewhere he didn't have sons, and I think it's because of this. He was a very strong watcher. I can't stop his children, basically. I'm willing to give up my children if this Allah is true. It's not true. Shoshana Hashimea Vital. He's in fact a mistake. Can't be. Says, what happens? When Ikar over the Mardeya, I'd say, who usually uses this Mardeya goat? A farmer who has animals. So once upon a time, there's a story. Farmer had his Mardeya on his shoulder. And what happened was, he was walking by a grave, just like a dead person. And if the dead person is underneath his stick, what happens to the stick? Regardless, Midai Raisa, the stick, no matter how wide the stick is, the goat becomes funny, the Mardeya becomes funny. That we said. In order for the goat to create an oil for something else, it needs to be a tefach. But in order for it to become tummy itself, it can be the size of a pin, and a pin becomes tummy if you put it over a grave. So that's what happens. It went over a grave, and it became tummy. Now, to go back to our list over here, our chart. You have a dead person laying in the ground. You had a stick that went over the Avia Vesakuma. That stick became Abakuma. The human being holding the stick, one madrega less. Okay, hey? You're starting the tumor. So that person, you have the stick that was over the dead person, the oil became the avatuma, and then the man holding the stick becomes a rishon tumor. What happens if a person is a rishon tumor? What's the process of purification of tahara for him? He goes to the mikvah, and that day he's in the mikvah. What's the process? If he himself is like sticking himself with an oil over the dead person, he's coming for 7 days. And now you have to go through the whole process, rinsing him on the third, 7th day. Completely different. Says the Gemara. Alright, it says this carbon. I'll explain to you what happened. This individual is holding his He said he is Tameh because he touched this thing. Now, not the shot that you started off in saying that, oh, this stick has the power to make tumah of oil and anything underneath it is coming for 7 days. No, anything underneath it, anything that touches is not coming for 7 days. The person touching it became tamei for 1 day. So there is no, Repagin doesn't agree that there's a tachani here, there's a zera here. One individual made a mistake, and that's it. And then we got Shimon. Let me fix this. It's not true. Don't put your shit so fast. Don't curse anybody. Don't be upset. There is, in fact, a Tachanas Chachamim. You call on it how to win the Hashem for Allah Adam Shaloisa Oisam for Oivi Hamarkiyah. People might get confused, and we might say that 1/3 of a tefa is actually a tefa because there is a circumference of a tefa. And what's going to happen here, explains Rashi. You know what? Let's see Rashi inside. It might be easy. Rashi, let me fix this, says Rabbi Kiva. Maybe you know something that could make that you need to wait 7 days and have students. You're going out of my noise, like a person that carries the stick. Says Rabbi Kiva, what happens is that the person touched the stick, he's still touching the stick. So coming boy kumas not to go in that fire. He is Tameh because he touched the stick, and how long is he coming for? Only 1 day. Because you Allah, but he made it zero boidia mardeya on 1/3 of a tefa. The thickness of the gold, the time of Shimas oil is a rare to make him Tameh for 7 days instead of 1 day. Why? Zero a kefa mishnah. People might confuse the circumference with the diameter. They'll say, oh, we have 1/3 of a tefa diameter, and that is why this person is Tameh. So therefore, they're going to start saying that anytime you have a diameter, he is Tameh. A full Tumah, 7 days. A full Tumah, and he only has to go, he only is Tameh for 1 day. It's going to be a reverse. You're going to say, look what happens when a person is completely Tameh. A person is completely Tameh, only has to keep 1 day. Look, he had it. No, it's not a real tefa, it's only a 1/3 of tefa. But really, in circumference, it's a tefa. So he was fully Tameh. And look what the Chachamim said. He only has to go to the mikvah that day. He's coming for 1 day. And therefore, when a person is really coming for 7 days, they say, nah, There's no such thing. All you have to do is go to the mikveh that night. The key is the Thomas now talking to the Raisa, let's do the Shemesh. Look, he's telling the Raisa, and all he has to do is wait till the evening. Well, and got the maze. The Slavonish from the oil out from the family. They think that he became Tomei for real through oil. And if he's Tomei through oil, he's Tomei for 7 days. To the Shimshiyat, they came together. Why do they think he's Tomei for real? Because the circumference is a test. They don't know that you don't go by circumference. You have to go by the diameter. You need a full diameter of a test. And since in this case he said, hey, he's only coming for 1 day, here's the punchline. People are going to come to say that when a person is supposed to be done for 7 days, he's only coming for 1 day. What if I'm do? Everybody's coming for 7 days. So in fact, there was a Xera. There's a Xera if a person has a stick the size of a goad of a Mardeya that's only a third of the size that's necessary. He said, you know what? He's telling me like you have the full size because we don't want people to be relaxed and say that the film is only for 1 day. We want people to know that the film is 7 days in the day right. So everything is covered for 7 days. That's one of the 18 coming. That's what the kid explains it. The Tarfon argues. He says, no, we never made it a like that. Nobody's going to get confused between circumference and the diameter. That's what Steve says he was Tarfon. Okay. Let's keep on going. So he says like this. Let's go back to Shapiro. If you carry it to Allah, touch it. The idea right there to become even a third of the size, a third of the size. And the portion. Now, a needle that goes over a mace, the portion becomes coming. If I don't touch the stick, I'm not touching the stick. The stick is above me, then I need a full tefach. The only time a third of a tefach becomes coming is if I'm touching it. So I had a maga here. I am coming for a day, now I'm going to be confused for 7 days. If the stick, it's above me, it's creating an oil on me, nobody's going to get confused. Over there, I need a full tefach. One Rabbi Yanai, someone's happy. One Rabbi Yanai, my dad, someone, are we still having issues with you that it's not posting to the right place? There's a little bit of an issue for YouTubers. They wrote in that they couldn't find the share, yesterday's share for the way. But he's saying it's fixed, everything's fixed, the share before is fixed, today's share is good. There's just something with YouTube that day maybe. One Rabbi Yanai, my dad showed me. This stick we're talking about ain't going to be a tefach. It doesn't have a tefach. It's the case. For tefach, the complete circumference is a tefach. Because of Bali Kefa and Mishulavia, and they made it zero, the circumference because of the diameter. Now, when it's hard to know, America Kataf is born in Shalom and Kupatas, the retirement doesn't hold that this is one of the 15. Just I don't know if you can only have 17. Where you stop, but no exclusive, you need those very sauce and by my own goes. Now, if you remember yesterday, we were talking about one of the 18 things, according to his mayor, was if a guy catches water from a downspout. And there was clouds went away, then the clouds came back, according to the shaman, it's considered machshava. According to that, now, Yossi argues on that. He says that's not one of the 18. So we had to stick in. We said, okay, in the Yossi, the nice person, all the daughters of Susim have had Tumma of Anida from the day they're born. Okay. Tarfon is going to have to learn like Rabbi Meir. He has to use the B'nai Spusim. In order to get the 18, he has to say the B'nai Spusim. can use B'nai Kusim and hold like a Yosi and say that you're going to be stuck again. You're not going to have 18. If you say the downspout is not part of the 18. So he says downspout is one of the 18. Okay? Well, as B'nai Kusim, together I have 18. Or not for the 18. After B'nai Kusim, one of the 18 is B'nai Kusim's army. The Ida. And the downspout, the mayor. He can't jump, he can't dance, he's passionate. Oh, Avi, how was the passing yesterday? Where's Avi? Yeah. She's in Atlanta today. Anybody know if they achieved hundreds of people in Zoom for the passing? Okay. The big Zoom class of the Farabi sister who cooked up the wedding twice and finally made it last night in Los Angeles. And he's trying to get a bunch of people in Zoom to do this announcement in the house. This is a great idea. I forgot about it. Okay. But it is a sphere like you're when it comes to downspout. So in other words, you're dancing in two constants. So you have to hold up your main downspout and B'nai Kusim is number 18. If you hold up your Yosin downspout, in other words, Mayim Shuvim, grabbing water from the downspout is now one of the 18, now you're going to be left with 17 again. So you have to say downspout is one of the 18. Well, B'nai Kusim, you get the 18. Bingo. Let's keep on going. New sugya. What else do we have from the 18? We're going to finish up the 18 today, obviously. And then we're going to get to the new mitzvah. A voice of Lagas, we mentioned this person's heart is great. Lagas means your heart is great for wine. Because one could harvest grapes for raisins. That's not included. That's a mini Stefanski right over there. For me, it's top of the screen. Jonathan with the headphones on top. That's actually, that's my fourth cousin, probably. Right? Something like that. Now, boys of the gas. Shammai Omer Hutzai. Notice, this is Shammai himself. He's not Beis Shammai. This is Shammai. And the Gemara asks, the Gemara asks here, of course my boy is three Shammai Omer. Why do you tell me there's only three? The Gemara brought this. The Gemara said, at the end of the day, it was Beis Shammai that decided it. Let's see. A boy still a guy. Shammai say that the grape fruit that comes out of the grape is enough to make the grape susceptible to tumah. Any fruit to be tummy, any fruit to become a yak. Pour a liquid on it, one of the seven liquids. It's what? Grape juice happens to be one of the seven liquids. Wine, grape juice. So this grape juice, I have no intent. I have to have ruts and I have to want this grape juice to be on my grape. The time I say that's enough, there's enough ruts in the Gemara will explain that. Little Eloimer, not Basil, really shall say. But it's not enough. Only little Shammai. The little says arguing Shammai. Everything Shammai tells little throws out the good. Until Shammai wins. Little tells Shammai, not Boitzim with the Hara, they moisten the fire. Moisten is the same exact thing as Boitzim. So you're going to olive. Why is it that you're discussing grapes and not olives? What happens to the liquid that comes out of an olive? According to you, that is going to make the olive Hole, Hitchel, Kabbalah, as I'm great, go down. Hole, that can say me, if you're going to upset me, so it's raining 2 more, you're right, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to say that even olives have the same Allah. So they explain. I saw somebody explain, I think it's Yodo, somebody else maybe. Explain this way. There's a child, you're going to make it sad, so I'm going to punish you. No, he says, I thought that you're so smart and you understand the reasoning behind it. Even you don't understand. But I'm going to have to explain it to you. I'm going to have to make clear on Aleph. Taisa says that olives are a little different. Olives, the liquid that comes out of an olive is not really olive oil. It's not oil. It's oil. It's like water. So it's different. Fine. Certainly a person doesn't need that. But grape juice, the guy will want that grape juice later on. And that's just water that comes out of the grape. Says the Gemara, not to very good something. So Hill goes along, and Shammai puts a sword. Interesting, they're carrying swords these days. Everybody's carrying a sword. You have it over there. Where was it? By no, knocking over there. Oh, then top of the line, swords in the bed. Everybody has a sword. They take a sword and they put it by the door. I'm not Nazi comments by Yotzi Al Yotzi. That's it. We need to make it count. We need to see who's the right here. What do we have here? No, what?
She said I was like her favorite girl.
Oh, shit. I'm not Nazi comments. I just know this.
Yeah, where is it now? It was always Steel when I was 7 years into my comedy career. I love this thing. It's what started this rumor that my special
Anyway, let's take it down.
licensing deal. That means they pay you vast sums of money to put your thing
Nobody can come in and out. You come in, I'll serve you.
Twice I joined.
Hello, Stephanie, Yotzi. Hello. Who's Hello? As you mentioned the other day, I think it was before they something else. Hello was the Nazi. After he was looking, the son took over. After that, the grandson took over. After that, the great-grandson took over. But he's the Nazi. He's sitting there like a kid. Couple the Yosef of the Shammai Shechem Talmidim with what? The Talmidim cautious with the desire. But if Asher Yisrael Yosef, it's very difficult for the Klal Yisrael. It's like the day that the Eichel was done. If they would have listened to Aaron HaKohen before, right, nothing would have been Eichel. Listen to him, right? And it wouldn't be problems. No. They would have put Hillel in the corner and treat him like a Talmud, and would have forced his halach on him. Who goes in Shammai to Hillel? It says even Hillel. Does it count? It's fair. Shammai has more people saying like Shammai. You have to make the art is great. The price doesn't make sense. They were going to see the whole number, I don't know, whatever it was, nobody checked it. But the guy that night in the attic, where they were going to 18 halachas, those were the people that now this became one of the 18. It wasn't no in Shammai, but it was just coming. Basically, what's the reason? Like I know is over the coming of zero, Shemo, Yitzireno, the people. You don't understand that if I have a vessel that contains these grapes, and the vessel is coming, so typically I have to have rotten. I have to say I want this liquid to go on my food. When the vessel is coming, since it's incarbonated, I don't need that rotten. That is my rotten. Okay, this is my focus. There is a mandama that says that a coming considers that is the rotten great. Michael name it. I need to come up with a new reason because the mandama says it's not true. It doesn't. The atomic tree doesn't change anything. Now, here's Mando Omar that says that a free comment is matching that if you put grapes in a coming vessel, automatically what two things happen together. They become coming and the liquid becomes enough to be matching like this. Rashi, Lo Yadana, I have no idea. Hey, look at Rashi, Lo Yadana in Brachos, we had a Rashi. And then the Egel on the side brings down, I forgot, maybe 42 places in Shas that Rashi says really down. And then somebody said there, he says there's other places and he added. But what's very interesting is that Tosfos says, I do know what it is. So Tosfos brings it to Sefra. And interesting, Rashi didn't know about this perception. Now, if you're looking at Nisan Goyim, amazing where Nisan Goyim is. Nisan Goyim is going before Tosfos. Says, if you look all the way at the last line of Nisan Goyim, he says, I found it. And it's in Tosefta. He says, last words on the page. Very careful with what I'm telling you. It's very hidden. God will help you to find the source. Not exactly sure what he means. He's like sticking up to Rashi over there that he's. It's a mistake. It's not meant for people to know. That's how I understand. Mister, what? Very hidden. For some reason he's hidden. He doesn't lower it here. Mister, I don't know. I remember Rav Nissen going very interesting with Nissen. This off, we have 19 outside. Okay, we did a side like that. Let's keep on going to 18. Turn the page, design the page. Vida. Hobby musical. Says Rashi. Hobby is the hobby is if I take Sumo and put it in the ground, what happens? I destroy the Sumo. How does something grow? First has to decompose, is that the word? Yeah. And then grows. So I destroy the Sumo. But even so, whatever comes out of that composition, whatever the word is considered Sumo. And that's Xera. Right by Young Judgment. That's one of the. My time. One word, finding the Jonathan. For 10 minutes. I'm going to give the note. I still. That's what I'm saying. He wants to go on. Unmuted. Long fix. You have to say what? I have to go back. Okay. Okay. Let's go back. Oh, I sure did skip. Well, let's see Nachman Stelzer. He's probably jumping out of the seat. He turned out the seat. Where is he? Where's Nachman? Nachman! Did I skip? Oh, he's giving me the big no-no. Wow. That's what happens. I need the arm. I need the arm. Here's Nachman. Here's his kid. Never let me skip. I saw he wouldn't let me skip. I skipped 4 lines. And these clowns over here, they're busy with the cameras. They have no idea. Okay. It's not stop. Listen, I thought I could get away with it. I thought on Zoom, but I was not paying attention. They're looking at the screens, they're spacing out. Potasi, Ovisi, Koshati. I'll try not to get everybody saying. Okay, let's go back. Why did I think I could go? Because I got all excited about the Rav Nissen going, and I thought I'll preview some Rav Nissen going and continue. The truth is, I have no idea what the shot is in the last few lines, so I had to skip. But you know, now they taught me, let's go inside, let's see what it says here. But I don't know, I'm going to shop and we said that. And I'm going to see I'm going to zero, show me to run how did I skip that? Okay. Says the Gemara. The Shasha is not Tomei Kelim, but rather waterproof Kelim. A car in the those days, can you imagine what they used to do that? They didn't have plastic, they take a piece of wood and they smear some ink in there, some tar, and now it becomes waterproof. That means that I, at the end of the day, want this grape juice. I'm going to use this grape juice. I'm going to make wine out of it. So if I want it, then it becomes mukshir kabel. So I could do mukshir other things with kabel. So Jonathan, I don't have 10 minutes. Now I'm going to be down to 7 minutes once we do this. Because in Mishpahs are clusters of grapes. Now I want to grab a cluster of grapes. It's impossible for me to grab a cluster of grapes without squeezing other grapes and creating grape juice. So since it's impossible such a situation, I have to do it. And if I have to do it, then this liquid that comes out is Larata. I can't get away from it. If I put grapes in a bowl and some, just whatever reason, grape juice squeezes out of it, I don't know about it. I don't want it. Here, see, I know about it. I know it's going to happen. To get to the plus step of the squeeze, that's considered rotzon, and that's not what I think. Because not going to ride about it for me, so the murder for time related to you, I'm not going to see a lawyer. The same idea. He wants to go to his vineyard to see what's going on there. He starts squeezing, and therefore it creates liquid, and that's mashma kabel tuna. Therefore, since I am going here with gas, again, this one is very simple. It says the word apoitzel with gas. I am harvesting grapes for wine. Why? I gotta be careful with the master. However, one last time, if I'm harvesting these grapes for other reasons, then the Xeris doesn't apply to me. I don't care. I don't want grapes. I want raisins. Raisins, even if I put it into a hard bowl, it's not a problem. Next, these are all my if I plant truma in the ground, it has a lot of truma. I cannot use it, or it is truma. My timer. What's the problem? The problem is that it's Yisrael. Rather than giving me truma for the kohen, but keep it for himself. And he's going to start planting with it. And then instead of giving it to the kohen, he separates truma, and he uses it as seeds. And now he benefits from it. That doesn't make any sense. He's the Chassid in the Hawking. If you're concerned about Yisrael, that's a bad guy. The future. Why would he separate 2%? That doesn't make any sense. Even the Efshar in the middle of Chidaha, he destroyed the lake of others. At the end of the day, true moment of Raisa is one kernel of grain for everything. I can get away with it. I'm not a bad guy. I don't have to be a really bad guy. Why should I be a bad guy? Let me give one kernel of grain and cost me. No number is 100 grains cost me 1 penny. So what's 1 grain nothing? So what's the big deal? If I'm already a tzaddik and I'm giving it 2%, 1 out of 40, 1 out of 50, 1 out of 60, then I can't be choshev me that I'm going to use it. Allah says, Rav Zeir Mishum Truma Tnei. What truma goes to the kohen? If it's tar, I give it to the kohen. If it's hot, I give it to the kohen. What does the kohen do with it? He burns it. He can use it. He can benefit from the burning. But this kohen doesn't want to benefit from the burning. It's nothing. It doesn't have any value to it. So what does he do, this kohen? He says, I'm going to use it for seed. But seed is in 3 months from now. Not today. What's going to happen is, I'm not going to You might come to do something wrong with him. Said, listen, don't save it for seeding. That's what the comes from. Don't save it. If you save it, no good. So it's very bad coin. Then we're not showing a what? So they got the Ida. One more day. Over the around in the law. After that, a guy is walking with money in his pocket on Shabbos. I had a Misa. To say, well, truth is, it starts with another Misa. I don't have time. No time for Misa. I gotta tell you this Misa. This guy in Chevron made a bet with his friend. He said, I want to see who can sleep longer. Well, of course I can sleep longer. Oh, Judah Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov is wondering where you are. Mazel Tov and Chevron, Judah. The guy from the guy in Chevron makes it bet. So they said, you know what, it's Thursday night. Let's go to sleep tonight. And let's see who can sleep longer. So we'll both go to sleep. One guy gets up early in the morning and he sees it's starting to get light outside. He says, you know what? My friend is sleeping. Let me jump up. Let me put on phone real quickly. And I'll never know. So he puts on his phone and says, he's got to go to this man. Walks into this man. And the Imam turns around for Goy B'Sholem. The Dayan Kabbalah Shabbos. But look at it. It wasn't the morning, it was the evening. Fine. That was the story in Chevron. I was once on a bus, Erev Shabbos, on a little thing, I was 15 years old. And all of a sudden, a blizzard started coming down. The bus got stuck on the highway for many hours. And I'm looking outside, it's starting to get dark, it's only Shabbos. I was 15 years old, I had no idea what to do. Should I leave my spoon on the bus? So, Baruch Hashem, the bus got to the stop, and it was really kind of dark. So I grabbed my phone, started running towards the yeshiva, and as I walk into the yeshiva, the air is like davening in my room already. They're like, I don't know, Kabbalah Shabbos is great. I walked in on Shabbos. Anyway, this guy, not that great a story to waste a minute here, but the guy was holding a wallet of money Erev Shabbos. What should he do? Now, Midori Raisa, he has a great idea. He's a great answer for him. He's just a rabbin. He's not allowed to walk 4 hours. He's not his carry. But he could walk 3.9 hours in the rabbin and stop. And then walk 3.9 hours. Very annoying, but he'll save all his money. The Chum said no. It's better to give it to a guy. Amir Lavin. Grab a guy and say, look, do me a favor, bring my wallet home. Rather than walking. Why? Because he might forget and he might walk on time. He might walk more than the 3.9 times. After Shab Shabbat, that there was a piece of nothing by the young guys. Read up. Omer Bali, Omer Avini, Simbasa. This is also only time in Shas you find this name. He told me, Shamnon, the Yenon, and they say, so goes on Masako. Bread of a goat. Seven apples. Yayin. They're Yayin Nesep. They're wine. They say and the equal with the Goya. Kulam, which also over him. That all these four are considered one out of the 8. Now the Gemara goes through. Remember, we should really go through. We don't have that much time though. Somebody sent me the list of. We had the 9 Shulei Truma. Yes or no? We go through it. Go through it. He's saying maybe. It's Corona time. We have plenty of time. Where are you guys going? Okay. There's no chakras. You're not allowed to go convenient. The first one was if you eat food that's a rishon l'tumah, you become a sheni. If you eat a sheni l'tumah, that's number 2. You eat a sheni l'tumah, you become a sheni. If you drink drinks that are tamei, you yourself become a sheni. All 3 of these are because you might be eating tamei food in your mouth and eating tamei food in your mouth. and you make truma tummy. Remember that's the thing. If somebody goes into the mikvah, Rosh Berubai, he was in the mikvah and then he comes out of the mikvah and he dunks himself. He takes a bath with Mayim Shuvim, he becomes tummy. Not only that, a person is completely tar. That's number 5. If you pour 3 lubin on him, he becomes completely tummy because people will forget that the mikvah is mikvah, not the water. Your diets are tummy. So if you touch without washing your hands, you touch tuna, all these things are constituted food that became tummy through hands, mashkin. In other words, liquids that touch food that became tummy through your hands are tummy. And number 9 and number 8, which you just said, we combine the two. The Gemara is going to say that vessels that become tummy through liquids that became tummy through a sheretz, not through your hands. Remember, one was through the hands, one became sheretz on the hand. By the way, somebody sent me. I forgot the guy's name. I printed it. I forgot where I put it. He sent me this whole list. He did it for Atzala. He also sent me a whole tummy and tuna thing. But I'm going to add something to his list there, which he doesn't have. I'm not sure why. Number 10 is Benosh Kusim. They made it clear on all the daughters of Kusim. Number 11, you could argue if this is number 10 or 11, but when you catch water from the downspout, Shah might be silo, yeah, we just talk about. Number 12 is Botzilla gas, the grape. Number 13, that Truma planted, whatever grows out is also Truma. Number 14 is when you forget your wallet in your pocket on Erev Shabbos. 15 and 16 is in the first Mishnah right before this. That you're not allowed to read for the candlelight and you're not allowed to read loud through clothing for the candlelight. Number 17 is what we just mentioned. Hasakum, Sheminakum, which we are on the take away. There is no Sheminakum. The Gainakum we have, and that's a, and that there's Yisrael with the Goya. Now, we're missing one. Says the Gemara, Chalitha Meir, that we have the Mayim Shuvin. You can do the downspout. The downspout, it's 18. Hello, they're Joycey. Now the Gemara is saying, well, wait a minute. Benois Kusim is part of this list. It's a little, we use Benois Kusim as if we just pulled one out of the sky and just used it. But no, it's in fact part of the list. And if it's part of the list, now we don't have 17 according to Joycey. We don't have 18. Says the Gemara called the Rav Achabarado, the Rav Achabarado, where he mentions Guzlav, the Mishim Shamno. First time Pasakum, oil of Pasakum, and they said, you gotta be goes on Pasakum. Over here, by the way, there's a Tananu, says there's no Pasakum in a place where there's a lot of bread, a Pasakum still with Suya, because of Ayin Efer. The Hashem Mishim, first came Yain Nesef, then came oil, then came Pas. Mishim Shamno, how does it makes sense that oil can be poured bread, but only the Shem of the why is one using the other? Ella doesn't keep on the Shem of the word. Yellow is the word. Wine is a stuff. Social thing, people think they get drunk. You're going to associate with the fight, you might have a desire in it. Yellow is when they say it. Wine came because of their daughters, Yitzchak, that we say, because of Avodah Zarah, the Ba'ach is Avodah Zarah. The Ba'ach is Avodah Zarah. Very interesting lesson. We didn't have Rashi. It's because of the Ba'ach, it's because of this, and this is because of this. We need to explain. But Avodah Zarah, we have one. And Avodah Zarah is because of something else. What's the something? All right, not so goes out to the official account. We don't want the children of the Jewish children to play with the children because of this God of Islam. Instead, We said that all goyim have halacha. Now goy doesn't have a ziva at all. He can never become a ziva. Even if he's ziva, he's not a zav. The goy when we have halacha like a zav, that's a kuma, everybody's careful. The zav is a different story. Kuma, I don't want to deal with that guy. You also learn Meir Nami Chaz Shabbos. When it comes to Meir, now you have 19. Also in the Caleb, so looking at number 8 and number 9 on the list, the other possibility is considered let's do the Mishnah real quickly. The boy said we have some time. This is a Mishnah discussing the halacha, brand new Mishnah, brand new Sugya. It's done with Tumah. The halacha of Shvisas Kalim. For the most part. In other words, had my air conditioner work on Shabbos, and my light be on Shabbos. Good thing that halacha is not like Bishamai. That's all I could say. Bishamai Oimrim ain't showing the oil with some money because you can't soak the ink. And Rabbi Schoenberg afterwards is going to give us a whole shear how the word we can take this and coals and all of stuff is done, right? It's all over something. He's laughing. He's not giving you shit. I was kidding. You want to? Okay, fine. Remember, we still material. They still say you're not a soak. No, it's how I say you can't soak it unless you finish doing what you need to do before Shabbos. You can't be soaking during Shabbos. You can't have something working for you on Shabbos. So they still material. Soaking the ink is a malacha of the Lisha. Kneading, sashimi, veg. We had a picture a bunch of times. Also kneading. And the same idea. You can put bundles of fish on a flax and put it on it to heat it up in an oven to make it lighter. That's called milabim. This is the raisa. And today, you have unless you can make sure that the flax will finish before Shabbos comes in. The next at seminary now will go into the fat so that the dye will catch. That's called Sevilla. Sevilla on Shabbos, you know that? As long as you put it right before Shabbos, a minute before Shabbos, it's enough. Now this is interesting. This is different already. So over here, the flea is taking action on Shabbos. You want to set up a trap, and it's actually going to trap an animal later on. And person unless you have enough time on Friday for it to catch whatever it takes to catch, grab it, come, look around, look at the food, eat, poof, catches it. You don't have that time to otherwise we're like still not you're not let us sell something to the guy. We're planning, and you're not allowed to load up his vehicle. You're not allowed to lift something up on him. Unless you get there, unless the place is really close. So you get there before Shabbos begins. Why is this? This is like a real life. It looks like the door is your messenger is doing it for you. They still up there. So no problem. It's not only a person or his lab done. To not give something to the guy that does the height, the cannon, the like Caleb, the Davis, nothing just happens to us. You give your laundry for the dry cleaner. Hello, today she also like that. If the dry cleaner has enough time to finish your clothing before Shabbos and everything. Well, the Kula may say in all these cases, we still say it's okay if you give it a moment before Shabbos. Why do you know you base Abba? My father. Who's the king of Leah's father? Gamliel. Ayo based Abba, so you know it's play love on the Kovis, nothing essentially young and fighting. he was given the white clothing, which is very difficult. Imagine the process in those days. Today it's a 20-minute cycle and we're done. In those days, we sat there and went like this and back and forth for hours. You need 3 days before Shabbos. Allah does not like it. That's like before. You give it 1 minute before amazing. That when it comes to grapes, the way it is, first you give it a quick fetch. So now you're ready, popped it open. All the grape juice is going to come out and you're going to have wine eventually. But what do? They put a very heavy load on it and they hurry up the process. If you put that heavy load on it on Shabbos itself, you're not over. You don't have to do the process. So when they like to do even all these things that we just said, if you do on Shabbos, you want to die on Shabbos, you want to eat on Shabbos, you have to do the process. You have parties. But since this is not a pure process, so there's no essence to do it before Shabbos. So I could place my heavy bean and my heavy, those things you go to you go all over, it's so these giant stones that have like a circle of the circle and have a thing in the middle. What? Here, park right along, right across the street from my house. So these heavy things, you're allowed to put that right before Shabbos. Before Shabbos, have a wonderful, amazing day, and now we're going to say, we want the people to do it.
It's true, but before a lot of sets, you get nervous. It comes last minute, and he tends to drink a lot, and he tends to smoke some weed to calm himself down, and he has to fucking take a half an Adderall to pick himself back up, and then a quarter of his Xanax because the Adderall's sipping, and then he has to fucking do little Robitussin, and then a Cialis. Like, he literally does his thing where he's like, fuck up those dumb, and I'm fucking home. Tony, to be fair, you said California weed, you been bringing down there in Austin. Every time I smoke that shit, it feels like I got Down syndrome. It's true. I've taken a lot of heat lately, and I've been having to warn people that fucking want to smoke. And it's like become an actual problem recently. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it used to be you just smoke.
All right, your voice said good morning.
I don't know what's happening, but it is true. My weed is ridiculously strong. It is.
So,
It is. It's like carrying something. I just want you to know, bro, when you walk down here and you threw your glasses into the crowd, you hit a blind lady right in the eyes.
One of the big deciders in that Yomi, and it applies to today. Because people with the corona and they're home and they miss it out here and miss it out there. So what's the big deciding in that Yomi? Don't worry. What is it? You're missing the point. It's one of the biggest, that's also the side. One of the biggest sides is that if you fall behind, don't try to make it up that day. Skip ahead, go to where everybody else is holding. And this is very important because people are going to find themselves now, especially, not going to shir, missing the daf here, missing Shabbos, missing the Chazal, Chazayim. What do? You skip to where everybody else is holding. So, I personally had to practice what I preach. I fell behind on the 8-minute dot because we had Purim, Shushan Purim, we had the Siyum all back to back to back. So that thing wasn't done. But rather than trying to go crazy and then just do that pay and then that bubble, we skipped ahead. Baruch Hashem, I recorded that pay, and that's what I'm asking you. If you find yourself falling behind, skip ahead, write down the dot that you can do, and then make it up a different dot. Zavi, Avgam is on, so Commission Mall, Mazel Tov, I heard it's a beautiful Hashanah, only 100 people on Zoom, that's all you guys had. Because Zoom didn't allow them to have more than 100. You guys remember this individual? He writes me an email, please forward to Rebelli. I'm back in New Jersey, reminiscing from lockdown. Being in the Sheila Rebelli for 3 weeks was like a dream. After 30 plus years of learning the dot, 30 plus years, again, 30 plus years of learning the dot, I finally found the sweet taste of learning. Wow. Can't wait till I get back there to Israel, permanently, so I can enjoy the camaraderie of the ultimate shield. Moshe Zarek, Highland Park, New Jersey. He came to me and he told me that after being in the ship for 3 weeks, he decided to make Aliyah. And he wants to live in Ramat B'Shemesh and to come to Shir every day. So I want to point out, there was a nice rabbinic canal that we didn't have time to see yesterday. It's on the bottom of the sign of the space. Every Gemara is different. The small little words, rabbinic canal on the bottom. He says like this. You have it, honey b'shem Rebbe Meir. Beautiful. All after Ruah be'Eretz Yisrael, the person who lives permanently in Eretz Yisrael, v'oichel kulim b'tahara, and he eats food b'tahara, u'medaber b'loshen ha'tzayim, and he speaks loshen ha'tzayim, v'koyre es shema b'boiku b'erev, and he says Shema in the morning and evening, v'fkach lo shizu ben olam haba. We're going to come out. What is the feeling about Shabbos and Shabbos that we call? I'm not sure. Like design. That's one email. What else do we have here? This is from Dirty Dress. Now we go to David, not David. What? It says like this. It was a very long Shabbos being up. It was a very long being stuck, and with all the schools closed. I waited up until 12 a.m. last night and didn't punch out. I'm up now at 4 a.m. watching Shabbos. I'm so jealous that I can't make the live Zoom here every day. Or a voice, I'm jealous of you guys. You guys can make the Zoom. He's sad that he can't make the Zoom. He lives in. My heart aches and I have to settle for YouTube. It was good for a while, but then you gave me the taste of almost being there. Rebbe, is there any way you can please give another live Zoom here at 6, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 Dress? You guys, somebody else could take over at 6 a.m. Meanwhile, I'm trying to be, listen, okay, fine. A lot of people were asking me to actually move this since nobody's going to work anyway. What's the point of getting up? I think it's great. Start off the day at 7:15 with this. And here, finally, I don't know, I think I know who this person is. I'm not sure. It just came in. Somebody sent this to me, forwarded to me. Hi, Ali, how are things in your family and neighborhood? Many of the Hasidim up here in the Catskill Mountains are infected. We're Baruch Hashem okay. The job is keeping me focused. That was the point, I guess. The job is keeping me focused. On what? I'm not getting infected. Thank you to Postal Jack. Jack Steiner. Let me say who it is, but that's who I think it is. I know Jack Steiner is one thing in the best. One more, just for the heck of it. This is from Shlomo Rosenstein. Loving you here. Clear and entertaining, which is almost just as important as teaching Indian Judaism. Are you related? I knew this was going to come. Where's Jonathan? Is Jonathan on here? Here he is. Jonathan, listen to this question. You're going to love it. Are you related to Rabbi Akiva Stefanski, who's a friend of Rabbi from Toronto? So every time I say my name is Stefanski, and Jonathan will tell you the same thing, then you immediately ask me. So let me tell you the answer. Yes, I'm related to all Stefanskis, my grandfather and Jonathan's grandfather. We're one of 10 brothers, Stefanskis. So therefore, so are you related to Jonathan? Yes, I'm related to Jonathan. Are you related to Stefanski? Yes. Are you related to Jonathan Stefanski? Yes. Are you related to the guy that calls David? Yes. Every single one. All Stefanski. If you ever have a Shiloh, the guy that wears all day, yes. And the Rosh Yeshiva of Bakadisa, yes. And the big famous Yeshiva from what's the name of that big Yeshiva, the Rockstar, whatever. Yes, all of us are all related. All the families are related. Your neighbors, the father's friend, the son is Sama, the Shapaya, the Rosenberg, but Toronto, yes. All right. So, Zot the Heilige Gemara. We're holding up the $7 right after the movie. Man Kana Mesinas Mayin B'Yoy Jewish Yosef. Learn from the Mishnah that the Zikisser only come to Isha. Take the ingredients of the heat. which are soup and oil or whatever. You know what, Rabbi Shamberg, where are you? You want to give us a quick, tell us what wheat is made out of? Because you once brought that nice soup instinct from China. For sure, real good. Period. Light them up, it's the best. It's in the top, second in the top. Just like in the good old days when Sternberg sits right next to me and gives us insights into all these kind of things. Right over, go ahead. Hold on, we don't hear you yet. 1 second. No? Yeah. Okay, go. So what they did is they took soup and they scraped it up and they put in some oil. They put in some ingredients. Shake your head if I'm on the right path, Rabbi Shamberg. Like, we can't hear you. Yeah, okay, fine. And they let it soak. That's what we're talking about. Now, what's the problem? The problem is Lisa. Kneading. Now, typically, there's two ways. Let's say we're kneading dough. So you take flour and you take water, and you pour the water on the flour, and you pour the flour in the water. And then you start kneading it. When it comes to heat, it's not necessary, really, to start kneading with your hands. You just pour the ingredients and you let it soak. So, we'll see there's two types of kneading it. Now, what we need to understand is what Shammai says is also to do on Friday must be a malacha that the same malacha will be also to do on Shabbat. So if he says it's also to take the soup and the oil, put it in a bowl and let it soak over Shabbat, that's because if you did so on Shabbat, you get over into the Raisa. But you don't have to necessarily knead it with your hands, and still you're over into the Raisa. So who exactly is this person that says that that's awesome? Who's the Tana that says that just leaving it there as is, without needing it? Let me see if I have my keys.
This area scar on your ass crack. And that ass is flatter than the Ukrainian Jews' punchlines earlier.
Okay.
What's up with your body?
Rabbi Yitzchak Rebbe. This must be Rebbe. By the way, we're talking about Christos Risha. And in the entire Masechet Shabbos, the halachos of Risha, of reading, are very, very few. Here's the sugya. There might be a little bit more later on. But it's so small, the sugya, that we're going to come in and out of it in seconds. And therefore, when it comes to the halachos of Risha, there's not a lot of clarity. In other words, there's a lot of machlokas and a lot of, because the less Gemaras you have, the harder it is for the posting to come up with something clear. And this is very important for us. Because day to day, if you're making egg salad with oil, you're making avocados, kneading, that sort of thing. Says the Gemara, the Simon, Echad Noisin is Hakana, the Echad Noisin is Hakana. If somebody puts in flour, and then the second guy comes along and adds the second ingredient called water. Rebbe says all you need to do is introduce the water and the, in other words, I don't have to knead it with my hands. I have to knead it, I have to do something with my hands, I have to do the mixture, I have to mix it. That, okay. Perhaps everybody would agree in our case that you are chayav, right? Only over there they come out of the syllable and not in flour because either when you put water on flour, it become a big mess. It won't be anything. It'll just it'll bind together. It'll become like a whatever you call it. So I need to knead it. Knead with a cake. I need N-E-D-K-N-E-A-D. Need it. What happens if I introduce the ingredients of ink? I put the soup, I put the oil, and I mix it up, and I don't mix it up, I put it in a bowl. It'll be fine. It'll happen by itself. Perhaps even with Yossi means that I'm over on Misha, I'm over on eating without mixing it up with my hand. So the Gemara always think about it. Now the Gemara says, no, that's not a good distinction. The Sanya, I have a case where I don't necessarily have to mute it with my hand. What's the case? If a person introduces ashes, that's a mercy to somebody. Now, ashes are so thin, I could put water on it, and I dissolve the ashes without kneading it. Often, 5 degree ready. If you really see review on it, even in ashes, which are very similar to each, Yossi says, I must knead it with my hand. It's consistent. You have to knead with your hands, regardless of the material and the dish. Doesn't matter if it's something like flour that if you pour water will become all gooey. It doesn't matter if it's something like ashes that are disintegrated by itself. Says the Gemara, oh, wait a minute. Dilma might eat their upper. What does that mean? Maybe ashes is dirt. But I'll tell you, it's very simple. In fact, it's very interesting because at 7:03 to be exact, I printed something similar to this. Here you have upper, dirt. It's spelled with an iron and a plummet upper. Here you have ashes, paper. Now, people get confused between these two things. You know how I know? Because I got confused between these two things. I made this. I put the upper with the hour on top of the dirt and I started writing. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what time did we put it that you put it under the paper? So I go to my Gemara and go, oh, I got it mixed up myself. One is with the hours, one is with the iron. And remember, in those days, so let's put this away. This is the way it is. In those days, they didn't have this written down. It was all about theft. So they were saying upper, and the guy wrote it down with the olive instead of an iron. So they read it later on in April. So perhaps when Yossi says in Allah that you have to mute it with your hand, he wasn't talking about ashes that disintegrate on the oil. He's talking about upper, he's talking about dirt. Now dirt, we know, mud is thick. So that you need to knead with your hands in order to be over. So, wait a minute. Don't tell me that maybe somebody got mixed up between aleph and aleph. Because we have two branches. One says it with an aleph, and one says it with an iron. What does that prove to me? That we're discussing both cases. I can't say it was one case that was confused between aleph and iron when it has two separate branches discussing two different things. One is aleph about ashes, and one is aleph about dirt. And Rabbi Yossi said specifically in ashes that I have to use my hands, even though it disintegrates on its own, so we say the same thing by ink. And therefore, our list goes only according to Rebbe and not according to Rabbi Yossi. Or no, perhaps it goes according to Rabbi Yossi. Rosanya, paper, Rosanya, offer. That's the most. You got that double time. It doesn't say it together. These two brises, you have a brise that says it with the ayin, you have a brise that says it with the aleph. They're not together. It says Rashi. Perhaps they were written by two different authors that wrote the brises to and were decided. So therefore, again, maybe they were discussing the same exact thing, and they were discussing dirt. The Sukhiya wrote it with the ayin, and the Yishai wrote it with the aleph. Once again, all the Gemara is trying to come to is that in our mission, where it's something that doesn't necessarily need hands to be involved, or mix itself, The England itself has to do with racism, but that's it. This is the rice, this is the mixed ingredient. Without mixing it with your hands, who told you only go according to Rebbe? You have to go even according to Joyce. Let's move on to the next subject. Honorable. We're discussing the Mishnah. What are you allowed to do Erev Shabbos going into Shabbos? Okay, where's the machlokas? You don't have a machlokas. You turn on your air conditioner before Shabbos and let it run inside. Posting Mayim Medina. In those days, it wasn't as easy as you have it today. You turn on the sprinkler system, and that's it. Your garden is water. No. You have to make a trench from your house all the way to the water source, and then you open up some sort of valve, and it starts flowing. And I do that on Friday, and have the water flow throughout Shabbos. Yes. Posting my Medina, Erev Shabbos and Chashecha, Malay, so we left us going through it. And it continues to water my field. What's the problem? Watering my field in Shabbos. That's in the water of Zerea, of planting. We discussed this a number of times. In those days, they'll take their clothing and they'll put fragrant fruit tank underneath. Yeah, we should look through those screens, and I can see them fine. I just can't read it. I can't read the names, but it's too. So I take a coal and I put incense, fragrance on the coal, and this nice fragrance that comes up into my clothing. So I can do this Erev Shabbos, and it's going to work the entire time. From his garment, the whole thing will be good. Anything gophers, takazakela, sulfur. And see, there's something that hasn't been polished in a while. But in order to, you have it a lot of times in a nice Kiddush bag. You have the design, and in the design you have like this black, it looks kind of black. You see, it's to enhance the design of the silver, otherwise it will look bland. Everything will look one color. So they stick in on purpose, they stick in sulfur, they get it into the crevices here, and then it pops. That's the sulfur. And this Goffrin, Manichu Goffrin's Dafas put sulfur underneath silver. So this Goffrin, the whole thing called Shabbos Kula, and it will continue the process the whole Shabbos. Manichu Kilor, Agabi Ayins, and I can put some medicine, some sort of thing in my eye to heal. It's not a pidor nefesh, but it's going to heal. It's Tolonis, Agabi Maka. I can put a dressing on top of, like some sort of bandage on top of the wound. Now, when the places in Shalom, I don't know if you see it over here, there's a place in Shalom on the side, and this is how people get out there. He says that you're allowed to put medicine in water. People won't replace it because part of the problem is what other people will think. And since people think it's really a nice drink, so this is where people get this heter from. Right over here are the places in Shalom. Fine. You got place where that's concerned to them. What you cannot do, Erev Shabbos, is you mixing people with folks like Italian for Mayim. He was Italian for Mayim. It's not only, I guess they have some sort of valve and they make the water from here. Instead of going down here, they'll put it over here and then it spins this wheel. And this wheel inside will grind the flour. So you're not allowed to do that. What's the difference? What is the difference by me putting my wheat before Shabbos into a grinder, or me putting my incense under my clothes before Shabbos? What's the difference? Most people who take their hands from if they could be done, the process of grinding will be done. What's the halacha? Why can't you grind in Shabbos? You can't grind in Shabbos, it's only one person left. If I could have it done before Shabbos, I could cool off my room before Shabbos with the air conditioning, that's great. But if it's going to work on Shabbos, no. I know, I just get the reason. Omer Rabba, Mepnei, Shemashmag. New concept. Today we're going to learn a lot of new things that we haven't learned yet. Hashma is called the sound of the noise. Now, what's the problem with that? It's a brilliant for Shabbos. People hear the factory operating on Shabbos. You hear the sound, they're walking by. It's not a physical thing. You're not doing any malach on Shabbos. The machine is working on itself. But the fact that people hear, that's not proper for Shabbos. To hear machinery working, coming out of your factory, that's a no. Second reason, another concept. My utensils, my kalim have to be at rest on Shabbos. Now, according to you exactly, we'll see. But there's a concept called Shvisas Kalim. You can't have my utensil work over Shabbos. Sanya, who could hold Asher Marti Alechem to Shemir. That's right before that says you have to keep Shabbos. Then the next passage says you could hold in everything. What's everything? Shabbos. Everything comes to include rabbis, Shvisas Kalim, the concept that even my utensils, my kalim, my machines have to rest. So what I have to come on to the concept of Hashma called noise, and it's so nice. It's not Shabbos because you'll say the issue that's proper for Shabbos. I'm talking much work. My machine cannot work on Shabbos. She says, "Baby." That's what I'm is. Hello, I'm Rav Yosef. You're right. She says. That is the reason. Jesus. Jonathan, I apologize because since I'm at home, so I drink in the morning before shul. But I can't make a new bracha for you. I apologize. When I walk to the shul, then it's a new bracha. That's why I'm doing it without a bracha. All right. I have to be honest with this. She says, "Seilim de'iraisa." And now that according to you say, the third, you know what I'm saying? It comes out. You know, going to go away from this. But perhaps, according to Yosef, this concept of she says, "Seilim that my utensils can't work in Shabbos." Goes according to everybody. The distinction between Bisham and Yisrael, even the Stilos will hold that they can't work on Shabbos. But then the issue will be, why is it that some things I'm allowed to do on Shabbos according to Yisrael? I could put my wool, my flax into an oven. I could put my wool into dye before Shabbos and let it work over Shabbos. But I can't use a windmill on Shabbos. Why not a watermill on Shabbos? What's the difference? That's honest, but it's still this is getting the rice and go for some movement in my time in Sharu. Why can I put sulfur underneath my silverware? Why could I put the fragrance underneath my clothing? Says the Gemara, think about it. What's my vessel doing? Absolutely nothing. Out of this plea, smoke. Is this moving? No, it's not moving at all. But my watermill is in constant motion. That's a moving object. It's not static. Mela, that's the difference. Something that doesn't move is okay. What about Shapishkam? Well, the Gemara could say that's exactly the same thing. You can understand it on your own. But perhaps there's a slight difference. When I put flax in an oven, so the oven is helping. It's brave. It increases the heat. But that also is not moving. I'm not sorry if the oven nice. Yeah, an oven, unless you have our ovens, fans and microwaves that turn. But a typical oven, in those days, like a matcha bakery oven, you put the wood in, you put the fire in, and you close it. The oven itself is not moving. Now, moving is okay. Here's the problem. What about a trap? You have a spring-loaded trap. Animal comes in on Shabbos, poof, it moves. Everything is moving. It's moving parts. Now your plea is moving on Shabbos. How could they still say in the Mishnah Mefurish that a trap is okay? The more you're right. I have the oven mice in my time in Charlotte. He's talking about a trap that's not moving, that doesn't move. Such as a hook for a fish. Who does all the action with fish? The mouth of the fish moves. But the hook is standing stationary. This is a picture taken from The Mesivta, we have permission. We still you have a basket that gets narrower and narrower. And the fish goes in, who does all the work? The fish. Once it goes in, it can't move back. It gets stuck by these sharp pieces at the end. Sort of like a Chinese, what is it called? The Chinese handcuff. The Chinese what? Chinese handcuff. Yeah. What is these? What do you do, Jonathan? Oh, you put 2 fingers, you can't get out. Yeah, Chinese. You guys heard what Trump said about China. He said the China virus. So the reporter says, "Don't you think it's racist?" He says, "No, it's from China, but still, it's ready. You shouldn't say it." He says, "But it comes from China, China. It's not racist. It's from China." Anyways, the Chinese torture thing. So this Kufri is the Chinese torture thing for the fish. It's pretty torturable. He goes in, he doesn't come out for life. So over there, they're like the public Misa. There's no action taken at all. And the Mela, such a thing you are allowed to put before Shabbos. In other words, according to the Gemara right now, they still admit that if I have a spring-loaded trap or any type of trap that moves, there's moving parts to it, you won't be able to put it before Shabbos. Because the tree is moving on Shabbos, and that is also very similar to a watermelon. Ashton don't know over Shai. Now the no goes away from it. Ashton don't know over Shai on the Asi. Mankind is going to the who is the author of this halacha that holds that your vessel can't work on Shabbos, it has to rest? Bishami, the way we say it, it's not even Bisila. Oh, no, they sham. My bank covered my survey, really covered my size. So now it comes up great. According to Mishnah, like we saw in the Mishnah, even if your vessel doesn't do any